So much more action still to happen here. Blast Slam 6 and day number 6. Maybe it's lucky number 6, and it is going to be for 2 teams because we still have a lot of best of 3s to get through. Joining me on the panel just like every other day, but this time around we're starting with you, Quinny. Yippee!
I love being
How are you?
I'm great. I'm ready to watch Gamer Legion, the Gamer Goats.
Let's go.
Take home that W.
Kazu?
I'm hyped for today as well. We've got good games. You know, the
Like
second
chill hype.
Yeah, like the second series, it's good, but I'm more hyped for the first one here. My boys in Tundra, they've been kind of sucking it up. You know, the last 3 matches were not that good. I'm expecting a comeback.
And that's why Heroic will make the comeback, because not about North America, but South America, and they're going to be the true underdogs of today. So none of this, at least one Americas should do well, please, for the sake of the story.
I like how I started it, just wanting to know how you guys were. You were straight on into the Dota, which means there is no precedent on the breaks right now. We're going to go all gas and straight into looking at what happened at our best of 3s yesterday.
Took Spirit, they gotta go for a steal. They're gonna try.
They're gonna try.
Oh my god. Possession matches to kill off Watson. Zip forward comes into play. The Roshan will fall.
Got it.
He'll get the Aegis.
Spirit's gonna try.
Gonna try for the jump. He was ready with that. Now the counterplay comes in. Notice he's gonna get caught by the vortex, but Watson's in on top of him with the Storm Spirit. Just takes out Morel through the bashes. They'll now turn towards Yatora. He's trying to go for Watson, but Watson can stand his ground. Notice has the BKB ready to go. Arena and Spear in onto Yatora. In the corner with the wraparound, and Notice he's gonna be able to get the opening. Comes in with the Spear combo to start things off. That's Panto gone. Now they turn over towards Yatora. There's the Hex to open things up. He'll get the BKB up, but he's solo on the HP. He's got to run. Watson's going to be able to chase. Yatora's going to try and stand his ground against Watson, but he cannot do so. Probably have to run. Actually, no, they'll see the chance to get the jump on a Saxa. They want to try and jump back in on this. The Arena's going to get laid down. The Morale getting torn apart. He cannot survive against the cleans with Watson. Collapses left behind around the pit. He'll fall as well. It's over. They went for one last attempt.
Still going to try and jump inside the pit. This time it's 2 versus 4. And they jump in off the boulders into the rock. There goes Ame. Slowed down by the Avalanche. Man, it was a super sick hit from Falcons. Unfortunately, just not quite enough. All they needed to get the jump. It's over. They get the right kind of jump, and they're immediately break through the Lincolns of the Razor and cut him down. The boat's going to come through, try and make these heroes tankier, but they're really not tanky up against Skeeter. Except Ame, who has that enrage to work with, but now with his enrage, he gets completely stalled out. Meanwhile, the pit goes back in, and Skeeter taking the fight to Ame. He doesn't care about the amp damage one bit with the rest of the BKBs, trying to finish up Ame. Out of the air, hits the Dragon Knight, not the Kez, and that is the death of Ame.
I don't know way. That cannot be the right item. They'll see if it
All in on Ame. Ame.
He's gone.
He's just dead so fast. That fight really didn't save you anything here. Unfortunately, they will not be able to hold this. XXS realizing.
Yesterday, it was our closer seeded teams coming up against each other in best of 3s, and so we thought we were going to have closer best of 3s, but at the end of the day, it was Yandex that 2-0'd Spirit and Falcons that 2-0'd Extreme Gaming to make it here to Malta in a couple days. They're not here just yet, but they will be, and they're joining Na'Vi, OG, but 2 slots still remain here for everyone else. And maybe there's some heroes, Kazu, that they can look at that might garner them a bit of a win, something that's been standing out a bit more over the last few days of Blast Slam.
Absolutely. We need to look at an updated list, you know, because the other day, you know, we looked a little bit, but there's someone who crept up in the stats, because yesterday, Chen, I believe, went 3-0 or maybe even 4-0 in the playoffs. You know, we have some other heroes. Your classics, the Underlord, we talk about them every day. Crimson Pipe, you know, you're too strong, you're too tanky. But the Chen man is looking pretty damn strong, and most teams, they can play this hero.
Yeah, I mean, every team pretty much has a 5-player that can play it. It's just, you just forget about it, and then you get slapped in the face when it happens. But I want the snaking build. I want this like meme Ags refresher BKB.
That was good.
Dude, he's so farmed.
I know.
His inventory.
Yeah.
Not a meme.
If we can get that in more Chen games, I'd be calling for like every single game.
I think you might.
Yeah, that's good.
Kez surprisingly, sorry.
I'm back. Yeah, that hero.
Surprising win rate.
That hero's good.
It
It's
is
just
good.
like that. Not everyone can like play it, I would say, to its fullest potential. But
Right.
the hero's good.
All right.
Good.
Did anyone stick out for you, Kun? You're the only one that hasn't really chimed in on a uptick for heroes.
I'm surprised people are still picking so much Clinks. I feel like it's sort of a down tick. Like, I feel like this hero is very middling and it's being slightly overpicked. Like, we've seen in some games it like falls really flat. And some games like the Yandex game, it looks good. But I think people are starting to figure it out. It's like slightly more. It's not quite as giga as it was maybe at the start of the tournament.
Now I know we've been a little silly on this panel, whether that's an understatement or not. I know I'm looking
don't
at you
think
when
so.
I say the
No.
word silly, Quinn. And there's been a lot of fun, but something that's been missing out of, our reoccurring Blast Slam theme is a tier list, which we have not done
I thought we'd escaped them, I'll be
in a
honest.
while. We have not. So I would like to bring everyone's attention over
here.
beautiful tier list we have on this on the
Holy
stage
moly.
here.
Wow.
Yeah.
A real tier list.
It's
This
a
is
real tier
cool.
list. And normally, I'm just sorry, I'm gonna clip my
Wow, it's
I need
real.
my hands here. It is
It
real.
is real. I can touch it.
Normally the way the
Yep.
tier list
Should I
would go.
join you on your side?
Yeah, you can
There
join
you
me,
go.
T.
50-50?
Is that I would make you guys
Hmm.
rank things in a tier list, but I thought I hadn't done one yet, and I would make.
Oh.
I know. I would take the onus for you guys. I would do all the hard work, and I would make a tier list. However, I'm not going to tell you the title of this tier list. So I'm going to reveal one rank at a time, and you guys are going to have to figure out what the title of this tier list is. Would you like to
Okay.
help me a
Okay.
little bit, please?
All right.
Sure, yeah, we're hold
Sorry.
on.
Be
No, I can
creative.
be
So
your
wait, is
assistant,
it-
no worries.
Okay, we're all on one team.
You're on one team. You're working together.
collaborating.
Well,
I'm
I
just
mean,
helping.
We're a
but-
it's not a
Yeah.
competition, but it's to see if you guys can figure out.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to do the first
So you're gonna reveal one line at a time.
one line at a time.
What is bottle not?
Oh, got it?
Yeah.
I did not help you there as well. I was actually
You
trying to
did.
stab
You were
with it.
just kind
Sorry.
of holding
No,
it,
I
and, like
zoned out 'cause you-
pointing the sharp end at me.
Okay,
Keeper.
no,
Yeah.
bottle.
There's more that goes on this one.
Oh, there's more?
There it is.
I'm gonna try and give it to you. There you go. I'll hold the
Oh,
blade.
thank
There you
That
go.
was much safer.
This is getting abstract.
Bottle Yasha.
That's a very like sussy combo.
A little sussy.
What the hell?
Thank you.
Okay.
Hmm.
It's not shape-based.
I was waiting for it to be like whiny mid laners history of items that they've cried about, you know. But then that, as soon as you got to Yasha, that kind of got deleted.
Oh, I didn't really put that one on.
I mean, after Bottle Yasha, I was like, maybe it's offlane, but now you have Chip Vest Rattle Cage, so that one's out.
Mm-hmm.
Two are similar, but they're not similar to the other one.
No.
Like, the latter two are like offlane items, and the first.
Yeah. it's-
But this is from the mind of Nat, so you really have to take like a
yeah, that's
step
why. Like maybe
deeper.
there's some support, but then the first item is Bottle,
Yeah.
so it's not that either.
Maybe it's like
Yeah.
the items Nat tried to buy in her first ever game of Dota. And like she went for the bottle trying to like
That's
make people drink in laning phase, and then she like bought
like
the
this
Yasha.
is a really good support item, guys.
Yeah.
It's super broken. Why don't people buy
Wanna
it
zoom
more
around the
often?
map? There you go. Do you want another
Maybe it's
blade?
like-
I don't
most-
even have a good guess
is
for
it-
this
is it
list
like-
yet.
The thing is, these are pretty kind of stylish. Like Chip Vest is kind of cool. It's like, is
Yeah.
it a style thing?
Oh, yeah,
Oh.
it's accessories maybe.
But like, sword's not really these.
But it
don't-
makes you look cool. But then why would it be in D tier?
Yeah,
Like if I
exactly.
run off like a Yasha and a Rattle Cage, I have some cool Bottle.
Yeah, that is some drip. So it's
But then why is it?
So you think? But you're saying these are cool and these are in D tier.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah,
that's
so
what I'm
then it
saying.
doesn't
Ah,
make
okay.
sense.
Yeah, that's,
I'm gonna go to the next tier, just to maybe help you guys out a little bit more.
what is that item even called?
Okay, bracelet.
Cold, thank you.
Yeah, Cold Brothers.
Yeah, Cold Brother.
Yeah, Cold Brothers bracelet.
Is it this way up? This way up.
No.
What is
other
it? This way.
Yeah, yeah.
It's Tiara?
Yeah.
No, it is. Like,
Oh, gee, what did you do?
we're
I
bleeding.
just stabbed myself.
Why?
Gracious.
It's not that. It's not that.
It's not that important.
Yeah, chill.
Well, it's something about.
Are these like regal royal looking things? Like you've got like armor and like historical
Yeah, something
tiaras
like
and
this.
memes.
It's definitely it's like appearance based somehow.
Yeah.
Like they're kind of pointy.
Like medieval drip.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
Yeah.
But Yasha surely can't be D tier if it's medieval drip. Like Yasha's like base.
Yasha is cool.
That's like an A or S tier.
You know what? There's other blades available.
I mean, we
like
gotta
a
wait, I
rapier.
guess.
Like that's S tier.
Okay, you want to see the next one?
Oh, we do.
Okay. All right.
I can't wait to be this wrong.
Ooh.
What the hell is this?
It's the Boda.
It's Slayer's Dota 2.
Flair's Bodacious.
Bodacious Slayer.
Okay, that was more. Huh?
Who's that? Armlet?
of more
Armlet. That's upside down.
Upside down. armor.
Yeah,
It's all good.
this one's also gonna
It's
be.
okay, you can put it on as you want.
Well, I'm trying just not to stab myself now after the last
That's
tier.
good, yeah.
That's the higher priority.
Habits.
Dude, has okay, the real question is, how do anyone in chat got it right? And then now we look like fools because they've all like collectively as a
I
hive
would be
mind
really impressed if someone in chat from like C or D tier could guess.
They're like kind of adornments. What even is a bota?
I don't know. Can you wear
What
that?
did you say, sir?
What is
wear
a
it?
bota?
like
Like
outside
the,
of Dota.
the
like,
neutral item.
It kind of sounds like a bow tie.
I don't know what it is. Can you wear that?
I don't know. That's a really
a
good
blood
question.
vial for a boat.
Okay, so then the fact that it's here, it confuses me because if she doesn't even know what it is,
Yeah.
then how can it, like,
how
then
she tier listed it?
Maybe
Yeah,
it's just by
exactly.
looks.
Maybe it's items not. has
Yeah, maybe
never used in her life.
Oh, that's a lie, because I've definitely used this one.
Oh, okay. Fuck. Well, you're a support player.
I was also a support player, so
Maybe
I've
it's
definitely used this one.
Yeah, good point.
Maybe
yeah,
it's just
yeah.
cool looking items from like S to D.
But like,
No, there's gotta be
Yasha is
more
too
meaning
cool.
to it.
And like, both Slayers.
I'm just saying,
both
if you
not
had
that cool.
if you had guessed it, I would have stopped the tier list already.
Okay.
Well, bam.
Does it go this way? This way.
Yeah, that way.
Because there's like their support items.
Oh,
defensive
what?
oh.
What the?
Gleipnir.
That's the complete list?
That is my complete tier list. No more
What the-
items to add to the list.
Is this like an alphabetical? No.
We don't have an upside down alphabet in Australia, as much as that's a meme.
I'll read it up.
Am I missing some like references?
What if you were to say the
Mjolnir.
names of all of them?
Gleipnir, Mjolnir,
Bodo,
Phylactery, Slayer's Boda, Armlet of Mordigian,
GM.
Pavis. What is it called? Occult Bracelet,
Yeah.
Tiara of Salamane, Bottle. Oh, it's... Wait, what? Never mind.
No. Gleipnir, Mjolnir.
I had an idea, but it's wrong.
GMP.
It's not number of letters.
No.
I was looking at like some Marvel movie, but there's nothing. I'm blanking.
I'm trying to think of another hint that just doesn't like outright ruin what it is.
No, you said like
But would
say
you
it, and then we should have figured it out. by
Right.
saying it.
But when this
Mjolnir.
item first came out, how many variations of how to pronounce it were there?
Glip-glop.
Flip flop, flip flop.
Yeah.
Gleipnir.
Like no one really knew how to say it, right, when
Yeah.
it first came out.
So was it...
Oh, it's just
You're naming items
hard
that
to
people.
like bottle.
It's what I think is the hardest, the
Oh.
easiest items to pronounce.
Yasha, Yasher.
Wait, what?
So I think this is like one of the hardest because there's always been like contention around if it's Gleipnir or
Like, to be fair,
Gleipnir.
that's true. I never would
Right.
never call this item Gleipnir. It has to be Glip Glop or Flip Flop.
Right, and we always meme about
Right.
it. Mjolnir is like the same thing where it's like, I think if it's naturally in your mother tongue language, it's fine, but anyone else struggles. Same with phylactery, phylactery.
I like when
Okay,
Mjolnir
yeah.
gets called MJ. Like people just
Yeah,
don't
people
want
just
to
go
say the
MJ.
real
Exactly.
name. They go
That's what I mean, right?
MJ.
So I put these as like the
Is this
three
just
most
like
difficult.
for the 20 English players out there?
This is for you.
This is-
The United Kingdom just
These
got
are
put
like
in the D
this
tier.
one is there.
extremely
Oh, yeah, great.
easy. Like there is no way you could ever say any of these wrong.
Yeah,
And these
great.
ones are like, we've all said it 6 different ways.
I see.
I will say this was a hard one to get.
Yeah,
was
this
very
I was
hard.
looking like it was
yeah.
way too deep.
I was
Yeah.
like, maybe I'm not
You-
abstract enough. Maybe I'm too abstract. No, I was not
Yeah.
abstract enough.
No.
Yeah, you were almost there when you were just, you guys were along the lines. But yeah, fun little tier list. Maybe some people have
Yeah.
some alterations they would make to it. But one thing that can't be altered today, that's our schedule, because it is already set in stone as to exactly who's going to be playing. And if you were here earlier on in our pre-show, my panelists would have alluded to it, but it is going to be Liquid and GamerLegion that end our day there, which means that we get to start off with what is sure to be the barn burner of Heroic and Tundra.
The jump, they'll throw the roar down onto him. I mean, the whole team going at him. He's pretty tanky. In fact, the Requiem's still able to go off. They'll finally kill him. Can they get more hero road? Whisper looks towards Delon. Pops the BKB, but he's very low on Whisper. Will hide in the corner. They'll kill off Jacroy. Whisper does die, but Heroic on towards In Your Dream. They might have one final fight in them. Yopaj is up in about 10. They do get a good call onto Yuma here. Very close to the base.
Nice blast.
That's a big arena. Blaster in onto the three of them. My goodness, Whisper blows them up.
Yes, Whitemon is showing again alone.
With the opening stun, Arrow to connect as well. They'll take Whitemon down, but they'll get but a 4-man Ravage into the Requiem, pushing them all back, bursting through FY. FY's gone.
Double lasso could be pretty nice though, Jikroy and Reconics. It was such a good fight from them in this opening game. But they will ultimately fall. He wants the rampage. He's gonna go for the watermelon, and he will find it.
Well, Tundra and Heroic, is it really going to be as one-sided as some online chitter-chatter has been alluding to?
I don't think so.
I don't think so
What
either.
chatter have you been?
I don't know. I just kind of made that up. I
Kinda
just
made it up.
assumed
I
people
like
saying
that.
stuff
I've
like
heard no
that.
one-
Yeah, I have no
yeah.
idea. I
Just
just
like
kind of say
making it
things.
up for like, you know, the drama and the
There's not really
storyline.
any drama. I just like to make it up.
Yeah.
No, I think
Crazy.
Heroic have a pretty
Did you
good
hear what
shot.
Ari said about Heroic? Crazy.
Oh man, that's.
Oh yeah, actually he hates everyone.
He
Yeah.
was really mean.
Yeah, no, that was. Moon Meander was enabling it as well. Like,
He does generally do that. He's a very enabling type
Yeah.
of just
Ever,
memes
ever.
guy.
yeah.
I thought you meant as a coach, you know, enabling their drafts and their play.
No,
style.
the other
No.
enabling.
The other way,
Like
yeah.
the stupidity.
Yeah.
Stupidity. Well, let's focus up though on Tundra and talk more about it, because they've stayed together since they first won that Blast Slam however many months ago. They've been on an absolute tear. In fact, every single player in this Tundra lineup already has a Blast Slam trophy to their individual name. That is how many times these players have lifted the trophy. Pure himself got his first one at Blast Slam 1, so on and so forth. The rest is all Tundra history, to be matter of fact.
Yeah, I mean, this team is just insanely impressive. I think 33 teams in general are just... People like these teams because even though their playstyle is a bit boring, it's really impressive the way he's been able to make dynasties over the years and to continue winning on slightly different iterations of rosters. It's actually crazy, and I think one of the most successful, if not the most successful player the last 5 years. They're a sight to behold, even if you may not like their playstyle so much.
I think it's the fact that as well, like when you look at them, there's like these little mini adjustments they make that it's not as if they're going to join a 33 team and it's like, we have to play his Dota. Like they are still allowing players to show their side, show their creativity, be it through Ari or Pure. Like there's these little moments where they get to shine.
Yeah, and I think also it's not just like the skill they have, like all individually. I think 33 is like one of the smartest players, I would say, around, like not just in like itemization, but like how to play, how to get the most out of the map. How do you break like the current formula of the most gold with the best items to then be like invincible? So I think this team, they just have like a lot of different things. And if just like 70% of them hit, they're an insanely good team.
Do you think the fact, T, that this is the first time they haven't made it straight to a semi-finals is like an indication?
He was ready for it.
I was so locked and loaded for this.
Okay, all right.
Like, again, as much as we praised them, Slam history has just been Tundra, right? Because all 6 finals, Tundra's been there. They've won, what, 5? They come
6, maybe
second.
5. This is that Blast Slam 6.
He's going ahead.
Yeah, I'm going ahead of this. I'm going ahead.
Sorry.
They're going to be in it again, probably, because that's how much they do it. So in the 5 they've done, you get the point.
They weren't on the evening panel. They don't.
Yeah, they don't get.
Yeah,
exactly. We're
that's
just
fine. That was
Tundra pilled. But the point is, like, they have just lived in our minds at every single slam. And this time around, they faltered. They didn't break in top 2 to get to the semi-finals. They're now having to go through this. So if there ever was a time that Tundra doesn't make it to a finals, doesn't just follow this script that we've been following, it feels like it is this time. Because as much as we praised them, they have been kind of faltering along the way this time around.
Yeah, and that is exactly what I asked one of their players earlier when I caught up with them. It was BZM. You think this is going to be a long best of 3 against Heroic?
Not necessarily. I mean, I hope not, but need to be ready for everything.
That's very true. I will say one thing a lot of us want to ready for is seeing you guys here, not making it straight to the semifinals. And so I want to know what sort of happened towards the end of the group stage for you guys, because you lost a lot of games people might not have expected you to lose.
I don't think anyone knows the reason. Well, I know the reason. I'm not gonna say it, but we did not play like usual. Let's just say that.
All right, that's an answer I can definitely deal with. We've seen your Invoker for many, many years in the pro scene. Everyone loves it. I want to know 2 parts. What makes Invoker so enjoyable to play for you personally, and how many Invoker games do you have?
I mean, to play it like in officials, it's I'm always up for it, but I kind of need to balance to not get bored of it, because when you play too much of the same, at least for me, I get bored. So if I need to play it in officials and scrims, then I need to not play it in pubs, or like the other way around. If I'm only playing certain stuff in officials, then in pubs I'm playing just stuff that I want to have fun with, at least sometimes.
What are some heroes that you're having fun in pubs with then at the moment?
Some Mars, some Void Spirit, some I played, I think, Shaker. I don't know, just some non-official heroes, at least for now.
Yeah, well, other people have been playing Void Spirit. You don't think there's a chance you might pull out the Void Spirit in an official?
I mean, I could, but I don't think Void Spirit is gonna be ever like telegraphed or something. You know, like you need to like wasp pick it.
I don't know if I like the disparaging Void Spirit like that. That doesn't make me feel warm and fuzzy inside.
He heard you flaming all the other Void Spirit players, and he's like, I'm not bringing that out in official when Quinn's on panel.
If he had been listening to any panel, he would have heard Quinn like glaze what you should buy and how it should work. But
I mean, even if you buy all the perfect items, the hero's still the worst hero in the game. So thanks, Valve.
But
50 damage spell.
His shard does too much, just saying. So if you are listening, Valve, maybe just change the shard. I don't care about the rest of the hero, just the shard.
Yeah, nerf him more because Quinn thinks the hero's really good.
Yeah, it's way too good. Sorry, we need to kill it.
Whee! Little spinny guy.
Kill it.
True sight.
Look, I'm just excited to see BZM potentially playing something other than Invoker as much as I was praising it. And a team that can force that out for him is Heroic. They're coming up against Tundra, and their mid laner, Tai Lung, has done so much work for them in the group stage. The fact that they were able to get through last chance qualifiers in the fashion they did, they're looking good. It feels like it is just a matter of time before they get that click.
Yeah, and that has been the case, I think, for Heroic with their previous results, right? The idea that they kind of, they blast slam, they did really well, 3rd, 4th, it's looking great, what's happening? And then tournament by tournament, you can just see they're sliding down this scale. Of course, they have made the roster changes, so coming into this slam, it is a different Heroic than the last one, but again, the proof's in the old pudding. They are just on a downward trajectory, and even in the group stage, it was rocky. There was signs of like this form not being in place. I'd argue, I think they are slowly moving towards a better position. Asterisks outside of high ground. Everything in high ground is still beautifully chaotically shit, and I cannot wait to see if they just break their ankles walking up the steps of the enemy base once again, because it has been hysterical watching some of their games. But they've had a day off or two. Like there's time to fix those little silly billy high ground problems.
Oh, look, with that day off, though, that also means there's a potential room for improvement, and that could either come from the side of Tundra, who had that fate in their hands of making it to the semi-finals and fumbled a bit more towards the end of their best of ones, but also Heroic. Last chance qualifiers, much needed confidence win for themselves. So in this best of 3, who exactly is going to get the advantage in our Game 1 draft? With Heroic and Tundra facing off in a best of 3. First time for Tundra, mind you, since the Blast Slam format changed, to have to make a LAN for themselves. Whereas Heroic, they've been here before. That's just how they got themselves to Singapore. And so they've proven themselves in previous Blast Slams and, of course, in previous best of 3s right now here. And for Tundra, taking out the Husker, the Razor, Heroic, Brew, and SF.
Yeah, I really like the Shadow Fiend ban. People kept giving it to Tundra, kept trying to beat it, and they just kept winning with it a million times. So I think banning it out, it's a flex. It's a safe choice. They had a very, very good win rate on it.
But also other teams in the tournament, they saw how Pure was playing the Shadow Fiend. They tried doing the Yashakaya. It also didn't work out. So Tundra, not only they're forcing the ban against themselves, they've kind of influenced other teams losing in the tournament because they couldn't understand it quick enough, right? It was probably one of the more kind of enjoyable like mini developments for hero and itemizations we've had in the group stage.
I'm kind of shocked at the Largo. I don't know if shocked is the right word. That's an over-exaggeration of how I'm actually reacting to it. But Tundra aren't really reaching for Largo. I think there's so much more oomph in the tank for them that you use a first phase ban on Heroic for Largo.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they're like reaching for it like instantly or like over other heroes, but they have played some of it. I will say like 33 had one game on Largo that was a pretty standout game actually. I think they played it together with Phoenix, so it looked kind of good. But I will say Heroic are a team that put in a lot of prep when it comes to like the first couple bans and picks. So I would assume that maybe after seeing like the first 3, the Largo ban could make a little more sense after.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like teams against Tundra, there's been the occasional Largo ban against them, but it's not really been hotly contested. So I agree with Kezo. I feel like there's something down the line that is opening up for it. And Drain Protector, a hero that has pretty much been exclusively first phase banned in a lot of the drafts that we've seen, has been let through the pool. So of course Tundra showed it working really well for them in the group stage. Now it's Heroic's turn to see what they can do with the hero.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even have a super clear feel of how good this hero actually is right now because it's just banned every game. So you don't actually get to see it. And I think sometimes there's a weird effect with heroes like that where you can think they're insanely broken and then when they actually get shown, they're not quite to the same degree because you don't have to practice on them because they're banned every game.
Well, we're Drain Protector, right? Like you're going for like the 1-1-3 build, you are playing on living armor, putting this barrier across the map, like trying to buff people up. So there is an argument where if you aren't taking the fights and utilizing that barrier in the early game, by the time that you do fight as a team, maybe let's say 20 to 25 minutes, you've kind of lost the value. So when I see Tree, I want a strong lane combination elsewhere to utilize it from across the map. I want a little bit of that, maybe initiation to utilize the shard going into the mid game, but I want a couple skirmishing heroes and heroes that utilize the vision for that clean jump. Again, Tundra, I think, showcased that beautifully in their group stage when they had like a shaman in the 4 position using the trees. So there are some things to look at in a tree lineup.
Yeah, I mean, this hero is just a super obnoxious laner. Like, he has like a level 1 root plus heal and has like 90 damage. He also goes invis, so I think if you're Tundra, like, you need to be, because this hero, you need to like run in and kind of clap people in the face. But if you have a dual lane that can, when he like slightly oversteps or he drops to like 90% HP, 80% HP, you can just like man up and like burst him with like a dual kill combo, that absolutely can work. But this hero is terrifying early on.
I mean, one thing to note as well with Tree is the early game, normally when you see the kind of the bounty spawn, you go for the late smoke, you're playing for the setup, you want to go 2 for 2. In a tree matchup, you actually run to the safe lane to try and protect your trees. The other team wants to smoke to kill the guys protecting the trees. So there is a world in which you might be talking about, you know, the 5-on-5 in the safe lane rather than, you know, towards the bounty rooms. You know, that is a way that can also disrupt an entire game. What happens if BZM Invoker gets a first blood, right? The whole game state could shift.
You were saying that, you know, Tree's been banned first phase in most games. Well, it's a very high percentage of contest rate, 94%, and banned out in 61 of our games.
Yeah, that's
picked up
giga.
in 8 of them. So literally only getting lit through for 8 of them.
Yeah, that feels about right. I do want to point out these bans. I'm not sure if I agree with HEROIC.CET's bans. I feel like whenever there's an Invoker in the game, you want to ban or consider the stun heroes that set up for Sunstrike. I think Shadow Shaman, Bane, I mean, Bane hasn't been played that much recently, but these types of heroes that sort of change the game, because while BZM is the best blind Sunstriker in the game, it's still not that consistent. So if you have some setup, it can change the early game in a way that no other hero really can, because you just have some absurd kill threat. So I'm not sure if I agree with like the Muerte ban is like a little odd to me.
And they go back to the tried and tested. If you were to talk about best heroes on players, Invoker to BZM, Hoodwink to Ahri. I'm pretty sure if you watched any competitive tournament, any panel has probably glazed these players and these heroes in their hands.
I mean, I guess to go back to the Muerta that you talked about, there's a small way that it's also like Pure's carry, because he's played it a few times, but I agree. I mean, you're gonna want to look for these like stun heroes on the side lanes, especially when you already have like a Treant who plays like overly aggressive, you have a global Sunstrike. But I like what HEROIC are doing here. They're the only team that can actually make this hero look viable, because everyone else just gets like destroyed into the ground when they play Beast. But you can play aggressive, you take over areas. Treant can help you like defend the safe lane tower, Beast can take over other areas. So in terms of like hero combinations, I like this.
Yeah, I'm you know, played with this. We've seen the Pudge a few times from Whisper, and I like it against Tundra, like as a team. I think this crazy aggression and taking advantage of the fact that Pure as a player, he has these games where he feeds like a maniac in the safe lane, and Whisper is one of the best killing laners, I think, in the world, if not the best. He plays for it more than he does CS. He's not going to win the lane slowly. He's going to kill you and make the game like bizarre to play because you're just so far behind. And so I think that type of playstyle, you pick, you know, the Beastmaster for Tai Lung, give him like that sort of damage, the Roche, the things that normally the offlaner would give you, and instead Whisper plays the Psycho Killer, and you play the tempo against Tundra, because I think you want to get ahead early. You don't want to play the stagnant game against them, because they will beat you at it.
Yeah, and it just looks really nice when you have Jakiro and Tree. Again, like everything just feels like Beast is, I mean, Tai Lung Beastmaster. Is it like 213 right now in Slam? So it really is the hero specialty. But,
no boy.
Ruh-roh.
Here's Chen. Was it, you said 4-0 yesterday? Or
yeah, this hero in playoffs has not lost a game.
Yeah.
To be fair though, for Tundra, sorry, to the HEROIC, like the advantage HEROIC has is Tundra's lineup is built on kind of strong lane, shove it out, and you farm your items. You just want to eventually be unkillable. Again, they are a farm team. Like 33 will happily buy Helm Dom, farm the aura, then you have Chen farming his aura. Invoker needs items as well. So HEROIC, we're talking about them playing through Beastmaster, being aggressive. Tundra is inviting them to maybe take over the early game, to then eventually go, oh wait, we've run out of damage. But there is still a window where you can look at HEROIC's heroes and go, you know what, fair play. They are more aggressive. They do want to make smoke moves. They do want to, you know, make things happen on the map compared to Tundra.
I think there's an interesting dynamic with Tundra's bans and this Centaur pick. You'll come into the situation sometimes where, you know, there's an Ursa still in the pool. But Tundra is okay giving it to them because of Invoker, right? So sometimes you'll leave heroes in the pool because you have another hero that is good against it, and you're calling their bluff, sort of saying, yeah, you may beat us in lane a little bit, but we think we can stall the game to a point where now Ursa doesn't scale very well at all against Invoker. And so now Heroic has to decide this of, do we want to play for the lane, and we have Jakiro, Ursa, maybe we put Tree in the 4 role, and we win the lane, but now our scaling is worse, and Invoker's going to do really well later on, so they have to strike that balance and make a decision here about how they want to, you know, pair tempo compared to scaling.
Yeah, I fully agree, because also, like, maybe ideally they would have liked like a range hero to lane with the Treant in the safe lane, but I think they're not that amazing to pick into like a Centaur lineup overall. Yeah. And like, you're low HP against Invoker, you can get easily clapped in the lane.
Yuma has played the carry Broodmother. What about something like that, where you just play the lane and then you just take over the map with more things, more toxicity?
Holy based.
There it is.
Holy Borpa.
Nailed it.
I mean, it's interesting. I don't know how it lanes against Centaur Hoodwink. I think this hero has had some laning problems. It was my only worry, but it is very, very, like, if you get off to a good start, you absolutely can take over the map against these heroes.
Yeah, I'm just picturing this like window where, let's say Brood is having a weak game, the natural map play that you have with Spiderlings and like the itemization you have, the Orchid, let's say he does go Orchid instead of just rushing Manta, he's going to put himself in a position of like making an objective get defended, and then Beastmaster comes in to kind of be the true carry of the game. I think between Beast and Brood, it is just going to be so toxic in the first 20-25 minutes, unless they get super stomped in the lane.
Yeah. I mean, what I see for Heroic, and Quinn mentioned it also, like, Tundra we know it. They're slow, they need time to build up. I think you want chaos or fast play. I think Heroic have kind of both. You have like a Beast, a Brood in 2 different lanes. So honestly, they have good lanes. Beast has a good lane mid. I think Brood in the safe lane also. You play a little less on Spiders, like you play a lot on right-clicking. Centaur's low armor early on. Maybe you don't pressure the lane super much later, because he can go like Retaliate and Vanguard. But when it comes to like the early game and oppressiveness, Heroic have that in so many different ways.
No, I agree. I really like what they've done so far. And I think when you look at Chen Centaur together, neither one of them really have very many spells, and they're both buying the auras. So when you get to that mid-game point, they are going to be really strong, because you'll get the Greaves, Crimson, and Pipe, and whatever else added on top. But until that point, their team fighting is pretty weak, and generally what's good against Broodmother is a lot of spells early, stuff that can either kill the spiders, or if Brood runs in, that you just nuke all of her crap and she can't fight. So Tundra's heroes, they're pretty bad at dealing a Brood that, you know, comes wrapping to mid or starts taking these towers.
It feels like Tundra's main response is to try and shut down the lane of Whisper, play through that aggression of Pure and Whitemon, and then you twin gate, take Broodmother's tower, and then it's like you just play kind of a little bit of recovery. But I like the ban from Tundra. Already the Tidehunter was banned by Heroic. I was thinking of Mars potentially being a good option for Heroic, just a just generic offlane dude to kind of tie the draft together. You can play most lanes out, but again, the Whisper heroes, Tide, Timber, Mars, they're all gone.
Yeah, I know he hasn't played it much, and the hero hasn't been played much this tournament, but I could see like a BKB piercing hero being quite good, like a Magnus. I think this placement, but because you know, like Tundra are going to look for the carry-to-carry matchup. Brood is insanely strong, but later you need carries that like man up against this hero in like a BKB. So that's the type of hero, you know, that Tundra will be looking at.
We haven't spoken about Underlord at all in this draft. And then now we speak about it. Yeah. It gets picked.
We were just hoping it wasn't going to actually come out, that's why.
I think
scary.
I think it's nice though. Like you want a little bit more damage and scaling, right? I think that is true. I think you're playing against Pipe. If they were to go for something all in like the Pudge or some other magic damage hero, it becomes very strong against 2 low damage supports and also Beastmaster, who's magic damage. So I think you want a little bit of a balance. Underlord's got some right click, he's got some magic, and he also can play a little bit longer fights.
It's also like we've seen Underlord struggle in some games where the greediness of lineups where like he needs to farm a quarter of the map, now someone else is taking it. But here, Brood wants to play on the enemy side in a good game. Beastmaster also wants to farm Ancients into enemy side. So there is a world where Underlord will have complete freedom doing whatever he wants, whilst the chaos of Beast and Brood, you know, runs over the Tundra side of the map. So it looks kind of greedy in nature, but I think there is enough map to play once you get like that kind of first item on some key cores.
And what do we think? I mean, Tundra have giga long reserve time. Range heroes, I think, are actually really hard to make work because you play against Chen and a Brood that's going to gate on your ass at like minute 6, 7, 8, and your mid-invoker is not looking at this lane.
Yeah.
So you're going to be on your own. I could see something like, even though it's volatile, I could see Slark, because you lane with Chen, and you have like, at least if you get to the later stage, I think your team fighting should be pretty fine against Beast, Brood, Underlord. I think you could play on kiting. Maybe there's something a little more stable.
I can see the Omni.
True. Has
just try and shut down the lane. Also?
Okay,
they go for the Slark, yeah. I mean, Slark into Trim Protector is always just a funny one, right? Because like the entire toolkit of Tree, Slark doesn't care about. So in the mid game, that's already one thing for Tundra to utilize. And just hunting down the map. We mentioned vision being so important for Heroic, utilizing the Tree Shard. Now you've got the Spiderlings. Of course, Pure will be able to kind of play around all of that and just make sure that the one fight Tundra takes is on their own terms. But again, got to say, Heroic, they have all the tools to break this early game. Like, if you take away the team names, I would be leaning towards Heroic's lineup to be just the stronger looking lineup.
Yeah, like to me, I mean, Tundra have insane mid to late game, as they always do,
Of
but
course, yep.
if I were to like load into this draft, I would rather play Heroic. Like, I have chill stuff early on. Sure, it's like maybe a bit more on like execution, but you have good lanes, you can take over the map. Like for Tundra, they really have to cruise control and like damage control the early game. Because if one lane starts bleeding, you go over there, you feed some TPs, and you hand the early game to Heroic, you're in for a really tough one.
Tundra does have a nice amount of wave cut though, right? So if the game is difficult, Pure playing on the backlines, the lockdown available isn't the cleanest lockdown to kill off a Slark. Then you've got Centaur with a potential Helm of Dom, Chen creeps, Ari in the tree line, Invoker just throwing out a tornado to kill off the waves because he's gone for the Scholar facet, so it's like the blue one. So it's like Tundra's way to keep the game alive is possible, but it's on them just constantly skipping waves, constantly just being really obnoxious in the macro gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, I like what Heroic's done, and I think it's very true to them, and I like that they're sticking to their guns and they're playing the game from their perspective.
Heroic getting to play their style of Dota, hopefully. At least it's a draft that leans into it. And whilst they're on the uptick and getting better every series we see them, Tundra didn't end their group stage so well. A lot of question marks about exactly what performance is going to come out of them, but we can only really have that answered by getting into game one.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get into the action here between Heroic and Tundra. I'm ODPixel, joined by Fogged. I can't wait to see this one go down, Fogged. We're getting a lot of action from Heroic. They're coming, they're going to be running at them with this Broodmother lineup. And Tundra, you know, Pure, he keeps his cool. At the end of the draft, he's like, give me the Slark. These guys aren't going to be able to run me over. I'm looking forward to see if he's going to be right on that one, because this, it could get pretty messy. I don't know about what you're thinking about this one, Fog, but I think this Slark, it's a bit of a ballsy pick. This pick, it's a bit of a disrespect pick. It says, you guys aren't going to beat me. I'm going to beat you when you make mistakes. And I guess that's fair, considering we did see Heroic do that quite a lot of times, right, in the group stage. Sure. They did make mistakes. So I think that Slark pick is kind of what Pure and Tundra are banking on here.
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, there's some interesting stuff. It does look quite greedy with the Invoker plus the Slark. I do see that the Invoker pivoted a little bit. We see BZM level 1 Exort, but he's Quas. So we have seen him play with this before. I'm not a big fan of the Quas, I have to be honest with you. I like when he's playing with the Cataclysm, but perhaps he feels like he doesn't have enough setup or has to be a little bit more oppressive in the early game since he does have a bit of a greedy Slark with him and he wants to be more mobile. I'm not sure. I'll have to see what BZM wants to do with it because I feel like Heroic, they kind of got everything they wanted. Tai Lung, they said it themselves. You know, he's one of the few that can still make this Beastmaster actually win games. And yeah, it's a fast lineup. If they get slowed down, sure, Tundra has a very strong lineup in mid game and late game, but definitely can see a world where Heroic can kind of take over a majority of the map without mistakes.
No, for sure. But and that's the thing, right? The without the mistakes is so important, specifically in this matchup as well against Tundra, right? Because Tundra, as we've seen, is a lot of their wins. They are the team that even if you are ahead and you do make just even a little small mistake, Tundra, they will be able to draw the game on. They will be able to punish it. They'll be able to take it to the late stages, and you will lose against Tundra. So Heroic, we obviously saw in their previous best-of-3 victory that they had started to tackle some of the issues that were holding them back in some of their group stage games. But it was still a bit shaky, right? So we've got to see improvements from that last series to this series. Otherwise, they're going to, you know, there's a high chance they're going to struggle here today against Tundra.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, right, like when you look at it like that, you could say that Tundra could be one of the worst matchups for Heroic, but on the flip side, you could say that Heroic has one of the better matchups versus Tundra, depending on how they, it just all depends on how they turn up, right? If they play as clean as possible, their aggressive timing-based gameplay is very good versus Tundra, but if they don't play cleanly, it's the opposite. It actually plays into Tundra's hands, because then if those mistakes will just play into that mid and late game timing. So we'll see what we do get down. As of initially, we didn't, I don't know if we saw it on camera, but they did use a smoke to try to get a first kill on KJ, or Dust and a smoke. Didn't get the kill. Whisper.
See if they can do some good body blocks here. Whitemon, nice little micro's gonna be able to do it. And what? What? I thought they had that fogged.
He didn't want to take it. He left it for Pure, but Pure to get. Oh, well, that happened.
They just.
He could have taken. I think
they just had to hit him with the little smash it, and the slot. Okay, they didn't want that first blood fog. I thought they had that one. They said no.
Never take a kill from your core. No, I'm just kidding. Pure now getting turned on himself, has fairy fires to fight back.
All right, they might still get a first blood. They're going to go for King Jungles instead. Well, yeah, they will between the two of them take him down. And of course, the benefit of the fact that they didn't kill Whisper earlier, but they do keep him very low on HP, and he is completely out of regen. That was his last tango. So even though they didn't kill the Underlord initially, they still get a kill. Still in a great spot to start this bottom lane off.
I wanted to talk about these fairy fires, to be honest with you. I know it's something like super random, super little. I think I'm seeing Tundra buy the most. I saw Pure started with 2. Whitemon started with 2. BZM started. They're all starting with these fairy fires lately, more than I've seen before. And Slark absolutely makes sense, and on some of these 5 positions, right? But yeah, pretty interesting. Just a small thing to point out.
I like it. I mean, I think one of the reasons that might have come into action is obviously what, like some of the change ups of the cost of like the branches, right? You know, people are starting to look at like how do I sort of change the build that I'm turning up to the lane with? And a Fairy Fire always feels great. +2 damage. It's a pretty solid health. You know, burst with the 85. It's a good deal. It's a good deal. You pick one up, you take it to lane. Sometimes maybe they didn't click on you and didn't expect it. Sunstrike's going to be coming in. Already dead though. 33's already got the job done, taking Yuma out. Ooh. And he might just live. Gets very low there to the harassment from Theo Lecor, but 33 will survive.
He's out for that to survive.
Yeah, and also, I mean, Ari's doing a fair bit as to Theo Lecor, but with the respawn coming in, will not be able to dive for Jakiro on that top lane. So with all things going down on this lane so far, I mean, how are we looking on CS? You know, do we sort of have to look out for someone that might get bullied pretty hard in one of these matchups early on?
100% Invoker. Yeah, it's an almost impossible matchup for Invoker versus Beastmaster. Even with Forge Spirits, etc., Beast just completely out CS's you and can put pressure. Once you start getting more levels, you just start kind of, you know, pressuring the wave and checking for runes with your Forge Spirit, but it's pretty awful to play this matchup. So Sunstrikes, that's the way BZM will try to catch up at least. There's already rotations coming in though. KJ is kind of sitting in this area. Sunstrike
wants to cut.
He almost got him. Whisper, he actually went for it on him.
There's the move mid. King Jungle shows up. BZM will be quick to get the Icefall down to try and slow them down. He'll turn with the Cold Snap on a King Jungles, but won't be able to stop Thailand getting in, taking him down with the axes. So a very nice little rotation to come in there on the tree from King Jungles, and one that, obviously at this early stage of the game, BZM, he can't really do anything to save himself. You know, he's an Invoker that's having a tough time in a rough matchup. 8 and 4, 4 minutes in. It's going to be one of the slower starts for BZM's Invoker here in this game.
And that's something that I'm concerned about, because I think like they can absolutely get some insane pressure that comes out with this game with the auras rallying around the Beastmaster taking objectives. So if their mid really starts to falter too much, who do they play around? Because if the Slark is having the best time, they don't really want to play around the Slark, right? You need either your Invoker or your Centaur, ideally, to have at least somewhat of a good time. So at least we do see 33 with that kill. He's having a pretty good time. And if he can get off to this Crimson Guard early, it's really strong at this game.
Absolutely, yeah. The auras is always going to be massive. We'll see, look, on the mid lane, it's like I'm watching sort of an instant replay. He's going to show into the tower, you know, so this time. So King Jungle's not able to get the surprise on BZM this time round.
Do they need the surprise, though? That's the question.
I mean, that's the thing. He's just not getting to go anywhere near the creeps, yeah. He's having to hold right back up to tier 2. I mean, like, is there not a point? You not bring someone over to help him? Like, BZM's like, guys, am I in this lobby on my own? Where's my team? They're taking my tower. Nobody's helping me.
I mean, it has to be Ari, but I guess for them, it's the question is, does 33 want to just get sacked and go jungle? I think maybe, right? You might want to have to bring the Hoodwink here. This tower's going to die.
Somebody's got to help, and BZM's like, guys.
He's level 6 on the Beast already. Honestly, if people even TP in, they might just feed to the Beast because of how strong he is, too. So maybe just sack it. Maybe that's just what Tundra's going to do.
I guess so. It seems to be the call, but yeah, BZM's getting no help whatsoever. This tower's gone.
It's 39-13 to 8 CS, Owen. I think that might be the worst.
It is. And he might be dead. Tyler's got the Roar. I mean, Roar's going to be at the ready, but the Tornado indeed will hold him back, so he can't quite get the cast off. Still, though, I mean, help him. Anyway, bottom lane, they're going to make the move for Whisper. So Tundra's just trying to go all in on getting something from these side lanes and just, sacking this mid lane harder than we've ever seen the mid lane sacked before. BZM's getting nothing, and he's not getting any help. Top lane, they're going to try with the burst, and we'll be able to bring down Yuma, but 33 is going to lose his life for that effort. So,
you can hear BZM.
they're not going empty-handed, Heroic.
You can hear BZM in the background, though, being like, please let my Sunstrike get the last hit. It doesn't actually connect again, though, so it doesn't get that extra XP at all. Still level 4. Tylung waiting on the sideline, going for BZM if he does step up too far. Not going to be the case, though. Pure is free farming, so that is the biggest thing, right? The sacrifice that has happened because of the tree moving around, this Slark is set up for success. It is a Slark, so we'll see what he can actually do and if they can actually play around him, because it's usually not one that you really play around, like we were mentioning.
And if they're going to run the double Midas, because obviously BZM wants to get a Midas, and obviously we've seen with Pure's Slark build, he also likes to get the Midas as well.
True. Possibility. 7 minutes. They lose the Shrines. And a Roar.
It's going to be Ari dead. Sunstrike's coming in, but won't have anything going back their way. It's an interesting start, this one. It's an interesting start. One that, you know, you can't help but feel that Heroic are going to be quite happy with. They might even get the chance to kill 33 off here as well. As they're moving on the top, they've got the slows coming in. Ice Path laid down. There's 33 gone. Tylung on a killing spree. Bottom lane tower has been taken. You know, Pure and Whitemon, they get the objective. It's going to be interesting to see how sort of Tundra get their way out of this one. Pure actually is looking at diving the tier 2. Has to be a bit careful as he's not quite got the XP for level 6. He just needs about one more to die down here on this bottom lane. I mean, all in all, the fact that mid lane's kind of gone out, it has gone. It's sort of a wonder that Heroic aren't actually more than 1k gold ahead, right? You know, Tundra, they are, as a team, keeping up despite the fact that Heroic are taking away so much from them and have sort of forced BZM into this position where BZM is going to take a long, long time to recover.
That is true. The experience is also over 1,000, though, so it is because of the double wisdoms that they grabbed. That stuff does start to add up. These supports are going to hit 6 pretty early. But yeah, I mean, the bottom lane did do so well that they are almost, not by any means counteracting that, but it's not that bad, all things considered. Chen is level 5 and Pure is level 6, even though they've been like kind of dual laning the entire time and not getting the Shrine. So let's see what will result out of that. Slark having a good time, and if they can, I mean, maybe if they just keep the lane where BZM is now, and they just kind of sit in this area near him, then he's going to be able to farm.
Yeah.
So for Tundra, we know how they like to play. It's going to be, I feel like this one's going to be one of the more sit back and farm than maybe we've ever seen from Tundra, but we'll have to see, because it does feel like they are just in recovery mode.
Yeah, because it's going to be the double Midas that they're running.
Yep.
So they're going to. There was sort of a moment. Actually, I was clicked on Pure. You know, he did actually have the diffuser blade queued up first.
He did.
So he was considering, he's like, my Invoker's having a really rough time. He's buying a Midas. Maybe I'll have to try and be a bit more aggressive. But they basically go for that same logic that you were just discussing of, no, we're going to farm it up. We want the Midases. We're just going to somehow get through these tough stages and get to the point where we're going to be the Tundra that, you know, we've been winning these games pretty consistently with. So double Midas will eventually be online.
If Heroic, okay, so Heroic, they can identify that, right? If you start grouping up and you start looking at items, you're going to see Tread's Glove, you're going to see Midas on Invoker too, so that for me would be like giga go time, right? You get these auras, which he probably will. It's going to take some time because Whisper's been pretty shut down, but those auras will compound in terms of how much impact they have when heroes are already weak. It's going to make them even weaker. But yeah, let's see if Whisper can get that time, and if they can force the issue, or if, is this going to be a Midas patch, Owen? Is this what it's going to develop into?
Honestly, even though you rewind a few days, I used to hate it. I got to be honest, I'm coming around to it.
I'm growing my like on it. I kind of love it, and I hate that I'm saying it.
I was doing the maths wrong. You know, I was doing the maths wrong. This whole sort of thing about, okay, you need nearly like 20 minutes right for it to pay off. But of course, you sell the Midas. No, and you sell the Midas. So I had the revelation. I'm like, you get the money back in 9 minutes. So it all makes sense. Everybody needs a Midas. Tundra, they need 5, not just 2. Anyway, top lane. 33 is going to get gone upon. Stampede won't save him. They catch him in the combo. These Midases, they're huge. And teams are going to, they're going to absolutely catch on to it.
I think we'll see more. I honestly do.
I used to not like it. I used to not understand. I used to be lost. But now I've found myself with the Midases. Buy them every game, kids. Buy them every game. Mid lane.
The Broodmother.
They'll get that pushback on towards him. BZM's in the river. He's very dead. He's still asking where the team is. Team?
Something that Invoker does not enjoy playing versus at all is the zoo. It really is. Like Beast plus the Spider. Like Spider has always been one of the harder counters versus Invoker throughout, especially early games, throughout all time. You're seeing right there. It's just, there's not much you can do about it, especially when you're already behind. This is going to be an interesting game. I mean, let's see if Heroic can just really steamroll and just really never let Tundra do a whole lot once they start getting objectives, or is Tundra going to stall?
33. He should be fine here. Yeah, TP's coming in at the tier 2. Yeah, BZM, he's ready to help his teammates out. You know, they might not have been ready to help him, but, you know, BZM, he doesn't hold that against them. BZM's ready to turn up and make sure none of the side lanes are punished here around their tier 2s. He'll keep them safe. Wait, what's going on?
There was a catapult there. He just wanted to Midas that catapult. He wasn't there to help 33.
But that's because he wants to protect the tower. That's not because of his own greed. That's because of his team play. He's thinking of the base. He's thinking of defending. He's ready to win.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. I saw him literally run past and Midas it. It was just pretty funny because 33 was running at it.
So for BZM as well, like in terms of recovery after this Midas, where's he going to go? Because before he was going for the Midas, he was initially going for like this Meteor Hammer build. You still go back for the Meteor Hammer even though he didn't go for the rush on it and he got the, you know, rush the Midas instead first this game?
Not sure because he's playing the Quas build. I really don't know. He's been kind of all over the place when he's done this one. So I'm really not too sure which way he will go. If it's just going to be more standard or if it's going to be...
Yeah. I will see. I mean, because this is the thing. The fact that Heroic, they're only 1k gold ahead. You know, with all the sort of pressure that they're trying to come out with. And 12 minutes in, I feel like that's not as much as they wanted to be ahead. Especially when you see these 2 Midases online. There is definitely a timer that's going to be ticking. And with every tick, it's going to be more and more in favor of Tundra.
I would agree on that. I just think that they could wait for a big timing though too, right? Like the Ags Beast, I think that's when it's like, okay, now we're gonna see if Tundra just completely gets just destroyed by this or not. I think they do need that one timing to rally around a bit here on Heroic. Tai-Lung.
I mean, BZM's got the setup on towards Tai-Lung. They're gonna get the pushback down on towards him as well. They're able to burst through the Beastmaster. They've taken him out. They will likely lose 33. They'll put the Crimson Guard, but they've got the damage to take him out through it, so they'll find the trade, Heroic. I mean, any sort of even trades right now, Tundra...
They'll take that.
They're going to feel very happy with this sort of state of the game and the state of these sort of moves.
Great play from BZM. Sees the shield rune, Tornado dispels it. If they don't dispel it, he probably lives. So a nice move from him to get that extra pressure. Heroic. I think Tundra got what they came for. They at least get a trade kill, like you said. They're happy about that if they can go back and use these Midases. If you can ever get a trade kill with Midases, it's going to be nice.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. And like at the moment, right, there's only about 1k gold difference between BZM and Tai-Lung. You know, if these sort of plays continue, BZM's going to catch up. And yeah, this was an Invoker in a matchup that lost his tower super early, didn't get any help from his teammates, and was like being quadrupled in last hits in the matchup. He's recovering. As I say, you know, Heroic, they still need to get that little bit more done at the moment. Tundra, I think with every step, they're pretty happy right now.
Agreed. I just think, okay, now I think this is where it's coming, right? 15 minutes or so. Manta is going to be done for Brood. Ags is going to be done for Beast. Underlord will have, I mean, maybe one of these auras, maybe the Crimson. I think that will be the big timing for them. It's just Tundra, as you said, they have acquired a fair bit. They do have that Crimson at least to counteract some good damage from this from the Heroic side, although Heroic has a lot of magic, to be fair. We'll at least drop from some of the summons. That would be where, at least on paper, Tundra's team fight looks hard, because the Slark doesn't have the Fusel. There's going to be all these auras, this Brood also having the impact. But let's see, because that's just on paper. And so far, Tundra, if they're just sitting back and in creeps, they're happy.
Yeah, very much so.
Let's see
what Heroic's move's going to be. Yeah, they've got to come at Tundra with something right now. Sitting back, I think it's just not going to feel good when they're hitting these key timings. Every key timing they hit, they've got to try for something with them.
Yeah, and I think ideally it's around like finding a kill probably the next few minutes and go for a Roshan. I don't think you want to wait for some Tormentor kind of stuff. If you can just go for a Roshan early, your lineup is fantastic at doing it. So let's see if that is the case, because right now, I mean, Tundra, they're just staying on their side, Midasing up, even pressuring a little on the mid with the Forge Spirits. So it'll just be an Ags rush for BZM, so standard, no DPS.
I like that. So they talk about this well, so with the Quas, right, with this upgraded Ice Wall, that's going to pretty much lay down with this massive area that's going to be pretty annoying for Heroic to fight into, right?
And it does a lot of damage. I think people actually underrate how much it does when you have this talent nowadays.
Heroic, I mean, they are getting the timings, but again, we're not really seeing them do too much with it. They seem to be pretty relaxed, and I don't know if
they do.
That's sort of the way to do this right now. It might come back to bite them.
I mean, yeah, unless they really do look to, I mean, Tundra, you can see right there, Ari was pinging the Rosh. I think he's thinking the same thing that I was thinking, that, okay, they're going to look to accelerate, they're getting timings. We have double Midas, we imagine they're going to look to punish us, but Are they going to punish, or are they really just content with the farm?
In terms of what Yuma's timing after the Manta, as you say, you're going for this BKB. But if they're really sort of going to take the approach of we're going to wait until Yuma's got his BKB, that's still going to take a fair bit of time until he does have that one done.
Maybe that is the call. Maybe it is wait for double BKBs, the Beast and the Brood, so that they actually can play versus the Invoker, because now that he's getting levels, his spells are going to be annoying. I guess that's the call, because they're literally not even attempting to make a move.
They're completely split, no grouping up, just all focused on the farm right now on Heroic side of the map.
Oh, this is an interesting. I mean, we've had a lot of very chaotic games, me and you on, but everyone is playing their own game. This looks like a pop. Everyone is just doing their own thing. Look, Centaur top, Chen jungle, Hoodwink jungle, Invoker. Everyone just doing their own thing.
All right, well.
Okay.
We'll see how it plays out. I'm looking forward to see how this plays
curious.
out.
Yeah.
Because obviously the concern is for Heroic, if when they do finally go for a fight and it does not work out, you know, that sort of when that one moment comes where they are, you know, happy to group up and go and they lose that fight, the game's just going to get so hard for them.
If they lose that, but what if they just, the thing is that maybe they just feel, hey,
well,
our
win that
lineup
one
is just
fight,
stronger.
And then they
maybe
close it up, sure.
Yeah.
It could be, yeah, absolutely. If they build up to that one fight, take the Roche, take the tier 2s, then it's going to be like, okay, you know, Heroic, they got it down to a T. They knew exactly when their strongest moment was to strike. We'll see. We'll see what sort of decision they make when it comes to that. And if it does end up looking like that they might have missed the moment to really sort of punish Tundra.
Because their lineup just looks, when you see it all together, it is a very strong team fight lineup as 5. So I'm like, Tundra's is strong too. It is still greedy. And I'm still like, are they even going to have damage when they do group up and fight versus this Crimson Pipe potentially of the Underlord too? They'll have their own, at least Crimson, but yeah, I'm curious to see how this is going to go down. This is really interesting. So it looks like it is the call. They're going for BKBs on Heroic, and then that's going to be when they look to smash things. So
you might like Heroic, they won't look to defend this tier 1. They'll let this tower go. With the way things
at least from what it looks like, from the way they've been playing for the last 7 minutes. So 1k gold for that BKB, at least on the, I mean both of them, yeah, 600 for the Brood, 1k for Tai Lung. And then they probably will have pretty, not close to the pipe actually for the fight. And then yeah, let's say Tormentor or Roche fight. This is interesting. Or the opposite of interesting. Because they're both just hitting creeps.
I mean, it's a big sort of hit the creeps right now from both teams.
So other thing too is this ice wall, I did want to talk about this a little bit too, is it farms really fast. I think also as people are starting to realize how much it does, you can double pull camps together, stack them, and then ice wall and clear both of them with the ice wall. It's really nice. So he is maximizing pretty efficiently on BZM.
See if they can get something down here. You know, Tundra, they are now getting to the point where they're happy to be proactive. You know, they've sort of got their items, you know, beyond the Midases. You know, Pure well on the way towards the Aghanims over the Midas and the Diffusal. Bushwhack's going to miss. A little bit off the mark there from Ari, so they won't quite be able to set up onto Whisper in the mid. Does force out. Actually, the TP ends up getting cancelled from Heroic. Heroic, they've got their sights set on the mid, coming in with the smoke move and this amplified damage on Tai Lung, but BZM's playing it smart. He's backing away. He's just going to stick around for these camps, so we'll see if Heroic still find him around this point. They might. They're close. Can they get the opening?
Tai Lung's trying to get the angle.
Yeah, they're not going to quite sort of have the information getting close enough unless he steps back out. BZM's in such a dangerous point. The Ice Path's going to get him. The Yellow Core able to trip him up nicely there with the Ice Path. They'll take BZM down.
Roche time. Do they run directly to it? I imagine so. And they shall. Tundra tries to make, honestly, I think this move on Whisper is pretty unlikely to even work if they catch everything onto him. He is immensely tanky.
He's very tanky, yeah, with his.
Yeah. So they will be able to get this Roche.
There we go.
Like off of just a small little kill and see where they go from there. They've got all their, they literally have all their timings, so.
All right, so this is it, right? This is Heroic starting to get the ball rolling. This is what they were building up towards. This is when we're going to start to see them, as you say, not just get the Roche, but really start to use that advantage they have against Tundra.
Yeah. Okay, top though, Tundra is setting up for the Tormentor. They should be able to at least deny that one away from Heroic, so we'll gain them, get themselves some economy. Chen gets it. It's a nice one. This game, actually, in particular, just for the auras, for those extra creeps. Yuma's farming very fast, too. I do have to give him that. So they are pressuring him, and he's getting a good separation between him and the Slark. Just 3K ahead. Tailung. Another shield rune. He has BKB and Aegis.
That's yeah, tricky one to really set up on.
He's Yam.
They might try. An attempt to go for this, but Tailung has Steal the Court by his side. Bushwhack will hold back the two of them. Actually put the BKB here in an attempt to try and chase down BZM. Tailung is able to close the gap, get him with the roar. BZM is gone. Nice BKB usage there from Tailung. Knows that by just dodging the tornado alone, he would have the chance to close in and catch that Invoker.
Hey, Heroic's game plan is working, because, okay, overall for Tundra, they can't really make aggressive moves, too. This is why Underlord is just honestly looking like a pretty broken hero right now in terms of the pro meta. It's just so difficult for you to make an aggressive move, because he just pops this portal down, joins, pops the auras, and you see they're too tanky, and then you just have the number advantage in most situations. Tailung. They're looking to pressure bottom now as well. 4K lead has been built up. You said Tundra still farming, but now starting to see the problems of them trying to fight.
Yeah, quickly clear on the spiders, but Pure, he's been jumped. He does manage to get the Shadow Dance off first. See if he can break away from them. Hand of God comes out from Whitemon. Pure on the run. He'll get away. Tornado comes in from BZM on towards the spider. They're going to try and burst through Yuma. Ooh, he's going to get the BKB off. He's away, Yuma. He's able to live. He'll get out of there. Pure's got to run now, falling incredibly low. They might just have to leave 33 behind here, as 33 will be taken out. Heroic. Very nice maneuvers there to keep Yuma alive. They got so close, Tundra, to bringing down the spider, but Yuma survives. Heroic, they can continue with the push. Tundra, though, they want to continue with the defense here around the tier 2 tower. They got roaring on towards Pure. They've caught him at the front of the fight. He's dead. No buyback as well on him, so he can't even look for some sort of cute play to try and turn this one around. He's dead for 50 seconds. The push is going to continue to come in. Heroic, the patience that they had this game, it looks like their read, they knew exactly when to strike. And they didn't strike a moment too early this game. They waited until they had this sort of power spike. And they're taking these tier 2s, they're bringing these fights now, which is seemingly impossible for Tundra to fight into. It was, you know, a calm start from Heroic, but it's all starting to make sense now.
Absolutely, and I'm liking the itemization. I do really want to talk about this as well, too, is the supports aren't building for themselves, right? They're building Solar Crest, they're building Force Staff, they're looking to protect these super strong cores. Obviously, they're playing this as it's a very team approach. It's not some individual kind of thing. Even though we saw them all separate farming, now we're seeing the Heroic game plan all kick together. And let's see if Tundra can actually mount a defense first, because we saw there, they almost burst Yuma, but that was actually kind of lucky the way that they chain sequenced the stuns. It's not that easy to do that.
Now here comes the push down the mid. Heroic, let's see how far they sort of can take this momentum that they're built towards now. 6K lead, taking the towers away from Tundra, and ready to start knocking on the tier 3s here at the high ground. Still a minute left on the Aegis for Tailung. Look at the fortification out from Tundra.
How do they hold this? They have no team fight, really, on the side of Tundra.
Start to show up in the numbers, and yeah, that will cause Heroic to back off.
Nice decisive hit by Heroic, though. Very decisive team fight. It's a good pressure play. I mean, first Aegis usage, I think you'll take that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Good sequence of kills, shut down the Tundra, even attempt to make a move onto you too. Back up, reset, look to acquire those next few items. An Aghanim is about to be done for Whisper. We already saw the zone control, what he was able to do in the team fight. This one just makes the hero, I mean, even more broken than it already is. Heroes just can't move, you're double stuck.
Heroics, yeah, their approach this game is definitely working out so far. And again, just seems very, very well controlled. You know, they literally didn't, there was no sort of feeding or like accidental plays or discoordination at the start. It was literally, let's just say, just them hitting the creeps. They didn't go a moment too soon. Everybody was on the exact same page. You know, that was the important thing when you're doing that in the early game, right, if you're a rogue. It wasn't like some of them were splitting off, trying to make some sort of unnecessary jumps or kind of pickoffs. Complete farm until this point where they get online, 20 or so minutes in, whatever it was when they started to make these sort of plays. And now we're starting to see that this sort of patience and approach might be enough to run Tundra over if Tundra aren't too careful.
Tundra's team fights look like 4D chess in comparison to Heroics. They have to do some crazy execution.
And top, King Jungles nicely slides in there with a 4-star to come with the overgrowth to stop the TP out for BZM. They've got the Roar coming in. Hand of God's going to be used to try and heal BZM up, but he's surrounded by Heroic. BZM will fall. Heroic continue to just rule the map right now.
They might be able to just continue steamrolling through. Like, just every single one of these team fights looks impossible. There's no damage, really, on the side of Tundra now versus this Underlord. BZM spells are pretty weak. He's bottom of the cores now, and the Slark overall, it's a Slark. This hero does not deal damage early. It takes very long fights for him to do so. They'll buy him a gem, so looking to at least counteract some of this vision that's coming up from the tree. But it feels like Heroic is honestly perfectly in their element. And for Tundra, I'm trying to think what the next item... I feel like all the items, it's like all just based off what Pure can get in order to deal that damage in the fight. Because I'm not really seeing how BZM is able to recover in this game. Because he's gone for the Quas build rather than the Exort, so his damage isn't going to improve too much. More going to be about that utility in terms of helping out the Slark. And then, yeah, it's Slark versus the world versus some pretty strong cores. So we'll see. We'll see how Tundra can reevaluate things. Almost a refresher on Tai Lung.
King Jungles is seeing if he could maybe steal away the Wisdom. It's not going to be the case, though. Will not want to reveal his position.
Does give some good scouting information, though. Knows exactly where BZM is this whole time.
Can't really have anyone connect to him, but yeah, just ensuring that the rest of the team don't get caught out.
I think for Heroic, they just wait for that next Roche and then look for the fight around it. Either fight first or just commit into the Roche. Tundra. The other big timing they've found. Blink on the Centaur. So now they actually do have a way to catch a target, perhaps, and get that chain stun that they need in order to pop one before BKB. But again, not easy because of how tanky they are. And soon a Butterfly actually on the Brood, so... Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's crazy.
The lack of damage is
just
kind
massive this game. Him and Tai Lung having that lead against their respective cores on Tundra's side. There's the smoke.
Refresher.
And they get the catch. They'll just go straight away for whoever they find. They'll catch Ari. Actually lay down the Macropire. They want that hook and gone.
Oh, this guy's Beastmaster might have to be... I mean, even though everyone else is losing with it, might be something you don't want to play against a lot, too. They just play really well around it.
Had a phenomenal start in the lane. I mean, I feel like we've definitely seen some Beastmasters giving Invoker a tough time in the matchup before, but this was a really tough time. And it wasn't against any old Invoker, right? It's against BZM's Invoker. You know, Thailand was able to just absolutely smash that matchup. Ah, sure, okay. He did have a +1 tree behind the tower.
I mean, he did still smash the matchup, but yeah, it was an extra painful situation, I guess you could say. Pure. Okay, so he's done this one before. We've seen him go for this build. I've seen he queued up the Aghanims 3 times now, right, this game, and then pivoted away from it, so looking to go for the Octarine. So, I mean, it's all about insanely long team fights, but again, doesn't feel like they're given the opportunities for these long team fights. When's the last time they even got a kill? I feel like it's been 30 minutes. And that's since the beginning of the game.
It's definitely been a while. Yeah, this sort
20
of
minutes?
mid-game's been very, very nicely done by Heroic. Tai Lung was going to cut the trees!
BZM.
They're going to find him! They find BZM in the tree line. Tai Lung, excellent jump from him. King Jungle's thinking about seeing if he can get the control onto Pure. Dark Pack's used. He's going to try for the TP, but they can stop it. Overgrowth's at the ready. That's the mid and the carry dead fogged.
You know, they may be farming, Owen, but that feels like it's about it. Like, the net worth continues to stay around that 1 to 6K or whatever it is, but it really just truly feel like I don't know when Tundra actually can fight versus this lineup. There's a Butterfly now, too, as we were mentioning, for Yuma. All the timings are hitting. They're just getting stronger. Well, I don't feel like Tundra's getting that much stronger, I gotta be honest. I feel like they're kind of stagnating.
No, this is, I'd say, arguably one of the most impressive performances we've seen from Heroic. You know, at the start, we're all kind of like sitting there being like, okay, where's this gonna go? And then bam, they show us, and it's looking great. It's looking great. It's looking like they've played this, this specific lineup of heroes a million times before. Like the timings that they're working around after that initial sort of, hey, let's just hit the creeps, get this sort of, two, kind of, what in some cases, 3 items online before they really started to make the moves. Like, they're hitting Tundra with something that Tundra seemingly can't slow them down at all during these moments.
Pretty much, yeah. It really is kind of picture-perfect play, and I'll highlight it again, right? I love the itemization. It's not like they're too crazy by any means, right? But I'm just very glad that supports, they went full support route, right? 4 stabs, they went shards, sold the crest, etc. They're not going no Aghanims, anything like that. They were able to play like this. They don't need to go greedy.
Tylung is going to get himself a freebie.
He's out of control. 7-1-7. He's done this before. I actually want to know his KDA on Beastmaster. I should probably look that up. I think his KDA is probably some record level of stuff going on. Even the games they lost, I think he didn't die some.
Or BZM. Oh, he was on the hunt there, but ends up getting spotted out. Tormentor is going to go to Heroic. Shard for Theolicore.
I'm just looking to try to get something, but there's always a Fiend's Gate to bring the rest of the team. Not an easy move for Tundra. Okay, they're gonna look.
I mean, going on to Yuma is like a pretty impossible task with the Aegis, the Butterfly, BKB Manta. Like, you're not killing this Brood.
He's 33 armor, and he doesn't even have the Underlord auras around him. I don't think you have a chance to kill him.
No, this Brood is
gotta back away.
Having an insane game so far. Yuma's just, farming at a pace that nobody's able to keep up with. Tylung's up there.
Tylung.
Because of how many objectives and things. But outside of that, nobody on Tundra's side anywhere close to the farm that Yuma's managed to surmount on this Broodmother carry.
Now Tylung has bots too. So anybody, there's a +1 every single time. Ari will poke, but Yuma don't care.
Tower's going to be gone. He's got the money for Basher as well already. Like, these items, you just pick them.
Another dash.
Sure. He's dead. He's dead again.
They're owning him. They're just completely owning him. It looks like Tundra's. I think there's usually sometimes you're like, okay, what's plan? There's plan A, there's plan B, there's plan C. I'm not seeing the plan B or C right now.
No, so the plan B was to go kind of this double Midas route, but it's not working out.
True. It truly is not. Yam. Oh, nice try, Tylung. He tried to make the Croaker, stun him there by summoning the Boar. Cute attempt. Pressure on all fronts. A tree inside the base now, too, so they can see some vision onto the high ground. 11k lead. We've asked for patience for days. For so many days of the best of ones from Heroic. Look at this. Like, this is the definition of patience and control.
The improvement. And, like, that's the thing. I feel like other days with Heroic, they might have this sort of advantage and control on the game, and you're still kind of worried they're going to let it slip away. I know, so it's something different about today. I'm looking at the way they played this so far. I don't think they're going to let this one slip away, Fogt. Like, everything that's been done at the moment makes a lot of sense, and Tundra are struggling.
I mean, they're doing nothing, Owen. They're just, they can't do anything, to be honest. Like, can't make any moves on the map. BZM is trying to ghost walk around, but eventually might just get caught.
See if they're going to sense that he's around.
Oh my god.
Should be fine.
There's a gem tree.
Oh, that's true. King Jungle's got his eye on him. BZM is going to try and get through the Twin Gate, but the overgrowth's there. Tylung's able to boost his travel 2 over towards him and lay down the Roar.
He's the walking ward. Here?
Yuma. I'm going to try and turn towards Yuma, but yeah, Pure has to Shadow Dance and run. Has to immediately evacuate from the area and just get away from the spider.
I'm never seeing a world where Yuma is worried about the fish. The spider is way scarier than the fish. You see him hitting him, it does 0 damage. The spider is destroying the fish. Spiders are scarier than fish, I will say. Pure.
That is true. And out to the high ground. Still got a minute on this Aegis. Yuma's ready to bring the damage in, takes tier 3 down. Let's have a look what Tundra's going to do. They're looking to try and make a move on the mid. See if they can burst through Whisper. Whisper's got backup coming in. Tylung's ready to head over and help out. Pure, it'll commit with the Shadow Dance. He's getting a fair few Essence Shift stacks built up, but it's not enough. And of course, at the same time, Yuma's still taking away the base. And Yuma, he's got a full Abyssal Blade now in line, takes away the top melee racks. Tundra, they just can't make a move right now. They can't make a move. They're trying to get these pickoffs, trying to go for anyone, but indeed, it has been minutes. It feels like hours since they've been able to kill anyone.
20 minutes, literally. 20 minutes since they've gotten a single kill. They try to go for the Underlord, but I actually really like Whisper. He goes for the BKB2, buys another plate mail. He's at 50, he's at 40 armor. There's no moves. There's really like no moves they can make. And now Pure, can he play his way out of this one?
Let's have a look. He's going to try and rub a no. They come in with the root. They've got the Roar, the Abyssal, Pure, dead again, out for 75 seconds.
There's just nothing they can do. Heroic have literally played this one to as patient and perfect as you probably can. Whisper is actually somehow the first level 25 in the game. Wait, what? How did he beat Tylung to 25? And the Brood. The hell? I guess he's just farming and then just portaling in all the time, but still.
Dude, I mean, Heroic, they're looking scary today.
They really are. You've got Heart, Centaur, and Crimson to stall the push, but can you actually kill heroes or prevent them from actually go for this end? There's the Crimson block, so minus 165 per hit, but they're still bypassing it.
I mean, yeah, they're doing so much damage right now. It's going to be the tier 3 gone, and at the same time, you've got the problem that Yuma's taking the mid-ranks. 33's going to try and jump in with the Who's Stomp, but Tylung makes the move forward. They're getting the bashes in on towards 33. 33 has to be forced back to safety. But the bottom racks, they're pretty much gone. BZM will be able to hold back Yuma with the Tornado. Take out the Roche banner as well, so a little bit of a slowdown to the push. But the next push is going to come in even harder. Whisper's just picked up a full AC.
I mean, they all just picked up like 2,000 or 3,000 gold. Full Hex we saw there from Tylung finished up. He's about to hit 25 himself, so it looks like they'll back up, pick those up, be as careful as possible. And you can see Tundra can't mount the defense at all. Even when they're doing the split pushing, the Brood's on the mid lane, the rest are on the bottom. They can't even punish one of them. They don't even hurt them. They don't even tickle them. Yeah, very impressive to see Heroic stepping it up like this. And yeah, again, great itemization. And for Tundra, I feel like maybe you go for some type of last hurrah outside the base. I feel like if they set up and they get onto you, there's just no hope coming back. So I think you just have to do something crazy now. You're seeing the problems in this game.
It's just hard to go for these moves right now. I mean, for obvious reasons, as we've seen for the last 25 minutes or so. I mean, just the fact they've got so many global ways to respond, right? Between the Fiend's Gate, between having the boots to travel to, on Tylung. You know, if you do make a move onto someone, Tundra, you got to be prepared to deal with a lot of backup coming in very quickly.
Every single time now at this point, yeah. Okay, so Pure, he did get the Flayer's Bota, which is actually one of the best, by far the best neutral he could have gotten in this game for the Slark. So, I mean, let's see if that makes the difference. Obviously, incredibly uphill battle for them, but any small things they can gain, see if it does have any impact. Looks like, at least not for now, as the fight does not kick off. Pure is also about to be seen by these spiders. They actually did not see him somehow. They walked right past him.
Right, they're gonna head down to the bottom side. Do they have another smoke between them?
They see BZM. They see BZM on this ward. This deep ward. Uh-oh, they are sprinting at him. Look at Tylung.
I mean, he's got double Roar, double Hex. He's easily able to get through that Lincoln Sphere. So many options to throw down on towards BZM. Takes him out pretty much solo.
Pretty perfect game from them. Pretty much
really
no mistakes, I want to say.
Yeah, this is, you know, this is... If they can keep this sort of level of play up, Heroic, my goodness. Teams are going to struggle against them. This is looking so well refined. And against, you know, against Tundra of all teams. A team that's, you know, top of the groups. They look terrifying, but not here today in this game one. There's 33, he'll have to Stampede to run away. It won't get him out of there. He's dead. The mid-rack's taken. And that's the Mega Creeps out.
Super impressive.
They're going to be able to move on to the tier 4s. Pure's going to try and jump forward. See if they can bring together some sort of fight, maybe even get some sort of kill, because they just haven't been able to.
Everyone's full health. How many stacks did he get? He got, what, 26 stacks, and everybody didn't... Nobody even took damage. They just Crimson blocked it up with the Atrophy Aura from the Underlord. Okay, and now it's Megas, and Roche is respawning. So Heroic, they can back up, wait for that Roche engagement, pick up 7,000 gold worth of items on the Brood. And some more boots of travel too, why not? Whisper picks one up for himself too.
And again, we're getting there, right? It's nearly going to be 30 minutes since Tundra got a kill.
Yep. Literally
that
30 minutes.
I feel like I just rarely ever seen a team do this where they clearly had this game plan, where they waited until they were absolutely sure they're ready to go. And then once they got it going, they don't lose a single hero. Nobody dies. That's how perfect their read on this game was on when they start to make plays as a team. That they lose nobody. Nobody's getting left behind on Heroic.
Not even the support's getting caught. I think it was actually quite clever and quite smart that they did wait for the, like, obviously you can see the result of it, but just waiting for the BKBs. It's an Invoker who already had no game, had to go Midas. He's playing into a Pipe Underlord, and then double BKBs at his first engagement. It's, on paper you look at it and you're like, how the hell does BZM play after that point, right? And you can see, so far, I mean, Heroic, yeah, picture perfect stuff.
Oh, the work on getting all the waves, push back in, and get the Tormentor again.
Really make them suffer as long as possible. The AUI way, right? Make them have the least fun possible, make them suffer as much as possible during your win.
I mean, absolutely. We actually heard in the interview earlier with BZM, right? You know, he said he's kind of careful with how much he plays Invoker because he wants to make sure that he always has fun playing it. This game ain't going to help contribute towards the fun side of things. Yeah, no, Heroic, they saw that. They're like, okay, we've got to make sure that he does not find it fun to play Invoker anymore. And yeah, after this game one, it's not going to feel fun for him. This has been a rough one for him and the team.
Yeah, something they probably will look at as something they need to fix if they do want to get a BZM Invoker early on, give him either a better lane or help him. You know, they didn't really help him either, as we mentioned.
They did not.
They left him completely alone on an island, so.
He's still in the comms. You can still hear him go, team, bottom. We'll see Pure. Make the jump onto Tai Lung down bottom. The BKB is going to go for the TP out. Pure at the moment, nowhere to stop that. So Tai Lung will be able to retreat. Heroic, they've got all three waves, of course, pushing in with the Mega Creeps. 33 will try for a bit of a jump.
And Pure's trying to get at least some stacks built up before a team fight, potentially something like that, but it's so hard versus these multiple global plays and at this deficit. I mean, 30k lead almost. Arcane Rune top. Yuma. That's also hit 25.
They get the jump. The early call. They're going to find him. Finally, after sort of 30 minutes, Tundra do get a kill. Can they get anything more with this? They'll look towards Yuma. Of course, Yuma's got the Aegis. He's going to be ready for round 2. Whisper's able to get the catch on to 33. 33 able to slide out of the route here with the force coming in from his teammates. Overgrowth still locks down the two of them. And Tyler and Yuma, they're moving on to 33. Raw's there to control the Centaur. They'll bring 33 down. See what they can turn up for more here. Looking towards BZM. The bash is coming in from Yuma. BZM will be able to push them back with the Deafening Blast. Gives him a chance to step out. Tylung still continuing with the chase. On the back lines, Pure. He's going to get caught by the Abyssal. Shadow Dancer's at the ready as he tries to attempt to stand his ground against Yuma. But again, Yuma still has the Aegis at the ready. He's going to be back for round 2. Hex comes into play on towards Pure. Can Pure get out of her in time? BZM gives him a bit of safety with the Tornado coming into control. Heroic allows Pure to jump away. Now Pure's going to try and turn back in, but Yuma, BKB's at the ready. Has to be a little careful with the stacks building up on the Slark. There's going to be the buyback coming from 33. They have to punish Yuma here.
Stacks.
He's going to be able to get back in with the pounce on towards Yuma. Yuma in trouble now this time round. Tundra, they'll be able to take the Spider down a second time. The rest of them had to back off. King Jungle's able to TP out just in time. Tundra, after 30 minutes or something, they get a kill. And then they get a big one to follow up. They take the Aegis out of the hands of the Spider. They kill Yuma off. Finally, they find a little bit of a break, an opportunity in what had been up until that point a pretty perfect 30 minutes of Dota from Heroic. Tundra, they find a little bit of a punch back.
It's like, it was actually just pretty much pure versus the world, right? Getting in and out of the fights, resetting, I believe 4 times. I saw at least 3 Shadow Dances and I think 2 Depth Shrouds casted. Maybe only 1 Depth Shroud, but either way, it's over 70 seconds that he's jumping in and out of the fight. So he did get up to 60 stacks or so. So could start to see at least his damage really start to rack up there. Yeah. But they did get a catch at the start of everything there too. So they did kill the Jakiro with no buyback.
Yeah, but very, very nice play from Pura, how he weaved in and out of the fight as such to ensure that he could go about it in a way to finally bring down this big, scary spider, take Humor out of the game, and get this massive kill.
It literally is Pure. Everyone throw your buffs on Pure and hope that he can do it, right? They're throwing Alacrities on him, they're throwing Lotus, anything that they can pretty much throw onto him so he can build up those stacks. And it really was, just playing around small things. If he gets even caught by 1 Abyssal into Hex into Roar, he's just gone. So he's going for Scotty next. So looking for more stats rather than going for the True Strike. So still we'll have to worry about the Butterfly, but we can see if the fight can rack up that long for him, he still has a chance. A small one, but a chance.
And obviously for Heroic, you know, when that sort of death happens, especially after you've had, again, this 30 minutes where everything looked as clean as it could possibly be, you can't help but wonder if there's maybe going to be a little bit of the flashbacks running through their minds to the many games that did slip away from them before.
Perhaps some
Can they
flight,
keep
for sure.
strong here today?
Tylung's doing something pretty interesting here, so I do want to talk about a little bit of build. He went Yashikaya and he went the no axes cooldown. So not only the animation of your Roar might catch people off guard, right? The faster cast speed. I think that's kind of cool versus something like Slark, which is nice, but also axes are going to start adding up. So this is a cool pivot. Usually I almost see nobody take this anymore, so. Can Pure do it? I mean, Pure versus the world.
Can that? I mean,
it's massively
if they bring this one back, yeah, this is.
Let's see.
This is going to be. Whew. Well, we'll see.
Can't make a single mistake, it feels like, on the Slark. Not one. No. Not even one little button mistake.
Kill him off.
Can just die.
It's game over.
Can just die.
Absolutely.
Yep. And yeah, the Dota definitely makes a big difference. And bonus night vision, I should have pointed out the alert as well, too. It does help the Slark pick and choose how he wants to go in and out.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. There's also an cart now as well. So an X now he actually can make a mistake if 33 is there to bail him out with the positioning.
I mean, imagine Heroic. Probably wait for the next Roche, right?
Control around a ward if they can get a catch around a ward. If not, yeah, wait for the Roche. They're still acquiring quite a bit here. I see that the Theolacor has a Hex now also, so more tools, more disables for the Slark. And they're all queuing Hex, actually. Whisper's queuing a Hex. I think the tree also I saw queuing a Hex. So they're queuing like triple Hexes at least. That
I mean, it's the way to close this down, right? Yeah. If one of them can catch Pure around these dark packs with the Hex, they will find the key to closing the game.
Because he's the only one dealing damage, let's be honest. Yeah. Invoker at this point is just a buff. And like a buff and a debuff, right? He's debuffing the enemies while buffing up the Slark so that he can really do all that damage. Yeah, so it looks like it's going to just be wait. So 20 seconds, Roche.
Yeah, wait for the Roche. See how long the respawn is going to be. Let's have a look. Is it going to be a slightly shorter respawn? Heroic.
See?
Wait.
It's a long one.
Couple of minutes. I'll have to wait for the potential Roche.
Well, that means they're just going to farm up that item, right? So Hex will be done from Whisper. Maybe Aghanims for Theo before that ends up being finished up. And for Tundra, maybe Whitemon can get the Ags online. I've been waiting. I've been watching his net worth kind of build up, too. I've been waiting for him to get closer and closer. This is a pretty ridiculous one. We did see, you know, Snaking use it a couple times in the last few tournaments as well, too. It can be pretty obnoxious.
The Ags can be pretty, yeah, it's pretty cool. You rarely get to see it, right?
You really don't get to see it, yeah.
I will say, I did have a pub game where Chen got an Ags, and then it crashed the server. So let's hope that doesn't happen here.
That would suck.
Yeah.
Level 25, Pure has hit it. So we mentioned the Shadow Dance, how much it did earlier. Now he's got 6-second durations of it. So it's got, I mean, some pretty strong uptime as well.
And how far is he off the Ags? Yeah, 1,000 gold off the Ags, Whitemon.
He's pretty close. He will get it.
Yeah.
Man, the heroic nightmares maybe. I mean, they're still, like I said, still comfortable, but the nightmares, they've had games like this. That's the thing.
Well, they have.
The group stage in particular, we had games where they literally had exactly this pretty much. They had mega advantage. They had like 20-something gold lead, and then. Oh.
But it's like, I don't know if I've ever seen a team lose a game that will have had a period of the game in which, you know, literally 30 minutes, they made no mistakes, they didn't lose a single hero, they get mega creeps. Like,
true.
When does a team that goes through that lose a game? That's going to be insane.
Very true. Tailung tries to go for the jump, but there was a ward placed from Whitemon. They did see it initially coming. Good reaction from Pure. Pure versus the world.
Ah, here's the rush. Get the Roche here for Heroic.
It's a very, I mean, these Roches are obvious. It always is very impactful, obviously, but very impactful when your Brood Mother has 4 activatable items as well, too, in case he wants to have Aegis plus Refresher Shard. Man, the Bloodthorn Abyssal BKBs.
Tundra's heading over.
Not gonna make it in time, though.
They're smoking for this. King Jungles is in position to sort of block this off. Roshan's gone. Aegis is going to be picked up by Yuma, and indeed he's going to take it all. He's got the Refresher, he's got the cheese, he wants everything here on the Spider.
Tundra's actually able to walk away. I thought that Heroic was maybe just going to try to force going on somebody because they did see BZM inside of the base, but not going to be the case. Amp damage is up top. I don't know if anyone spotted that one.
We'll see if Whisper sort of spots it on the way down if he makes the move over. Tundra, they're not going to be able to get a jump onto Heroic outside the base right now. Heroic, they're the ones smoked up. Seeing if they catch anyone on Tundra heading out. Yeah, buyback status is going to be so important now at this point of the game. Pretty much everybody. Yeah, just 33 that's short on the gold. Ooh, Ari! They're going to get the catch on him. Those, of course, we've just seen have the buyback available.
Oh, but that was greedy. He was, I guess, maybe, what, trying to get vision out before the fight or something like that, getting a different angle. That is 70 seconds. Might be forced to buy. Everyone's important. Any little thing. Lotus Orbs on the Pure, etc. Like all these.
Ooh, that was his Aghanims. So no Aghanims for the Chen. 2 minutes.
Whisper has bought a Moon Shard. They want to close this out.
They're ready to try and end it. We'll see the defense kick in now for Tundra. Look at the setup on a Whisper, force the BKB off from Impure. It's going to go straight over towards Theolicore first. Sunstrike coming in, that's the Jakiro dead. They'll burst through Theolicore. See if they can turn for more. Yuma puts the BKB. It's going to turn towards 33. 33 able to get away here with the cart.
Heroic. Feeling a bit worried since they lost their Jakiro just like that. Looks like they're backing up and waiting for him. Here's inching forward.
He's going for that cursed item, Fogged. The Divine Rapier.
He queued it up a while ago.
He did. He's been thinking about this moment. I mean, it's a scary moment. We'll see if he does it. I mean, if they don't close this game up, Fogged, this is going to be one of them. This is going to be devastating for them.
More than devastating.
To lose this game if they've played so perfectly for so long within it, and it looked like they'd solved all of the problems that they were dealing with over the, sort of the previous series in the groups.
It's also, it's like a 4 protect 1 really too, right? So it's like if you end up losing to just this Slark who's buffed up from his allies.
Yeah.
Oop.
Oh.
Pure needs to blow on his hands a little bit, get that sweat off, because he's really got the
get
game
in the zone
going forward, right? Or is he? Oh, wait a minute, Pure.
What we got?
What is he testing?
Disconnected.
He's done this before.
Proper skacks.
What's he going for next anyway? He's got a lot of money in the bank. Still could buy himself the Moon Shard. Still could obviously eat the Aghanims get another item picked up in that slot. Can still sell the treads, potentially get something. So he's still got room to grow Pure here.
He does.
Coming up
and BZM also.
5 minutes in. Yep.
BZM is, I mean, they're just farming, right? The Midas isn't really kicking in. He's at 30k net worth.
Because the thing is,
there's many things.
Can Yuma go for this Rapier and then BKB Blink hit the Ancient? Is that
if they
a
can
play?
force a glyph? I don't know. If they can somehow force a glyph, the game will just explode, right? Because they can just fully commit for it. But there's a Crimson Guard.
Sure, but there's absolutely nothing to go through the BKB, right? They don't have any bashes, abyssals. Like, he can freely hit the Ancient, right, if he BKBs.
Yes, but how's his I mean, if he has the Rapier, then yes, his damage will bypass the Crimson. But the Crimson's going to be blocking... What, man? It's going to be blocking like 250...
I want to know precisely how many hits does it require from him to win the game.
Out of here.
Like, do the maths.
Okay, with the armor, 23 armor times...
Wait, actually, the math. Well, we'll see if we get a chance to do the maths because Heroic.
Here we go.
They're going to come for the push right now. Oh, Yuma's going for it. He's going for it. He's going to try. It's not really that close. They're going to look for kills instead. They'll turn towards BZM. BZM's getting healed up, though. The Hex comes in. They bring BZM down. BZM will buy back. 33 will also fall. He's also got the buyback available. The fortification comes out for Tundra. They got the glyph out. Now what do they do with the back? Sort of off the back of this. They're going to try and hit the Ancient again. They just want to get out of this game. Hit the Ancient. Can they close this? They're trying. Whispers bringing in the damage. They've done it. They've killed the Ancient. They've won the game. Heroic will take game 1.
56 minutes. My goodness. I honestly, they probably still feel pretty okay, but maybe a little bit of sweat started to build up toward
a little bit.
It still was Pure versus the world. You still needed a literal 1.5 minute of free attacking to kill the 2 targets. Whew. What a game. Pretty exciting.
Absolutely. No, that was a very fun one to watch, right up until the end because of that final little question mark of whether Tundra might actually be able to hold against Heroic, but they couldn't. Heroic getting better and better each day that we're seeing at them here at Blast number 6. They'll take game 1 here of the best of 3 against Tundra.
Well, that is what made it interesting, well, at least definitely interesting for us to talk about, because Heroic, they have fallen to the perils of all-inning and losing a game. They've fallen to the perils of delaying the game and still losing. But this time around, Quinn, they find that sweet spot. They're able to delay it just long enough to be able to get Megas all in and hit that Ancient.
I'm very impressed with them. I think throughout the entire game, they played very solidly. It's not a perfect game by any stretch of the imagination, but it is a very good game where they did a lot of good stuff. They had the right idea, a great draft that I think is tailored for them and against Tundra. I'm impressed with them across the board, and like you said, they were able to close it out at the end, which is a hurdle that we've seen them many times fall victim to.
It's just refreshing because, again, Heroic starting off the tournament to now, they feel like they have an idea and they want to execute on it, and they can do that. And in this game, I feel like Tundra, to beat them, you need to find a minute mark and go, all right, we break them at this minute mark, and then they default to split push, to farm, to scaling, wait for the late game. And Heroic found it so quickly in the game that Tundra just weren't getting any kills. A lot of these highlights will just be 6 kills on the scoreboard. Fast forward to another clip, it might be 6. Then it goes to a 7. You know, it's like really awkward for Tundra throughout this game that they just aren't able to do anything. And that's how you beat them. You need to make them second guess how they want to execute their lineup.
Yeah, this game is just, I mean, it's all Heroic. I think even when you look at it from like a strategical standpoint, like it's so much easier to play the draft that they did, whereas Tundra, I don't, like if I would go through this entire game, I don't know if they made like a single good like team fight or like even an effort in a way. I think they were like very AFK in a way that they play. So I would expect them to absolutely change it up for the next game. But Heroic, a very good early game, super good mid game. I like the heroes they ended up getting for themselves, the way they moved. Yeah, honestly, this looked like one of their best games of the tournament.
Yeah.
But they almost had to play AFK on the side of Tundra. Of course, there's a fine line where sometimes you can be that too much. But BZM really got rolled in mid. Like, let's be real, we've never seen BZM lose mid lane. I want to say even ever. And then on top of that, your Slark is also going a Midas too. And we know 33 loves to farm. So now you kind of just have 3 cores that either have to or that's what they like to do normally.
White Mongol, sorry, I have to point. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, this guy is just, even in this game, he like finds something. Sorry, team.
No, please.
Never going to be able to flame White Mongol.
I was holding on to that one. Like, the 106 in this type of game, like, that is so impressive. But no, yeah, I feel like for Tundra, when you have the Invoker, he is kind of getting door laned right with the tree. And then even later on, like, it's just an awkward matchup for him. But yeah, that's like the Slark's build, again, we'll touch on that later, isn't really trying to play for the fight. He's playing for the split push. Centaur's playing for split push. Chen's, everyone's playing for split push. And you just see it so quickly in how they're looking at the game in like 15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really nice adaptation from King Jungles to just say, screw this Underlord lane, I'm going mid. I think it's not a play that many people would make that early in the game, and it's the correct one, because you can't play through this Underlord into Slark, right? But you can enable your Beastmaster, who's going to be snowballing. You see he comes mid at like 3-something, which is way earlier than anyone comes mid. They get a really good kill, and sure, his Underlord is sitting under tower, not doing anything, but it's okay, because his Underlord wouldn't snowball anyway. He can catch up and farm. He just sits here and he keeps punching this Invoker in the head. And the Invoker, you can see he's doing like the hand wave at some point because he's pissed off. Can you leave me alone? And I think genuinely, like BZM, he didn't do anything this game. Genuinely, like you never felt his impact because you can't, because they got a little too cocky. I think they picked this Invoker first pick. It gets clearly punished. I think next game, sure, it's the BZM Invoker, but like Heroic, they had an answer for it, and they played well against it. It was not Giga.
And it's not even like BZM's fault, I would say. Like, he's getting dual-laned mid. No one is coming when the tower dies. Like, he's just playing this like Invoker, and then later you want to Alacrity some carry who's like buying spell items and like just waiting for the game to like stall out to 180 minutes. Like, I'm not having it.
I guess the question, sorry, quickly on that, is who is supposed to help him? If your Centaur isn't doing what Centaur normally can, which is stand up for himself in lane, you kind of need your position for that. Slark is having a good lane, but you also don't want to then just give the Underlord a free lane. You still want to be able to put that pressure on. Where is that help supposed to come from? Or does BZM have to change something drastically?
And put a Chen creep mid or something. Like, do something.
Okay,
like, I'm not saying it's easy, but if you're going to play this draft where 3 people are like AFK pieces, find a way to alleviate some pressure. Or if no one goes mid, then dunk on this Underlord harder. Like something, there's got to be a switch up.
I mean, Underlord did have some depth to his name. Also, Yuma thought he was doing well in lane. He died to the Centaur. So you could maybe look towards Tundra saying the side lanes were going pretty well for them. So it's like, you know what? BZM, good luck, brother, mid lane. We'll try and kill the side and then fix it later. But then the fix never came into play.
I mean, also, I don't know, we saw it at the very, very beginning of the game, but Pure kind of just didn't right-click to take First Blood. Like, the Underlord was running away at 1 HP, and Pure just canceled his animation, which honestly impacts the game in a really big way, because if he gets that kill, now suddenly they can actually feed through this safe lane a little bit more, and you can get things going. Yeah, you can see it here. It's just like...
Nice body blocks as well from Chen.
One hit. Like, what is this?
Anything.
Like, honestly, Pure had a really shaky game. T mentioned the item build earlier. I also think this Midas first, when you're winning the game, that's not it, Chief.
Hold up. I think the Midas is fine for Slark because what's his farming tool outside of getting kills with a Diffusal? It's a bit volatile, right? The Midas is fine, the Diffusal is fine. How about the Octarine? How about we flame that item instead? You know, like...
I think Octarine is Giga on Slark.
Not this, like... Okay. So I will say it's like, let's say... I mean, you play Invoker. So let's say...
I play Slark too.
Okay, let's say you're Invoker this
We weren't asking about that, though.
You're Invoker. You're the Invoker, I'm the Slark. You wait for 40 minutes, you split push. Then you click me. And I have like 0
No, his
good
build
items.
is dog water. I'm not defending his build.
Okay,
I'm hating on the Midas because that item is cheeks.
I think the Midas is fine.
There
I'm
we
with
go.
you that the Octarine is garbage. At least then after buy a refresher.
500 Slark games. 500 Slark games.
Yeah, 300 Slark games.
Not enough.
You're a mid laner, chill. Like the 500 imposter
I played plenty of mid
wait.
officials, okay?
I feel like you also have to add the caveat of your mid lane is getting absolutely shat on. Like, and that's me still putting it nicely. Surely there has to be some part of Slark that goes, okay, he needs more of the farm, or like he needs the space to get back into it. Like, you have to adjust for the game.
I think about
this game was about split push and survival, all right? So like the Midas Diffusal, I mean, the Morning Crew is just...
I mean, so
what I'm so wrong right now.
No, like the thing is, if you go Diffusal, I can see the Diffusal, but it's like, it's very volatile. Like, even if you get it, I don't think you can fight into them. So I would go Midas, chill a bit, chill. I mean, that's kind of what they want to do anyway.
Yes.
30 minutes, 40 minutes, you get the 4 or 5 items to then eventually fight.
Yep.
But this is not the build, brother.
Okay.
You're fighting.
And then we're going to fight
fighting.
You're eating your ass. What are you doing?
Yeah, but you're split pushing. It's Midas. It's some
couldn't hear you.
Diffusal. I'm screaming over because Nat's talking about some weird shit and I'm trying to ignore it.
That's been fact. Straight fire on the beat.
The Octarine was terrible. There should have been like an earlier ag, some map play, none of this Octarine bullshit. Get a little refresher BKB, stand your ground in some fights, because when the fight presents itself, when you're an Octarine going, it's doing fucking nothing.
You know, I will say,
Preach, brother.
if this proves anything, it proves how good Heroic were in this game. Because if we can't even agree on what Tundra needed to do to get back into this game, to have a good early start, this is down to Heroic being able to do so well.
I've got it. I think Pure was watching some Arme replays on optimization.
Well, there's the problem.
I mean,
Dude, they can't even defend themselves. That's strange. Y'all are mean.
Can I get
thought
an
I was
amen
the
up in
bitch on
here?
the panel. It was
They
you guys
had
all
a day
along.
to recuperate. They're fine.
That hasn't even been 24 hours.
Yeah, it's close enough.
No, there is definitely a problem for Tundra where I think they've now lost like, what, 4 games in a row? They definitely do need to look for like a small switch up because I think Heroic, like stylistically, looked very good against them in this game. I like the heroes a lot against them. Whereas Tundra, I think it was very hard for them to respond properly. So like items apart, I think they have to make it easier even before the game begins.
Yeah, and also maybe not letting Tylung get the Beastmaster. We know overall in this tournament, Beast has an abysmal win rate, but he specifically, I want to say single-handedly, is trying to bring up the win rate of this hero.
No, he is looking incredible on the hero. Again, 12-1-11 in this game. Like, even like when you got to like the 35-40 minute mark as well, he's thinking about the boots of travel 2 to utilize the tree or the brood or someone who's exploring the map. The Rats of Tundra with split push to their name. That was their only game plan. Tylung was like, all right, guys, you find the heroes, I'll follow up. And yeah, I think just the way that Tylung is playing Beastmaster, how confident he is to play it into like pretty much any matchup, it is a hero that you need to probably just respect against this team.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tundra is also double dipped. They've got a little too much of a good thing. When you pick the Chen and the Centaur, they're both sort of 0 damage Aura Buyer bots. And now you have no damage in your lineup. You have no heroes. Like, you can see it throughout the whole game. Tundra is just dodging and AFK farming because they have too many heroes that farm. Like, none of their heroes make, you know, ganks or have spells or anything. Whitemon, you'd see him typically when 33 is playing the AFK heroes. He's the one ganking, making moves, doing stuff. You can't have 2 heroes AFK farming auras because you get run over.
But that's the thing, right? In this lineup, the way that Tundra played, if there wasn't a Trim Protector or, you know, a little bit of that vision game, I feel like their style could have even just beaten Heroic. How they were split pushing with the Slark, the Invoker, like they were really obnoxious. It was just the kind of the tools Heroic had already installed in their draft meant that Tundra's way back into the game wasn't possible if Heroic played correctly, which they did.
Yeah, and that's why I also really liked the heroes and like what they ended up doing, because like T is mentioning, they have good laners, but then it's also heroes that like help you in the mid game to like play the map naturally against what Tundra want to do, which is like doing the splitting. And I do think they had some tools. They bought a gem in like the mid game, which is super good for Tundra with the Slark in the nighttime. You walk around, you take out some wards, but I think Heroic never gave them like any like punchback in the game.
Yeah, I mean, also just a special shout out for Tylung. Like, I mean, we always hype this guy up, but it's genuinely, he's playing against one of the best teams in the world with incredibly renowned players that have won tournaments. It's very easy to get choked up and play worse than you have throughout the rest of the group stage once you get to this big best of 3. And he is playing just as cool as he was before, 12-1-11. That is a beast mode stat line from someone who's playing for their own game, is focused, and this guy is the real deal. He's actually legit.
Okay, his last 3 Beast games, it's 12-1, 10-2, 19-3.
You know, that was the exact thing I was going to ask you for. I was like, tease the stats, man. He's going to have all the stats of the last Tylung game, so.
There we go.
Yeah.
See?
What was the total number of deaths, sorry?
3 or 4?
Quick maths, that is
6 or
that's
7?
6.
7.
Whoa, chill.
How many was it? 6?
It was 6.
Oh, 6. Okay, that's pretty good, I would say. Especially because one of those games ended up eventuating to an unfortunate loss. It's still very good for them. And now I do wonder, where is the future trajectory going to be for both Tundra and Heroic? Because we've said it, Heroic on this great upward incline, Tundra a little bit downwards based off of their groups and obviously this first game 1 in a best of 3.
I mean, Kezu said it, and I agree. I think they need to alter some of what they're doing and clap back a little bit in the aggression, right? They've been losing 4 games in a row. You need to change something up. You kind of got run over this game. Tundra is very capable of winning the early game. We've seen it a million times. I think enable your supports. Give them good matchups. Give them heroes that can kill, that can fight, because you know 33 is farming, and Pure is buying 4 Midases. So you need these supports to be able to play with BZM and make stuff happen, I think.
That's the only change I'm looking for. Whereas Heroic, I think, do something similar. Be ready for the small adjustment, and that's kind of it.
Yeah.
Well, look, it is the first time Tundra have to play a best of 3 to make it to the land portion of a Blast Slam, and they're already down 1 game. Let's see if Heroic can continue this fight after the break. Tundra's best efforts, picking up a BZM, Invoker, Pure, Slark, as well as a 33 Center. They weren't able to win game 1. That definitely went the way of Heroic after their performance. Their amazing early game performance is how I'm actually going to coin that one right there. And so it brings us to a game number 2 with Heroic leading in a best of 3. And now the Treant Protector is taken out as Tundra themselves have first pick. They know how slippery and impactful that hero can be. And so it joins the ranks of a Razor and a Husker in those bans too.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of an advantage to Heroic, the fact that Tundra doesn't play Huskar or really prioritize Razor, because Tundra's got first pick, and they're banning both of these heroes that a lot of teams have been first picking. Yep. So it means that Heroic's got some extra bans. They get to ban Shadow Fiend from both sides. I think that is definitely something to their favor.
I mean, it's also in the interview, right, we had with BZM, him like alluding to, you know, there's some problems. He didn't obviously say anything about it, gave no information, but with the bans that they have, that could be a discussion that's probably been had, right? Like, this is what the tournament meta is looking like. We're doing our own thing. It's not working. Can we try the meta? Maybe they're failing in scrims on the heroes as well. So there's clearly a disjoint between Tundra and other teams.
Yeah, I mean, even kind of same with the Viper. I think many other teams would love to first pick this hero. I think for Tundra themselves, they've lost with it, I think, once or twice back to back. And like, if I just look at their last games, I think it's just the fact that BZM, of course he can play these heroes and he can own on them, but like, just stylistically, everyone else is very much on the slower side. So just for him, I would like to see him like an Ember Storm, pair him up with the 2 supports, maybe even play 33 on like a hero that, you know, is naturally a little more involved, whether it's like a Darkseer or, you know, his Visage. Like, I don't know where this hero is. Maybe it's unplayable, but I'm just looking for some of these heroes that naturally look a little more to be involved in the game.
I mean, it also helps where 33, he wants to be annoying in lane setup, but also he doesn't want to feel like he's the fix to early game problems. He likes to be forgotten about for a good, you know, 5-10 minutes of the game, and then kind of re-emerge as like, I am the farmed off lane. In this game, it's like, if Centaur isn't present, you're not defending areas, you're not doing anything, like you're dragging him so much. He's going first item Crimson Guard in the last game. So you could also just argue Tundra need a better foundation to that lineup, so 33 isn't doing more than he needs to in this draft.
If you're Tundra also, you need to understand that there's a Beastmaster coming. Like, first of all, Heroic have played it. Look at their 2 last bans on this first phase. This is like some Beastmaster Enigma setup.
Yeah.
So it's good that Tundra like maybe upped the priority themselves, whether this was their idea or after seeing these 2 bans to first pick this. I'm on board.
This is interesting because it's funny because we've seen Beastmaster have such a horrendous record throughout this tournament.
Yeah.
And I feel like a lot of the games that Tailong has been winning is because the enemy counterpicks themselves or they leave themselves really open. Like every game he's playing against Void Spirit or Invoker or some joke matchups.
But this is where like Heroic, knowing that the Beastmaster, the strength of mid, they always ban, say, Gyrocopter as well in other scenarios to like protect it, even though they put it mid every time. Like, there is a world where Heroic start laying that foundation of get the good safe lane against the Beastmaster, then you move later down the line, you find the good mid to deal with the Beastmaster as well, and then Tundra don't feel like they have any flex, and like mentioned, they do go for it.
Not a bad pick by any means. Beastmaster is probably not going to the offlane now. Mostly going to be the BZM Beast, which I think is honestly preferable for Tundra anyway. I think them putting it in the offlane was definitely the less likely of the scenarios. But Heroic will have last pick, so they don't need to worry about their mid for now. They'll likely 16-17 either Flex or the Whisper hero and save that potential counter for last pick. We'll see if they actually have enough numbers. Maybe Tundra takes the route of banning Beastmaster mid counters, because it is a very powerful laner. Even if you try to counterpick him, the hero can still do well in lane. So I think one of the bigger elements you want against the Beast is the ability for your supports to fight around mid and you attack this guy early because he's weak in the numbers skirmishes.
Yeah, the only time that Heroic have played up against the Beastmaster was in the first game of the tournament where they had a mid Viper plading to the Beastmaster. Heroic did win that game on the Viper. So this will be the second time we see it, and now a new hero for Tailong to kind of present to us as a potential option. But yeah, I agree with you, Quinn. It's strong, stable matchup that isn't a losing matchup with supports coming to mid lane. So I want to see aggression built into Heroic's upcoming picks.
I mean, it's also, I wonder what Tailong later on the down the line, what does he want against the Beast? Because you can kind of assume that the Beast will go into the mid lane for all the reasons we've mentioned.
Yeah.
I generally like heroes that can also get on top of him. I mean, with Kunkka, Bristle being banned out, I think there's like more casual heroes like Storm. I would say it lanes fine, it gets on top of him. Or I don't know, Quinn, you can probably speak more on, you know, the mid-beast matchups.
I mean, Storm is like playable. It's a bit risky. You can definitely lose on Storm too, and
yeah.
it can be scary. Like stuff like Lesh draws. There's like worse heroes, but stuff like Sniper that can win or draw potentially. In general, you want heroes that have ways to kill the boars. So ranged heroes will also be better because it's harder for the boars to hit you. You'll be in tower range, so you'll get the armor and regen more. And a lot of it is also skill. Like a lot of heroes can draw against Beast if you play the lane well. So to me, it's Tai Long knows playing the Beast very well. Does he know playing against the Beast very well?
Well, for now, it's just solid. They obviously showed us that they can play Jakiro in the 4 role, in the 5 role. The gyro is a bit of a flex between 1 and 5, you know. Maybe Tundra make it super obvious that Beast isn't in the offlane. Maybe you want then a new carry against a new offlaner that Tundra show you. So Heroic, very flexible heroes.
They're also doubling down on not letting Pure have this Muerta, because this was the phase that they banned it in Game 1, and despite not really showing much more else for Tundra, they're still going back and banning on the side of Heroic.
I'm actually kind of excited for Heroic's position here, because, as Kezu mentioned, they do pick Jakiro in a couple roles, but what happens when, in the next 2 picks, they pick, like, let's say, Tusk and Enigma or something, and now Tundra has to put Pure on an anti-Enigma hero. You have these really strong side lanes. You're getting forced to pick specific heroes. Like, Tundra's picking Beastmaster because of Tai Lung. Now they're going to maybe have to counter Whisper because of an Enigma pick. Like, there is a real world that Heroic just control the entire draft and give no creativity to Tundra. Again, I'm getting a bit carried away, but I can already see a potential line that Heroic can use.
I mean, it's definitely something you have to respect as Tundra. Like, even if you just go back to, you know, the first phase bans. I mean, I do like this. You know, it's probably Ari's best hero with the Marcy. It can give you a lot of aggression, whether it's in the lane or like later, you know, to also go to the other lanes. I do hope that it's paired up with an aggressive laner, because they have played Marcy with other combos in this tournament, and they've gotten, like, butchered in the lane, like 4 or 5 deaths. So I would really like to see maybe some of the more traditional heroes for 33. You know, the Darkseer, Visage. Maybe there's other ones that are like more chill.
What is this hero? Okay, so they're saving the offlaner for now. I'm somewhat dubious of this Marcy. I think it can work, but you're playing into extremely strong, like an unbeatable lane in Jakiro Gyrocopter. I don't know if any hero they pick can win against this lane. So I'm like, if Marcy doesn't win the lane, this hero is so based on getting kills because the hero has no spells in the mid game. So if you aren't ahead, then I worry for this hero's impact in the game, and you're playing into impossible lanes. So you're picking a hero that isn't really in control of her own destiny. I don't know.
That's half of what you're calling for, T. Tusk.
Yep, it's coming.
Now they just gotta slam that Enigma.
Bam! Do it.
I mean, they definitely can. Like, they might be debating, like, what would be, like, a response from Pure against it. Which I think a lot of, like, the good ones are out. Like, even if you go, like, down the line, let's say Alchemist. Alchemist hates laning against Tusk, so then suddenly that hero's also kind of ass in the lane.
Dawnbreaker carry, we don't really see it too much. Tundra at least do have tools to enable it in some capacity, but again, here you don't see too often. But they then go for the puck.
Really? That's so strange. It's generally
the
hero
puck or showing their mid?
Yeah, it's showing
both.
Their mid.
Maybe both.
Okay.
I think, I mean, showing their mid is okay, but it, like, Beastmaster is typically a counter pick to puck mid because it's another hero that is a really free lane for Beastmaster. You will not have pressure around there. Now, Puck pairs very well with the supports. These are some of the best supports possible with Puck, so you do have the damage, and in the mid game, I think it's very good for Puck this game. So I can kind of see why they picked it, but it is, once again, Beast will have a free lane, so it'll be if the supports can rotate well.
Yeah, I'm also a little bit surprised about it. I mean, what I could see for Tundra as well, I think it's a very good Melon Man game. You don't really care too much about the Jakiro. I mean, maybe they can put the Tusk into the safe and then becomes a little more annoying again if it's like a Gyro Tusk combo.
Just to confirm, that's a Tidehunter, right?
Indeed.
Okay, cool.
He is the Melon Man.
Yeah. And what's Ursa?
Bear Man. Ultra Bear.
Great.
Ultra Bear. I like Ultra Bear. That's good. Do you like the pickup though?
I always like Ursa. I think it's just a solid hero. It's a good lane. It will... I mean, it is good against most of the heroes Heroic want. I do think at this point now you should ban the Enigma.
Yes.
Like, let's not give them this, like, non-melee hero that they can look for that also dumpsters you in the lane.
Yeah, not to hype up my own idea, but I do feel like the Enigma instead of the Puck pick would have felt like it had more draft value. It would have made Pure do more kind of reactionary stuff. He's kind of entered a bit more comfort within his pick. Again, they do ban out the Enigma now from Tundra. And it's like with Ursa, it's always nice against Puck to have your side lanes have ways to kind of just survive the coil, right? Because Puck shoves wave, gets a rune, gets some, like, maybe if you're close to the tower, he'll TP coil. He wants that free kill, run back. Like, he wants to be super efficient and never waste a move on the hero, because otherwise you're just losing out on farm efficiency. So, like, having an Ursa, he just chills. Get level 6, all right, Puck, try and gank me. You're going to have to spend, like, an extra 15 seconds, 10 seconds trying to kill me. So, yeah, I think Tundra is just happy with how the last couple picks have unfolded for them.
Yeah, it's very, very chill. And I think there's a lot yet to be decided in terms of how Heroic's heroes work until you see the off lanes, because this Gyrocopter Jakiro, how much can they snowball? How much can they invade these other lanes? You know, can they keep attacking these Beastmaster? Ursa, while he is a strong laner, is a bit of a slow hero in his own right. He farms Battle Fury, he farms Blink Dagger, and then he kind of gets involved in the game. So I think Heroic definitely has the potential to speed the game up and make a lot more early game moves. It's a question of, does Tundra's offlane allow that? And does Heroic have the ability to actually lane in their offlane with potential double melee against Ursa?
Yeah, I do wonder where the two teams are going to take it. I think Tundra still need like an offlaner that gives them team fight, because right now, I feel like Tundra's team fight, it falls apart very quickly. Like one guy goes in front and gets picked off, or one guy dies, and it's really hard to like help each other. So I'm still looking for like the Tidehunter type hero to bring it back. And I think if you're Heroic, it could be nice if you have a melee guy as well, like a second guy that goes in. Maybe a Slardar, you know, it's like a hybrid melee hero. You don't really get owned by the Ursa. You can help your Gyro with the carry matchup. You also help your team take Roche, which is pretty nice. So I think both teams, their last picks aren't like too complicated.
And it sounds like there's also more than enough options still in there, because of course the Centaur could do a sort of similar thing where you just want someone going in, initiating, buying those auras. It's definitely more than enough to have somewhat of a trade between the two if they're both looking for offlaners.
Yeah, I mean, for Heroic, you could see something like a Beastmaster, or sorry, a Slardar. So it is a melee hero, but it's pretty good against Ursa generally, and it gives you some amp damage for Puck, and Gyrocopter gives you more mixed damage, going away from magic toward a little bit more physical. It's also pretty good against Beast. You blink, crush him. Beast doesn't like to buy any armor. He wants to buy this BKB, blink. You can deviate toward the Manta, but it's a game where you kind of need BKB against a lot of magic damage, so it can mess with your item build a little bit.
Quinn was listening to me.
Yeah, I didn't know if he was just trying to back you up, or if he...
I agree with Kez.
Okay.
Kez is the GOAT.
Okay.
Oh, I love you.
No retaliation? That's kind of messed up, man.
Wow.
No, it's all good.
One-sided love.
Huh?
He said he loved you.
Oh.
He only says it off screen. This is a...
It's camera shy.
I was thinking Star was doing my job.
This is a non-live relationship. Holy, what the approach? Offlane Beastmaster.
Okay.
Into a gyro?
I mean, if there was a dude to do it, it would be 33. I mean, it's the combination everyone will always talk about, right? So, micro your balls, don't let them die.
I will say the reason why I don't... So it gives you a lot more against the Puck, so they're gonna value like trying to shut down this guy more, and they give more life to their two supports, which is quite nice. But I will say Gyro doesn't just own you in lane. When you play the non-boar build, you play on stacks to recover. So first Gyro beats you in lane, and then he can invade your triangle and your like even deeper areas to shut you down there as well. So it is quite risky.
Yeah. No, I agree. I also feel it's redundant with Ursa. Watermelon into Ursa, that's hilarious.
But that is also, they have the Jakiro that I'm going to assume is going to the 4 role, right?
Yeah.
Theodical's going to take it. So you have attack speed reductions, something that we didn't really overhype too much, that, you know, the beefy boys that Ursa tries to play into, Jakiro, hey, thank you very much. So, yep. Heroic putting a lot of respect on Theodical at bringing life to Whisper's lane.
I mean, it's... Like, I think the problem with this DK pick is DK Ursa, it's very similar in that it's this double clicker right click. It gets very punished by similar items. Marcy has no spells, right? She's this sort of weird 4 that doesn't offer much in the mid game. And so I think Heroic, if this Tai Jakiro lane does well, if your Gyrocopter Tusk are putting pressure, then I think I like Heroic heroes way more again. I think there's a little bit of a skill check in the early game, but if you pass the skill check, then I think their heroes are better.
That's sounding reminiscent of Game 1's analysis, though.
I would lean more towards Tundra having a better way out to play the mid game, because last time their draft made them split push and play for a macro game play, like wait for the TPs to be misused, which Heroic didn't do. This time around, if Gyro steps up by himself, a Roar, the Ursa jump, the DK jump in the backline, Master using pick me up as well to displace her teammates, like Tundra can blow up Heroic's mistakes. compared to last game, which was, haha, we're ratting behind you. Like, it's a completely different comeback mechanism for Tundra if it's the same type of game as the last one.
Yeah, I think Tundra at least leveled up their draft, because their last draft was like a 3 out of 10. I think this one is like a lot better, like at least double as good. I still prefer HEROIC.CET's draft overall, at least if King Jungles can like if they can find a way to go like 3 people into the safe lane, play off the pressure on the gyro, and even if Tailong like loses mid lane, when he gets coiled, they can bring the gyro there. Like, they have a lot of options, as long as they don't get like blown open in this off lane with the Tidehunter.
Well, a fun little stat going into this game number 2 for you guys. Tundra has never lost a best of 3 at Blast Slam. In fact, across all of their best of 3s, they have only ever lost 2 games. Earlier today, they lost their 3rd, adding to that tally, potentially now adding to a 4th, but a better draft could mean a better game. And this best of 3 is definitely shaping up to be a fun one. So let's get into it. Game 2, Tundra and HEROIC.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 time here between HEROIC and Tundra. Fogged, what have we got here for us today?
I mean, a better approach, I would say, by Tundra. Much more, I mean, comfort across the board in a lineup that can actually play, even if they're behind in terms of getting kills, because they're always going to have damage, right? Ursa can always blow targets up. That being said, though, a pretty single-target heavy lineup, I would say, from Tundra, while HEROIC is team fight, team fight, team fight, control, save. It looks strong again from HEROIC, so let's see if Tundra, with their very specialty heroes, can actually do this, but it does feel like they have some lane matchups, at least that, you know, the Beastmaster in particular. We'll see how that one ends up going.
No, absolutely, yeah. Could see, you know, Yuma, obviously on one of his more solid heroes, the classic Yuma Gyro, get quite a bit of an extra boost from that lane, if he's able to deal with some of the summons as well that are thrown at him. So,
and he's got drinking
definitely gonna have to be careful there, 33. Yeah, it's a strong duo, those two.
Mm-hmm. So they, you know, they opted to go for this. They do the Gyro Tusk, and then they have the Jakiro Tide. So yes, the Tide versus the Ursa in a vacuum can be difficult, but with the stat up, you know, the items that he started with, he's very tanky. Jakiro can really dissuade a lot of aggression. Just the constant spam, the slow, the damage can be super strong. So it looks like the approach for top lane, they'll kill the range creep. So identifying that things are going to be weird up there already versus the Gyrocopter, they already have an idea of how they want to play and force the lane to push into them.
See how 33 and Ari deal with this, with the setup.
Oh, Tailong. Whoopsie. Missed the range CS there. He actually jaunted to his orb and then just took a couple extra hits there. So we'll have to see how this matchup also goes, because this was a choice by Tundra. And I think I was explaining to you why I think at least they did do this, right? They're going to sacrifice the Beast a bit, but I think what they wanted was to enable the supports to actually play the game. Because if you have Beast mid, you're completely reliant on Roar every time to get any type of, you know, arrow stun after or something. At least the Mirana DK and, you know, DK plus Marcy can set up more frequent rather than just with the Roar. So I think at least that's for me. And it's just a hard lockdown for Puck, so.
And all in all, you know, when you look at this lineup from Tundra compared to what they did in game 1, what do you think probably was their takeaway from that first game coming into this game 2? And, you know, how did they want to change things against HEROIC?
At least for me, it's don't be greedy. Like, this lineup doesn't look greedy. This lineup can play pretty well, even if they're even if the lanes don't go perfect, which the lanes should be pretty good for them. I think it's just, yeah, it's not a greedy lineup. It's ready to fight mid game, early game, etc. Could run into some problems of lack of team fight, perhaps, if they do get too far behind in mid game, but lanes look good. They should have, on paper, they have 2 winning lanes, right? They have the Ursa Mirana versus the Jakiro and the Tidehunter, so that should be a win. Mid lane, the DK should win pretty well as well. Top lane, it's just where HEROIC has at least a clear advantage, but Tundra are very good at manipulating things. So 33 at the moment is getting a fair bit.
Yeah, so far, pretty much able to get the same as the Gyro's getting out the lane. And in fact, might get the chance for a kill. Oh, panic mode there from King Jungles. Ends up sort of, pops the shards down, ends up blocking him in under the tower. Pressing all the buttons there, caught by surprise, you know, got a little too close, and Ari was ready to deal with him.
Skilled the shards too, not holding the skill point. If he saves, goes for Snowball, perhaps they can go for it. But Ari, great identification, seeing that he gets that point plus drinking buddies, they can go for the kill. heads up stuff. And this is because of the lane positioning, right? So that them killing the range creep first, blocking the wave, puts this lane in position
bottom lane
for 33 to go for that.
Pure is in trouble. Oh, maybe Ari could save him. He can't. The Anchor Smash is going to finish off the job. Whisper might find more, actually. He's still got another gush good to go. Turns towards Whitemon. Whitemon and Ari will kill off Theo Lacour. And with that leap, Whitemon might just be able to be safe. I guess the question is if actually maybe Ari and Whitemon could kill Whisper as well. Oh, a little awkward there. And I suppose it actually ends up meaning that he dodged the blood grenade, but it doesn't matter. The Starstorm's there. They get the kill. I mean, lovely stuff there from the supports of Tundra and just in Ari in general, right? He made that play top, quickly turns it into even more action down on the bottom lane as well. These are some fast moves on the Marcy.
Yeah, Ari is a specialty player, and seeing exactly why they wanted to do all this whole thing up top is he's going for another move. Theo.
They've got the rebound into the arrow. I mean, the kills just continue. Whitemon's got a leap charge at the ready as well, so he's away from Whisper. I mean, yeah, Ari already doing a hell of a lot here.
Yeah, he's owning it. Great rotations, immediately swinging toward mid to check for the water rune at least. It doesn't look like he's going to make it, so Tylung will be able to get the double refill. But yeah, clever stuff, because 33, he's still getting stuff top. He's got arcane boots, because he rushed the boots, so he's got points and axes. He's level 4 already. So he can start getting the stacks going even as this Beastmaster too, and maybe Ari doesn't even return top. Maybe he just
they might go again down bottom.
Mid and bottom. Yep.
Yeah. Has to be so careful in this lane. Whisper making sure he doesn't step too far up.
Yeah, it's already a very hard lane on paper for Whisper. Now it's impossible. Nice try. Doesn't get
super difficult for him to approach the creeps. I mean, Ari's clarity'd up, so he's not only got the rebound, he's got Dispose as well, ready to go.
Yeah, we didn't point out, too, that Whitemon does have the leap and bound, too, so doesn't want more damage. He just wants control for the Ursa to hit targets, which makes a lot of sense. You don't need more damage when you've got Ursa. Mid lane. Tylung maybe going to go for a kill onto BZM here. He does have backup of KJ. He's doing pretty good in this matchup, I do have to say. He's been getting, all the water runes, so he's getting a lot of fill up, but 28-2.
Well, they'll miss the arrow, but it doesn't matter. Blood Grenade's still at the ready. They run Whisper down. Ari looking for the blocks here to allow Pure to get in, get that final hit and to take the kill. Over in the mid, of course, the extra 2 supports will come in with that pressure around Tylung, and they will finally be able to kill BZM off. But yeah, that bottom lane, I mean, Whisper's throwing a tip the way of Ari. He says, yeah, good job, buddy. You've just sat down here with the 3 of you. You keep killing me. Can you go to another lane? Whisper, he's sick and tired of it.
They're losing the whole mid tower, though, because of this.
That's true. BZM, okay. Yeah, something about poor old BZM today. He's like, where's the team? Both games, he's lost his tower at this point because Tundra, they don't seem to care about this mid lane. They just sort of leave BZM out on his own. Ari? Going to try and help him out now, but Ari might be dead for this one. Here's the snowball comes over towards Whitemon.
Uh-oh.
And now BZM's on his own. The Dream Core's up and ready. Oh, dear. I mean, something about the mid? What's going on around the mid? It's a cursed area at the map in this early game for Tundra. Tyler just got a triple kill. And now it's just going to be very awkward, right? Because BZM's obviously been like, team. And now they've come on over and they're going to be like, well, look, this is what happens when we come to the mid lane. We don't want to come over ever again.
Oh, and Ari, with all the great moves that he did in the first 5, he just threw him in. He threw the DK in. On top of 3 heroes. He threw him in with the...
And now 33's in trouble.
Uh-oh.
I mean, Ari can't help him out here. Well, that was a painful minute from Tundra. Heroic just cleaned up kind of 4 kills. They get 2 towers as well, because they're going to get the mid and the top tower by looks of it. Okay, Fortification might slow them down a little bit. It's around the 7-minute wisdom. So now the question is, can Tundra stop Heroic getting this wisdom? I don't think they can they?
No. I mean, Tylung, he's the strongest hero on the map right now, and he's in this area. They can't take it away, so they're going to be able to get both those, get the tower, get the mid. Oh my god, the game has accelerated so fast in 2 minutes from this puck and from the rotation around him. Holy moly. Look at the network. This is a puck versus DK, by the way.
Yeah, that's crazy. This has been a rough time in the mid. I said a rough series for BZM. Had a tough time, understandably, in the matchup in game 1. Maybe they can find something here. They can't. Orbs out. Tylung's away. So Tylung's going to be fine.
Quinn said it himself, right? This guy is the real deal for sure, and they're making him look so good the way they enable him. The double rotations from the supports. He was already doing fairly well in the matchup, and he was keeping BZM low. So that says a lot. 1K lead now for the side of Heroic. Whisper able to pull the wave and get a good reset position for him to get levels.
And because this is the thing as well, what we saw last game from Heroic, right? In the start, they did see, you know, Whisper had a tough time, right? His lane at the beginning, it's not easy, gets punished. Same time this time around, he very much gets punished. It didn't matter, though, in the long run in game one, right? Whisper recovered, and again, on something like a Tidehunter, he's going to recover, right? The fact that the lane was a tough one, he had a rough time down there because of these sort of 3 heroes playing against him. I think one of the reasons why he's throwing the tips out as well, he's like, well, good job, guys. You know, you got me. How did that work out for you last time? Not so great.
He's got his phase boots. I mean, he's almost level 6. Yes, he's shut down, but it was a lane that was already designed to shut him down. So yeah, I mean, I would agree. I think those tips were definitely like, okay, yeah.
Yep, it's okay.
Look what you're dealing with now.
Yeah.
Look at Tylung, shield rune at the ready.
He's going to go for the coil onto Whitemon. Whitemon will be able to leap away. So should be the space for Tundra to get away from this effort. He's going to try and jump back in onto Tylung. There's an arrow coming in. Quick jump there with the orb. Pure's still got to be pretty cautious. They've got the Ravage at the ready now, but have to be careful how they play around. Pure has also got the 6, so Enrage is there at the ready. Still, though, it's just sort of space that they push them off the tower. And 9 minutes in, coming close to being on the verge of taking all 3 tier 1s away from Tundra very early on this game.
All 3 T1s, as we said, super strong team fight lineup once they get their levels online, and they're getting these levels. 6 is online for the Tide, almost 6 for the 2 supports. BZM starting to get a little bit of help in the mid lane. Got the Marcy behind him, getting some good damage on the tower. And we are seeing 33 get a lot of space top out of these movements. So he does have at least one component of the Ags.
In jungles. The shard down. Arrow will connect, but Snowball's there to keep him safe. We'll still take him in pretty deep, but the orb's back up, so Tylung can get out. King Jungles, he's going to lose his life for this one, though. They'll be able to take Tox down.
I like this. Like you can, as you see with the DK, right? The 2 supports can rally around him pretty decently. Whitemon, though, now.
Tylung should be able to go for this. He's got the Dream Call. He's also got a haste rune if he wants to try and chase this afterwards. Actually looks like he doesn't want to go for it with the haste. So he will live this time round, Whitemon. So they can turn for Ahri instead. Tylung, haste now popped. See if he can chase on for this. Jumps in with the silence to make sure BZM can't immediately get a Dragon Tail off. We'll have to back away though, so both supports this time from Tundra able to survive. Only just, but they will get away from Tylung's puck this time round.
Pushing the limits on the hero. Whitemon actually barely survives. This was the Ash Legion shield and some stick charge. I think maybe even both of the 2 supports were popping theirs to protect him. It was very close. Extra barrier is always helping out. Whisper has shown his build that he's going to go for, at least for now. Don't think he's going to deviate because it is a very good game for it. The Yules playing versus the Ursa. But I think we're in for some nice excitement. Even though we do see a bit of an advantage for Heroic, this Ursa's farming. The Beast is farming. I think we're going to have a much, much closer game on our hands than last time.
And I guess the question is as well, we're getting close to sort of the period of the game that in game 1, you know, Heroic, they kind of got, I think actually last time they didn't really even get the tier 1s, but then they sort of fell back into this period where they were focused on getting the items. See them lose the tier 1 mid. BZM's going to be taken out of it by Ahri, but they've got the chase here with the snowball. Dream Coil dropped down on towards BZM. Ahri's gone. BZM will be surrounded, so Tundra, they might have got the tower, but they will pay the price likely with both of their lives. The full 5 mana for Heroic chase BZM down. So in comparison to the approach that Heroic came in with last game, we're seeing them be even more confident this time around with their lineup, going for more of these moves much quicker than they did last time.
Yeah, I think overall, like we were mentioning, I think their team fight is just ridiculous. It's all 5 heroes provide an excellent team fight. Tundra's just really don't. That's why I think they are split up until they get timings. I think that's why you see the 2 of them paired up. Ahri's trying to be that, you know, that saving issue, kind of like a swap for the DK, but there is great ways to chase, as we see on Heroic. Their lineup ticks all the boxes. Pure pretty much has the Battle Fury, so they do have those 2 core items about to be finished up. 33 Aghanims, Pure with the Battle Fury, so the farm speed for Tundra is going to be very, very fast. So if they do get to just sit back and hit creeps, we will probably see them even out or even get ahead in net worth.
Yeah, Pure having to back away. Once the Aghanim's online for 33.
They're still farming very, very well as well.
Yeah, he's had sort of a good couple of moves joining the team. It's been one of those games where he's been able to cleanly turn up to some of these plays and not be punished for it. 2-0-1.
And he's always going to have the buff up, right? He's always going to have this level 3 or 4 drinking buddies pretty early in the game for the splash damage. Let's see where they look to go from here, though. Because now forcing the issue is, do they even want to on the side of Heroic? And which fights do they want to actually take? Probably a lot of it just being played around Tai Lung if he can find any of these catches on the side. Because he is getting most of these power runes, too. He's got an arcane rune now.
And obviously one sort of different thing we're going to see this game round, especially with the build-up from Whisper on the offlane, right? It is going to be a lineup from Heroic that aren't, you know, picking up these auras, right? There isn't going to be this Crimson or Pipe this time round on their heroes. Does that matter against Tundra's lineup? You know, why do you feel this sort of approach has gone this way with their hero picking and with their item builds in this game?
Just because there's an Ursa, probably, right?
Yeah.
Because the Yules is so value versus Ursa. We might still see him. I mean, probably not, actually. I don't think he will, because it's a lot of physical damage on the draft, and you don't buy Crimson, right, on Tidehunter, and Pipe's just not his value. So, yeah, probably just going to be Blink, Yules, Ags, Shard, etc. Just because of those reasons. Ari?
We'll be able to survive this. So that's the Dream Coil gone. Thailand's going to look for
Yuma.
TP up top. I mean, Yuma sort of chasing the two of them out of here. BZM and Whitemon have to run with the Moonlight Shadow. Weren't able to completely tackle Yuma.
Both teams trying to make their own move. Tai Lung. This was an arcane rune with the coil, so it might catch them slightly off guard here. It's going to be back up in about 25 seconds. I think they saw Pure. Good scan.
This is a quick move. I mean, you're absolutely right. That timing could surprise Tundra.
Pure, the scan did connect, so I do believe he should be okay, but they see him with the ward, so it might catch him off guard with how fast they really were.
He's going to want to farm the wave. We'll manage to do it quick enough before anyone gets their hands on him. And now under the tier 2, it definitely becomes a bit more awkward for Heroic down here.
He's aware. Very good. Very nice play there from Pure. Good awareness. Good scan. I don't know who did that one, but... This is finished. Both teams hitting their timings. Tundra perhaps feeling strong enough now to group up a little bit here, since they do have that Ags on the Beast. No Blink yet on DK. I think that's the truest one where they're really going to accelerate on the side of Tundra, but right now, at least with this timing, looks like they might be able to force the tower. The Blink is going to open up the map a lot, though, for Tundra, I would say. Then they can start looking for these, you know, Moonlight Shadow plays, looking for pickoffs if they do see heroes split up. Heroic's not really splitting up too much, though. But perhaps when they get the Blink, they can find something. Very close on the numbers here. I was hoping we would have a little more fights, but I mean, both teams being very cautious, picking and choosing their battles. Not looking to hemorrhage any extra kills.
And we did see, obviously, last time round, how nicely that did work out for Heroic.
Mm-hmm. Feels like a very different game, though. An extremely different game. Tundra can actually play Dota this time, other than just hit creeps. Blink on the Ursa. I think this is go right. Blink Ursa, Blink DK, Ags. They've got go time now on Tundra too. They have great ways to be able to fight back, close the gap on these targets. Heroic can definitely fight back, as we mentioned, with these crazy amount of ultimates, but this could be a time where Tundra can catch them off guard.
Yeah, Whisper desperately trying to get the Blink Dagger done before the team fight kicks off. He's very close. Still has actually the Wisdom here. That Wisdom sat here for a fair few minutes, but will still be in the safe hands of Heroic on their side of the map.
His levels are good.
Camp's gone. He's going to have the sort of Blink Ravage response ready for any sort of fight that Tundra bring to them.
BZM is slightly falling behind, at least in terms of net worth at the moment. Had that struggle in terms of that early game rotation around the 6-minute mark, 7-minute mark, and now it's like they are smoking up together. Whisper's healing. They want to prepare for the fight. Look at this flank.
Oh, it's a big flank. Oh. I know they do. BZM's going to try for the jump. He gets the opening Dragon Tail onto Yuma, but the snowball save's going to come into place. Pure tries to jump in, but gets caught in the Markiplier. Has to put the Enrage immediately. Trying to turn towards King Jungles. The Dream Coil down. Ready here from Tai Lung. They'll have the Roar to Yuma. Can they keep him alive during the Roar? They are going to try their best. He's still alive here. Yuma pops the Mansa. He'll survive. There's going to be 3 dead on the side of Tundra, maybe even more. Whitemon's out of leaps. Yuma runs him down. He'll fall. Pure, he's managed to clean up a few on the back line.
Wow.
But Thailand's ready to seal the deal, close up the team fight, and ensure that Heroic get the team wipe.
That was such a cool fight in terms of little things. The Manta dodge honestly saved Yuma's life. I think he dies if he gets hit from that rebound stun. Dodges it with the Manta. They isolate Pure. It was like 2 separate fights going on. Pure was dishing it out with Whisper for like 20 seconds on the north side. But this snowball...
Yeah, a bit of an awkward start as well. Pure has to use the Enrage very early on in the fight because he sort of gets caught in the combo from Theolacor. And as you say, at this point, you know, the Roar comes out to Jara. It's looking like they might just be able to kill him. But surviving there against Ari and 33 in those final moments, beginning the cleanup whilst over at the side, sure, Pure, he's getting kills out of this play, out of this fight, but the rest of his team's dead, and at this point, he's got no way to save himself. A team wipe from Heroic shakes Tundra up big time there, coming in with that wraparound that Tundra, it seemed like they were almost prepared for it because they did sort of charge into it and they were quick with the blinks themselves, but overall the positioning and that overall strength, the team fight that Heroic's heroes possess at the moment, that you were talking about, we definitely saw it in action there.
Yeah, and KJ, yeah, the snowball, right? It's going to be something that's always the case. Is, oh my god,
Tylung.
He's on him.
He's going to try and toggle his way out of this one. He can't toggle his way out of that. That's, yeah, BZM dead. Godlike on Tylung. The sort of struggles just continuing here in this game too for BZM. He's having a rough one today, Fogged.
Tylung needs to get more attention. Actually, we're talking about him so much, but I think the teams actually just have to. This guy is clearly showing how good he is. BZM is struggling today versus him massively. A solo kill. He's dancing it out. He's 9-0. You know, the panel likes to say they're mid-diff things. Honestly, like, this is a bit of a mid-diff. Tylung is popping off. He's getting the help from his allies. BZM is not getting as much help.
He really didn't today. As in both games.
Not at all today.
Nobody wanted to come to the mid and help out poor old BZM. They just let him lose his tower. They did not want to focus on the mid lane, and that might come back to bite them. It certainly did in game 1, and so far, it's looking like it might be the same case here in game 2.
Heroic, there was a Moonlight Shadow attempt play there from Tundra. Heroic was smoked. They won't actually catch a kill with it. The dust off the mark from Whitemon. Also coming back up. We mentioned, you know, Heroic, how strong they are when all the ults especially are up. They just continue being up for all the fights, and I mentioned how BZM was kind of struggling before that bottom fight. Back-to-back deaths continues to be the bottom. No recovery for him just yet. And this Gyro is delaying the BKB in this game as much as possible, which makes sense versus all these, you know, the BKB piercing disables and the Ursa. He's just getting these small items, these HP items. He's now got Manta and a Pike to be able to distance himself from the Ursa. So tough for Pure to stick on targets at this point.
I mean, because, yeah, what's the sort of call going to be from Tundra now, after the way that last fight went down?
Have to watch out positioning of the Tusk, right? Don't overlap stuns. Somehow find these backlines. It's hard. As we said, it's so much team fight on Heroic. You have like 3 things you need to tick the boxes up. Where's Jakiro's Ice Path? Where's Ravage? And where's the Snowballs coming in to stop either the DK stun or the Roar? This was my concern about the single target heroes on Tundra versus the Tusk in particular. And so far, Heroic, last few fights were pretty beautiful. Getting all these timings. Blink on the Tusk is done now. Blink on the Tide with Shard.
Oh, that Shard's going to be super annoying.
Yeah.
They've got to be coordinated as a team and take them out. You know, as soon as that Shard gets put down onto one of the cores, they've got to help each other kill that anchor immediately.
They at least have like Marcy, right? Who
sure they have got high
pop
attack
ult and punch it, right?
Yeah.
Might be a case, but we'll see if he can actually get to that. As we do see, the pipe is done. 33 is going down the aura, so he is looking to protect since it's a gyrocopter, right? That spread damage is sometimes teams like to have the Crimson Guard versed. Let's see if when he gets this secondary aura, if it's enough, because the first one is quite a bit of physical to go through it. Accelerating. So the Roche is the next thing on the menu. Denying a Roche away from an Ursa lineup, too, is a pretty big deal.
Now, Tundra are not going to be able to do anything about this. This Roche will be Heroics. Arrows thrown in. Don't know what's going on, but as I say, no chance of trying to contest this right now. They just have to get as much as they can while split up on the map. Pure.
Oh my god, he's deep.
That was risky. Clears out one wave under the tier 2, and will blink away.
He's still in a risky spot.
He might still be indeed in trouble. Silence into the Dream Coil. Arrow at least will come out onto Tai Lung, but the Ice Blast lay down onto the two of them. Snowballs at the ready. Tundra, they've got to keep running away as they'll catch Whitemon Heroic. I mean, that's just... That hurts, Fog. That hurts. You know, these fast plays from Heroic are catching Tundra, and Tundra, you know, BZM's getting caught out earlier. We're seeing Pure as well get caught out. They're just not on the top of their game today, it feels like, Fog.
No, I gotta be honest. Tai Lung is, this guy's going Super Saiyan. I don't know if it's because he's playing versus Tundra or something, but my God, the plays that he's doing. He didn't get the initial read on where the Ursa blinked, but then afterwards, the persistence to chase with the orb. Tanks the arrow, but he's got the back. Heroic is really on top of things.
Yeah, they're looking so good today here.
Tai Lung has Lincolns now too, so, you know, the concern that maybe there was, how do you, now it's gone. He has Gem as well. This guy's good. This guy's a treat to watch, I gotta be honest. Super fun. Crimson is there, but they're falling so far behind. It's only, it says less than, it's only like 2K lead, but it's starting to feel quite a bit more commanding than that. The Earth is really 3K behind.
I mean, it's reminiscent of the last game, right? Because a lot of the portion of the last game, the net worth lead wasn't insanely massive until sort of the later stages, but you could feel it. Just the feeling of the game very much felt to be solidly in Heroic's hands, and just sort of the way that they're making the moves and making the plays, you know, at some points it seems almost effortless from Heroic, whereas Tundra, they're having to do kind of a lot of complex kind of equations to find situations to actually get a play going their way. They're going to try now.
BKB on Ursa, let's see.
And the Whisper's here ready to put a stop to this. Going to try and jump on him, but the Yaws are there. Tylen's already meant to jump onto the backline. Looking towards 33. Will get the silence in onto the Beastmaster. Yuma does get caught here by the arrow. A super long arrow stun there, locking Yuma down. See if that actually matters. Whisper, he catches them all. Gets him with the 5-man Ravage. They can't take a team fight, Tundra. They got to run. Everybody get out of it. They're going to try. I mean, Pure, he's trying to get in there. He's actually going to jump forward. 33's actually still alive, but I don't think they're getting out. 33. He's going to try and TP away. He'll make it out of there, but Pure will not. I mean, they get a couple of kills. They do get the Aegis, but it's still the scrappiness. It hurts Tundra. Heroic, they're still the ones coming out with a little bit more from these trades, even when it's Tundra's trying to bring together a coordinated move to take the team fights. It does feel that in these moments, Tundra panic kicks in pretty quickly when Heroic's able to turn like that.
BZM was like 100 gold for BKB too. If he gets one kill, he might be able to finish.
Look at this again.
It's a 5-man.
Beautiful Ravage, yeah, Whisper. He really kept us cool there. Yeah, because of the fact as well that he was sort of the first one they saw, right? They come on the high ground. There's no panicking from Whisper. He doesn't blow that Ravage immediately, waits for the perfect opportunity to jump back in and get it off. You know, Tundra, they are able to get the supports and the Aegis, but it cost them their mid, it cost them their carry. It's nowhere near what Tundra need to find to be able to try and turn this game around. They need so much more.
100%. Yeah, honestly, spellcasting from Heroic today is absolutely ridiculous. Just the saving of spells, the saving of each other with the snowballs, little drinking buddy pulls. Tai Lung has an amp damage and a Parasma now, so this next fight, I mean, we saw how much damage he's been doing in most of them. Even if the gyro dies, this puck is a pseudo carry.
I mean, Tundra, they've almost got to try and do this right. They know that the Ravage is on cooldown. They have to try and strike out Heroic when they know that Heroic don't have all components of their team fight ready to go.
Can they catch him though? Not quite. They make it through the portal. Okay, the courier's coming through. It's a Daedalus.
All right. That might be worth a...
I thought they might.
Did they not see the courier at that angle on the gate?
I think they really want to fight when Ravage is down like you're talking about. They're really, really looking
maybe
for
the point that they could have taken a Daedalus away. That would have been kind of huge.
Oh, Yuma.
But if they're on him. If they get the kill on Yuma, this would be a huge catch. He's got backup by his side. They're going to open up with the Roar. Can they burst it before any help comes in? No, the Snowball comes in time, and now Tyler's ready to get him with the 3-man Dream Core. Snowball force the side. Yuma's out. He's able to back away from the initial jump there from Tundra. Pure's going to pop the BKB and attempt to get in on this, but he's caught by the anchor of Whisper. He'll try and jump away. The Ravage, this time only pretty much catches on to 33, but still Tundra, they're having to just run. Tyler is not going to give them the chance to run. Jumps in, gets the silence onto Pure. He's killed the Ursa off. 33 trying to fight back, but can they get any of these kills, Tundra? They're looking at Whisper, but Whisper's too tanky. Gets the anchor smash off. 33 is going to go down into the damage of Theo Lacour and Tai Lung. They just cannot fight them, folks. Every time Tundra, even in moments there where it looked like to be the perfect setup, they're on the high ground. They see the carry, they see Yuma. You could feel the hesitation, right? They were like, can we really go for this? There's probably going to be some sort of response behind him. And the hesitation was understandable, because indeed, as soon as they went for it, saves are coming in. We're seeing King Jungles get in there with a Blink Snowball. And again, Tundra, this time round, it's even more brutal than the outcome of the last team fight. They lose 4 heroes. They don't get anything, Fogged.
These two supports are playing, I mean, there's obviously the cores are playing out of their mind, right, Tyler? But these two supports, the Ice Path coverage, hitting 3-4 heroes, Snowball saves.
Look at this again. I mean, at this point, Tundra's, almost of the impending doom is felt from them. You can tell that they're like, I don't think we're going to kill this Gyro. Spoiler, they were absolutely correct. They weren't.
And the timer starts ticking. They're like, oh my God, Ravage, 5, 4, 3. You know that Tundra's timing that. They disengage, it only clips 1, but the damage is done. The BKB from Pure is gone. He can't disengage. Yeah, Heroic, they're on fire today. Truly on fire. And for Tundra, especially for BZM, right? One of the harder games, or one of the hardest series we've seen from him in some time. 0-7.
I mean, it's been 2 fights now that Tundra have looked to try and start. They haven't gotten their way. What's the plan now? Because they're, on the verge of being knocked out from this Blast Slam, Fogged. And this team, they've been pretty much winning all of them. So if Heroic's able to knock Tundra out, it is absolutely going to be testament to how much Heroic has upped their game each and every series that we've seen them through this Blast Slam 6. They get themselves another kill. They catch off Ari. Now, Heroic, they're absolutely crushing it today.
And BZM, he has to kill the missile. Doesn't have backup, though, has to be careful from Yuma. Yeah, it truly is just beautiful identification of how to play around, I mean, honestly, around Thailand. I have to give him so much credit. Because they really are just making BZM not have games, and that's 2 very important situations.
Yeah, absolutely. 15-0-6. And then, your PR has got BKB, TP.
I think
something like that in the middle. So many of his games, even in the losses, right, he's had crazy KDA.
Yeah, now at this point, right, Tundra, I think like you said, they went to like their, again, similar to last game, like the A, the B, now it's the C, because they did try to go for these timing fights. They tried to time the fight around the BKB, and both of those fights were disastrous with the way that Heroic is just prepared for them. So I wonder what that plan B, plan C really kind of is now. Because Heroic, their plan A is just straight up working. Ag's done for Whisper, level 20. Starting to pick up these really nice support items also versus the over Thailand.
Just continuing to pick up these kills. It's just, absolutely crazy. Especially as well when you consider this game, right? They tried to adapt against the puck, even like sort of switching up what matchup they wanted to run in the mid lane. And they just have not had a single answer for him at any stage of the game, including the lane in which, BZM was given a hero that should have probably done a lot better than it did against him. Sure, there was a lot of support pressure coming in from Heroic, and BZM didn't have that sort of being matched by his team. But still, it's just been complete domination from Heroic on the mid. And the thing is as well, they seem to know exactly what to do with that, right? When Thailand has this sort of good start, good game, the moves that they make around the puck just sort of amplify, how much of a good beginning he had.
Yeah, on top of just how much I honestly did really like both of their drafts in these two. It's also it's more than anything, it's their preparation versus Tundra. I think they've put Tundra in very uncomfortable positions about how they wanted to draft and set up these lanes. Because the first pick Beast, which I don't even know if they want to do anymore, but you kind of have to because otherwise Heroic takes it, and then they force it. Well, maybe not force it, but it gets put in a position where it goes off lane versus Gyro Jakiro or Gyro Tusk, some of the better heroes versus it. So yeah, it just feels like Heroic. The game plan, full planning today. Top notch. Going toward high ground now.
Yeah, they're ready to start looking for the fights themselves. They're going to get the quick jump onto a white bomb. It's going to be the Mirana gone.
Getting pretty out of control. And they're doing all the little things too. I don't really always talk about this, but look at the Gyro too. He's even using Chop Shop. So he's disassembling his items to sell for maximum efficiency. Not even losing that gold.
So Whisper. He's going to look for the setup on a BZM. BZM has to go for the BKB TP, but unluckily for him, there's a Tusk around with a punch ready to use. Punches him in the face. No TP out for BZM. They've got him again.
Kailang might be, at least for me, the games that I've seen, we haven't caught all of them, might be the MVP for this, at least what I've seen in this tournament. This guy's just everywhere. Just so many moves. Super flashy. And yeah, I'm just really trying to think how they can recover at all, even a fight for Tundra. Because as we've seen multiple times, the team fights, it's such an uphill battle.
Oh, Pure. He's caught in the shards. He's going to go for the TP, but they've got the ways to stop it. He's dead as well. I mean, so many times we're just seeing BZM die, then Pure die, then BZM die, then BZM die, then Pure die, then Pure die. They keep killing the mid and the carry. They're getting the pickups every single time.
I think Tundra might be broken, at least from the way that HEROIC.CET's just been able to do this.
And it's going to be the end of the road for them here at this, last round of 6, if they don't manage to turn this one around. An early exit for a team that's been taking away the trophy nearly every single time in.
And this, I think the panel was saying too, they don't really lose. They haven't even lost like best of 3s at Blast, I don't think. So this is pretty
They're going to have some crazy records, yeah, that are definitely being put to an end here by HEROIC today.
I'm just looking at like next items, and I'm just like, these aren't fixing problems. Like the Basher's done, the BKB, but the physical damage, the control, it's just all there for HEROIC and for Tundra.
Oh my goodness, yeah, Whisper having a Hex as well. So Ravages, Hexes, Anchors, he's going to have everything to get the jump.
Whitemon? Don't breathe.
Just chilling.
Truly chilling, we'll say.
Well, he's got ways out, but careful.
He's thinking about arrowing a creep or something. The courier? The courier?
Oh, it's on! Oh, no! Oh, he got ratted out by Theo the Cause courier. Well.
Is that an owl carrying a cat? I actually like that courier quite a bit.
Wait, which one?
Spotted him out.
Oh, yeah, that is a good one. Yeah.
It's very cute.
I think so. It's some sort of like exotic cat, I think, isn't it? It's
true.
Like,
fair.
It's like one of I think it's like a mountain cat. BZM is not really got ways out of this one. Okay, maybe with Ari. No, never mind. Tai Lung's got the answer. Dream Call onto the 2 of them. Ravage to follow up. Ari's dead. BZM dead again. I feel like I've said that so many times this game. It just keeps dying.
It is 9 times.
This
is quite a lot.
Yeah. Ooh. My goodness, HEROIC. They're knocking out Tundra from this Blast Slam 6 in quite some style.
Yeah. You can even see Pure's 2 has like they saw the Tide alone for a second with 2 heroes, right? They had the Marcy and the DK, and Ursa's right there, and he's like, I'm not going on that, guys. There's no way I'm going on this. 40 seconds, no DK, up to high ground, Satanic Butterfly. Like, Yuma is just insanely fun. And this poor Ursa is not going to hurt him too much. Even if he hits him for full duration in a stun.
It's the bomb rack's gone.
Beautiful.
HEROIC over to the mid. Who's going to make the jump? Who's going to dare make the jump? Into this Aegis, into pretty much the entirety of the team fight. Ravage is still, of course, on cooldown. They're going to try here with Pure. Look to get in onto Yuma. He's actually going to get caught by the shards. Ari will manage to take him out. Back to safety. BZM's going to try for the jump here off the backlines, but already they just turn straight on towards him. They'll put the BKB BZM, but he can't stand his ground here against Yuma, Tai Lung, and King Jungles. He has to back away. Ari will take him out. They can't push them off the barracks. Pure's going to attempt to get back in on this. He's sent up in the air with the Yules. He still has the BKB ready to press. Won't need to, but won't be able to stop them from taking that second set. So 2 sets of barracks taken by HEROIC.
33 can't roar. You can see he's pump faking it constantly, but this Tusk is always there. They're going to try for Yuma, but he's still too close to his allies. Really, yeah, again, just continues to be very good spell usage, just good patience from HEROIC as well. Not using the snowball and the arrow play there, they just drinking buddies, pull him at distance and save the snowball for the hard DK stun or for the roar. Just continue to play very smart, and yeah, it's a very early 25 that's been hit for the puck. So these BKBs, as we saw, if BZM gets caught in it, he has to just stand his ground. And it's Aghanims also for fucking 17, 0, and 10. 27 of the 30 kills around Tai Lung.
Yeah, if you play against these guys, you've got to shut down the mid.
Yep.
You've got to do more to stop Tai Lung early on. He will absolutely run away with the game if you leave him in a 1v1. Even in some of the less favored matchups, he is still having an insane time. Pure is trying to get in on this. He's caught by the anchor. Oh, he's going to try and take him back to safety, but the Dream Coil is up. They're trying to buff him up with the auras. He'll pop the BKB, attempt to turn, but he's out of the game for 85 seconds. No buyback on him. 33 to fall. Heroic, they can take the final set of barracks. Look for the Mega Creep. The buyback's going to come out with 33, but you no buyback on Pure. Ari's caught outside of the base. They'll throw in the last few buybacks they have here, Tundra, to try and hold on. They do manage to push them at least off the melee racks, but Heroic, they're not going to have to play, they don't have to play safe this time round. They know how far ahead they are. They're ready to close up the final racks potentially. The fortification will come out. BZM's going to get caught by the Hex. He'll pop the BKB. Look towards Yuma. But the Roar for 33 on towards King Jungles. There's going to be no follow-up to it. King Jungle's able to walk away as he pops the Ghost Scepter. There's the final racks taken. Mega Creep's now up. They've got the Refresher as well on Whisper. Whisper, he might just be ready to close this one up with a nice double Ravage. As the tier 4 is starting to fall.
They just have to watch. They can't even touch him.
There's the Dream Coil, and there's Whisper coming in with the Ravage to finish this off with bonus star points. Double Ravage onto the 4 of them. GG is called as Tundra knocked out of the competition. Heroic moving on 2-0. As the level of improvement we've seen from this team.
Insane.
Any sort of struggles or any problems they were having in some of the group stage losses, the talks, the focus, the work that they must have put in to fix them. I mean, it's done absolutely amazing amounts, because it's not they're just winning and moving on, it's that they're knocking out Tundra 2-0, Fogged.
It's a best of 3. That's the big thing too, right? It's not just some best of 1s or anything. They can do it in this fashion. It's a best of 3. So yeah, well on for Heroic. That was unbelievable plays from everyone.
Absolutely. What a day today from Heroic. They'll move on here at Blast Slam 6, 2-0, knocking out Tundra.
Essay, let's go. Woo! Woo! Down with Europe. Hey, fuck them. Woo! Essay! He said it.
I don't know if I actually want to clap to that one, but Heroic coming in here, getting a 2-0 over Tundra. Monumental for so many different reasons. But it has been 435 days since we have had a Blast Slam without Tundra. It has been that long that we've not seen them go all the way to a finals for themselves to play in the best of 5s, and the first time they've ever lost a best of 3. Heroic today, just the better team. I feel like it's as simple as that.
They actually were. They straight up were the better team. There's no ands, ifs, or buts. They had solid drafts, and they played very, very well. And I'm going to say it again. This Tai Lung guy, you got to keep your eye on him, because I genuinely have not seen a mid player this young who's been this good since Sumail. That's the player I think of who was this good at this young of an age. There's plenty of good mid players at 18, 19. He's 16, and he is just clapping kids.
The thing is, like, he's playing his game. Like, he's not like he's a mid laner where he's trying to enable someone else or like sacrifice. Like, you can see that you know what he wants to do. And Heroic, they had to understand how to enable him, probably during the draft. And I think today, the drafts and the way they set him up made him shine. Like, of course, the Beastmaster of the Park, his score lines are incredible. Of course, I think everyone in Heroic has stepped up. There didn't feel like there was that faltering in the mid to late game. There wasn't those moments where it's like, are they going to mess up with the high ground? Again, I think everything just felt like it was the team that we wanted to see from Heroic from day one. So testament to them, not allowing the group stage results to knock them down, actually improve from it, and then book their ticket to Malta.
Yeah, and I fully agree with you guys. And the thing for Tai Lung also, it's not just one game. This guy has done it like 6 or 7 games in a row where he's not really dying. He's just clapping everyone in the mid lane. People can come to him, get a triple kill. But I will say the rest also, like Whisper, Yuma, and also both the supports, I think everyone has like really stepped up their game. So I'm just happy to see it from drafting to the gameplay. They've got it all.
There it is.
Yeah, all wrapped up so nicely for them on the side of Tundra now being eliminated. We can have a few final words on them, some thoughts about what kind of didn't really go for them, because you thought this Game 2 draft, like they've done the, recalibration, they've recollected themselves. This is going to be a draft that we could really see actually work for them, and it still didn't.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit better, but I think this Marcy is dead weight.
Okay.
And I think the heroic supports played amazing, and they played around the mid lane and made really, really good moves. I think even though Tundra may have drafted slightly differently, I think Heroic still had the better end of the moves, right? They bring all these heroes mid, they open the mid tower super early, and they get all these kills throughout this really, really good sequence for them. To me, this is one of the big turning points of the game, and I look at Tundra, they're reacting. They're not making their own move. Heroic is making the move, and they're just sort of showing up. Ahri gets caught on the side. He jumps the DK in instead of back out, causing them to get a triple kill here. They all feed. Ahri, really rare mistake. I think he's very good at this hero. We talked about it in draft. And he's also a very good player, but makes a critical mistake. They feed 3 kills. Ay.
And they lost mid tower in both games by like minute 6 or 7. That's a pretty illegal stat as well.
Yeah, and I think going back a little bit to the Beastmaster as well, like the idea of 33 now playing in this game, in the last 10 games of Beastmaster, in the last 10 months for 33, he's 2-8 on the hero. A hero that we used to always go, wow, when this guy gets the hero, he pops off. So for Heroic, after game 1, to force 33 onto a hero that he's just not winning with at all in like the last year, and then to like beat them again, it's like, it takes so many little layers to beat a team like Tundra. So through gameplay, through draft, through prep, through just the like psychology of the series, Heroic just broke Tundra.
It's not even just that, just no one is really winning on Beast outside of Tailong, like, let's be real, you know?
Yeah,
it was like,
that's a good point,
the fact that you're now opening, or like kind of corralling Tundra into opening their draft, having that foundation for what they want to build, it's just like, yeah, big yikes for themselves. And then closing out with the Dragon Knight as well, which, I don't know, what would you say, Quinn? It's like a skill matchup when it comes against Puck, slight advantage to Dragon Knight, not really. Like, we take nameplates away.
No, it's definitely Dragon Knight favored.
Yeah.
Puck can draw. Like, that's your bet. Like, the lane, how it played out is best case for Puck. It cannot really realistically get any better than
that. He like overperformed, because that I think is like, the fact that they can play through this lane so nicely and get a triple kill is pretty insane.
Yeah, no, this is definitely like laning excellence, because I think the lane's likely result is like maybe 75-25 for DK, maybe 60-40.
Yeah, and like this fight, it's like, I think there's so many nice things if you look at Heroic that I feel like in other days they were not able to execute like this, but everyone is like in a very good position. You start with the snowball save, you have Whisper on the sideline who's very annoying. You also have later down the line like Yuma, he's gonna get an insane Manta dodge here on the rebound. I think without this he would at least die. Like, making sure that in these fights, you know, you stay alive on long HP, you stay around, and you can like continue playing the map, set up the map in a nice position for like your follow-up play over and over is like such a big deal. And I'm just happy to see them, because we always talk about Tailong, but I think it's really also the rest that all stepped up today.
I think the spellcasting of everyone stepped up. I mean, most noticeably on Whisper, and you know, when you get those big 5-man Ravages, it's quite easy to say that's good, but it's all the nuances too.
No, for sure. You've got like the Jakiri position 4 from Teolicor that's doing all the little attack slows and ice paths. You've got the
Dude, his
drinking
ice
buddies.
paths were insane.
There it is. The drinking buddies on Tusk. You know, KJ making Yuma drink mid-game. Come to me, let's go into a snowball together. Like, you know, like these little things, it's working out. But again, like when I see this game from Heroic, this is what you see when they win. Like, why can this not be every game?
Maybe it is now with the new roster.
Maybe it is, but I want to see it every game. They're back. But like this is the Heroic that like in previous tournaments, it was so exciting to watch. So I'm like upset that we had to see the group stage from them, but I'm just truly hoping when they get on the plane to Malta, they just keep remembering this series and keep copy pasting it to the upcoming playoffs, because again, Heroic is such a fun team to watch when they get these type of moments.
No, 100%. I think you can feel they were just locked in for that series. And I think that's one of the coolest parts about Dota, is when you can just see the difference. You can see that switch flip that these guys are on today, and they're just going to own.
Yeah, someone clearly had like a talk or an idea or something, and everyone's like, wow, that's what we needed to do. And like from that point, it can make a team. It just takes that one conversation on that one thing, and then a team can truly just level up.
Well, leveling up is what they needed, because they're coming up against a tough opponent, but they get it done 2-0, and it means Heroic are going to be joining us here in Malta, and also joining us for an interview. KJ, congratulations! What a series! How are you feeling after that?
I'm feeling big. In the camera, I'm so big.
Yeah.
Now I'm feeling happy. I was like with T-Governor, like, why can't we be like that every game? I wonder as well, you know. I don't like the trolls.
I was wondering how much of what we're saying you can hear, and obviously your group stage was rough. It had a couple of those throws. Last chance qualifiers, you guys looked great. You won that best of 3, but what changed between then and now for you guys to literally not miss in any part of this game?
I think we were already playing super well. We just needed to have a talk to like be more adults, you know, by playing the game. Don't search dopamine inside of their base. Just break the buildings. This is like defense of the ancients. Break the ancient. That's all that matters. And that was the main thing. And of course, having Tai Lung, giving Tai Lung Coca-Cola and hamburgers. He only eats this. This is all days, but like he keeps winning and killing everyone, so we're like, okay, just give him Coca-Cola and hamburgers.
That's it. That's the recipe for
Apparently
a good mid laner.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about some of the prep that went into the games today. Like, did you guys prep the way and the drafts you had only because of yourselves, or was it also because you play against Tundra and they're quite a slow team?
The drafts, I just like listen to my coach. He does everything, but I feel like about him being slow, I feel like. Drafting against Tundra is like drafting against Falcons. It's like it's more easy, right? Because like they're just super good with their heroes and they're gonna pick it no matter what. So like the first game we played against them, they are just like countering themselves into our heroes and they still win. So I feel like we know they're gonna be stubborn with their heroes, and then that gives us an advantage, right? But the bad thing is that you're facing their best heroes. So like first game they had Invoker, it's like his best hero. You know it's coming, so like you can either ban it because you know he wants, or you can either make a plan against it, and we chose make a plan.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. You guys did that pretty well. So you talked about patience in an interview you gave. I want to show you a clip because there's a game you played, Disruptor. I think you weren't that patient in that one, so I want to hear what you talked about. You know, after all this happened, how did you guys like learn from this play?
He's watching the clip.
Don't worry, he's having time.
Yeah.
What do we think about this one?
This one was no patience. You are right. This one was no patience. It was a bit unlucky as well, but it was no patience, and we learned now, right? I think this game we did better. I don't want to remember the losses. I want to think about the win now.
No, that's fine. But did you have like, I mean, how did you go from? Because it's kind of hard. Like patience is, I think, very vague. Like, how did you guys go about it in like the talks afterwards? To like, is it like about being more clear about taking the 100% play? But like, how do you instill, you know, the more calmness in yourselves?
I mean, like if we want to go through it, it's like we had a team talk. We were talking about that we were already winning every game, so like it's easier to have this talk, right? Because like we were already winning every game. We were on advantage on like almost every game we played, and then after that we were throwing. So like everyone knew that this was the problem. Everyone knew that we had to do this. We talked as a team. I even was talking a lot with Tastini about this. Like he was like, I was like watching replays with him, and he was like giving me like, here you need to be more patient, blah 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 blah. And then I like talk with my team. So yeah, like I was like searching a bunch of things, you know, like talk to my coach what we should do, talk with Yuma, we should do this. So like basically we just had a bunch of talks because the Dota was already there.
That makes a lot of sense. Well, you guys did really good. Thanks for all the insights, and see you in Malta.
See you.
Bye, KJ. Yeah, he was giving some good insight there, telling us all about it, dropping a little bit of insider information that Stevie, he's a freelancer now. We all know he's parted ways with Pete Vision. A lot of people wondering what was going to be his next move, and apparently it is just there to help out his fellow brethren over at Heroic. And look, it showed whether, you know, it was down to that. Obviously, all the prep CAFs was able to do for them too. They had everything fall into place, and they took advantage of that. They 2-0 Tundra, and right now they're busy getting to pack their bags and meet us here in Malta.
Yeah, major props. There's no luck involved here, no chance. There's no, Tundra woke up on the wrong side of the bed. No, Heroic, they just owned. They just straight up played super well. It's a well-deserved victory. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about it. They owned, they played super well, and I'm really, really impressed by them.
Yeah, they had a plan against some of their best heroes. KJ giving a fantastic interview there, but it means that it's time for us to move on to our final best of 3 for Bar Sam. It is Liquid up against GamerLegion.
Now Mickey's got the buyback available, he'll use it. Wants to get back over towards the fight, and he'll TP over here to help out Nisha and Ace. He's in on top of Amar. Ace will get his arena down to control the two of them. Amar brought by the stuff from Nisha. They'll bring Amar down, crit to fall.
Trying to hit that Stampede, two-man stop, and Yutaro's in trouble. Half HP, trying to bail him out with an Ice Path. A little bit of focus fire damage onto Mickey, but he has to run away. See, re-up the Magnetize, re-up with the Yules, kick him back into the team, and Yutaro will be hunted down.
Tylong's been caught out. Forced up away, Arena comes far too late. Tylong's already dead. No buyback on your sniper. Which one of the forces is gonna step up? It's RCY with a huge vortex to end the game.
Takes the fight to Chrysalis now, trying to get a cookie to get Clinks out of here. But again, you really just can't disengage from this lineup. They are going to stick on top of you. In fact, RCY is now looking for the kill on a mid one as well. Good hook back from Yamich. Oh, he's hitting damn hard, and that is Mao's eliminated.
GamerLegion have already played a best of 3 for themselves, and they eliminated Mao, something that I don't think a lot of people thought would have happened. And now they're facing up against Liquid for a spot here in Malta. Maybe we could see a potential upset similar to what we just saw, Heroic taking out Tundra there. But is it really that straightforward? Are people underestimating, maybe overestimating GamerLegion now, or an appropriate amount?
I think people are underestimating, and I think specifically
Talk
these
to me.
two over
Talk
here.
No, you chill, bro.
They've been underestimating GamerLegion a little bit. Me and Nat, we put them not at the bottom. And me and Kendra, they put them at the bottom.
Right.
You put them 11.
And now GamerLegion
That's right.
boys.
We knew they weren't going to get last.
Oh, yeah,
we knew
yeah.
in our bones. So you can see it here. Down at the bottom. Shame on you.
Can we just pause for a second, all right?
No, I don't think so.
Ninth through to
All
12th
gas,
is the
no
same
breaks.
thing. If you're 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, you're all the same second last.
And it's not
last.
only me that thinks. There's others on maybe even on the GamerLegion side that believe this is the case.
Yeah, here we go.
And
go on.
Also, I don't know what the casters have been saying these days, but I think it's time to drop the last ranked every tourney thing. And I agree. These people on the left side of the panel,
So,
questionable takes.
wait,
Let me respond. I want a quick response. The thing is, though, with that, for example, is they historically get second to last place. So he is correct. They don't get last place. They at least win one series to then get second last. It's not, again, they get to the tier 1 events. They are naturally always in the bottom 50%. But right now, they are currently on a better trajectory than before. But they still are a bottom 4-6 team in anywhere they go.
There
Or
is
are they?
a multitude of reasons that could add up to that. You've already given away a little insight, Quinn, that you've had private calls with them, but you
True.
had a more
I didn't know that.
one.
How can I rate them appropriately if I don't know that Mr. Quinn Callaman is like, ring, ring, guys. I'm on the phone.
Well, he gave
Yo,
them-
make this play. Go here, gank this, do this. Okay.
He gave them a bit of a call earlier as well and spoke specifically to Speed.
So you guys have been together for quite a while now. So how do you feel your progress and improvement have been recently compared to like the early days?
I would say way better. I think like early on, it's just like really hard. You lack a lot of structure. I don't think like anyone has a great idea of like how to practice, how long you should practice, what you should do. But ever since we got our new coach, I'd say he's given us a lot of structure. That's probably been the biggest change. Just like spending less time doing like basically random shit that's just kind of a waste of time and very draining. So yeah, just it's been way different recently because of that.
Okay. Yeah, that's totally fair. And last question, how has like altering your schedule to play EU pubs and scrims and stuff when y'all are back home, how does that affect your day-to-day life?
It's honestly terrible. I'm gonna keep it a stack. Like I love being at home, love being with my friends, my family, but like when it comes to Dota, it's just like kind of trash because we have to play scrims right in the morning, which like people are not gonna have sympathy for because it's like, oh, they have to wake up for their jobs and like, you know, everyone has to do that. But I do think there's a big difference between like giving your all, like literally like being full focus immediately when you wake up or like very close to when you wake up, and compared to like, it's just like going all out for a competitive game of Dota is like draining as heck. Just woke up. It's just really hard to do that. And I think that does affect us. Plus, we have some ping issues. Pubs is just rough because like you wake up, you play scrims probably till like 3 or 4 with replays, and then because you're from NA, the pub time in EU it's like already 11 or 12, and most good players are like done playing for the day. So now it's like, do I really want a pub? Not really. So yeah, I don't know. It's not great. I think we play a lot better as a team once we come to EU. For those reasons, we get to like chill more in the morning, wake up, then play our scrims. So yeah.
Yeah, the struggle ever since NA pubs died has been rough for sure. Well, thanks for your answers. I appreciate it, and best of luck today.
Oh, well, thanks for doing that interview, Quinn, dragging all the information out of Speed. And look, it is showing the fact that they're now on that EU schedule, on that grind set mindset right now for them. They won against Mouse, and now they have the chance to win against the Liquid.
They absolutely do have the chance. I will say that I think it's closer than maybe it has been for them in the past, because I think that this tournament they have looked pretty good. You know, I was going to agree straight up with Quinn's statement of like that at least I underestimate them, at least slightly, until he's like, well, I put them 11th and you put them 12th. That just kills your entire basis. But I agree. I think they have looked better. So I'm happy to see a good BO3.
Yeah, and also you have to respect what GamerLegion, ex-Wildcard, ex-Apex Genesis, you know, there's a whole list of their journey together, what they've done to the region. They are lifting the mantle of North America. Even RCY, he was playing on Team DogChamp in the DPC era. He didn't have any Tier 1 placements. He then joins this roster. Suddenly he's now getting 7 tournaments under his belt in the Tier 1 scene. Again, like we mentioned, his best position or placement is still kind of in that 9th to 11th mark in the 16-team tournaments. They are yet to break into a top 8 with RCY on the roster ever since they've been playing for a couple of years. So it's like, this is the best of 3. If they are able to beat Liquid, if they can get themselves to Malta, it is the best they've ever performed. They break into the top 8 of a tournament, top 6 of a tournament. It was incredible for them. And it's just a long road. Being the only North American team, the true North American team, having to play on these pubs, all this, like, it's only L's against them, and at some point it will click and they'll be able to do it. And I'd argue they are in better form than they've been in the past, but statistically they are the underdog in most series.
Well, I would argue maybe this is the one series they're not really the underdog, because Liquid themselves have been looking shaky. They lost a couple of qualifiers. They played in an online tournament before this, and despite having 4 TI finals appearances between the split of what is ex-Liquid, ex-GG, all melded together now, it hasn't really clicked the way a lot of people thought that it was going to. They still had a phenomenal group stage, almost got to skip this and go to semifinals, but it just wasn't to be, and now they have to prove themselves in a best of 3, not best of 1s.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a team that definitely still is yet to prove and yet to find that peak form, because I think they are all amazing players, right? They are Tier 1 players, not just amazing players. And I think they have that potential. Their past games, these losses, I think there's some inconsistency in the drafts. There's some weirdness and some hipster that comes out sometimes.
The boat boy?
The boat boy, I think, is a big one. The Huskar Nisha is not a hipster pick, but it is not very him. And I think sometimes there's these other picks that they played a game with Carrie Leshrak. Sometimes they think they get a little too big for their britches. They deviate a little bit from the norm, and it can bite them. And so I think if you're GamerLegion, you stick to your guns, and you hope that Liquid does this, because I think while they have the potential, they also have the potential to overshoot the mark a little.
But hasn't Liquid always just been the team where they find their heroes and they play them so well that you kind of feel lost? Like, how do we deal with the Nature's Prophet, the Lunas, and all this stuff? Right now, I'm still looking at a Liquid where I'm like, what is your heroes? Like, what are your, like, the Falcons Tundra-esque of, like, what's your true identity? Because once they find it, sure, they'll always be top 4 drifting towards the top. But there's been some tournaments, I mean, to be fair, their last tournaments was 4th, 3rd, 4th. Again, let's exclude the Dream League. That's just kind of how they go there. But
everyone knows their.
I'm still waiting to see that little Liquid magic that we see in their gameplay.
Yeah, I do think, though, that one thing that is consistent, or at least easy to look at to help them have success, is Boxy's hero. He has a very stable position 4. You just need to be stable in what you're picking for him.
Yeah, like this guy, he doesn't play the most heroes at the moment because his top heroes are so damn good, and it's not that easy to ban these guys out. But I will say, when you play against this guy, you better try to put a leash on him. Because when this guy plays his Tusk tiny, and he gets to run around as he wants, because, you know, Ace has a good first, like, 2 to 3 minutes, and then he goes mid to Nisha. Like, a lot of the post 4 players right now, I think they have a lot of room to shine. You know, your Saxa, your Boxy, when they get to run around like this. Like, to me, when I look at Liquid, I always look at their early game, and it's generally ran through Boxy. So these heroes need to be on your radar. And him moving around to, like, his mid and his safe lane also is something you have to be ready for here if you're GamerLegion.
No, I mean, he's one of, like, the few, I think, like, he feels more similar to, like, the JRXs of the past. You heard Matu describe him in old videos where he's like a dog chasing cars, and you're like holding him, like you're holding a leash, trying to rein him back. And I think Boxy is that similar kind of player where he is like dragging you across the road at the kills, and you're like, okay, I guess we're going. And so I think for Liquid, it's a matter of how much do you follow this guy.
Well, hopefully they're going to follow him to victory and potentially a good draft for themselves, because our best of 3 starts with a Game 1 draft. GamerLegion haven't already won a best of 3 here at Blast Slam under their belt. They were able to win that against Mouse. Liquid, well, they've had a couple days off, and for Tundra earlier, that might have proven all it took for the rust to build up, and Liquid are going to need to get the ball rolling pretty fast for themselves. And when it comes to forms of bans, they're definitely taking note of RCY Storm Spirit. They take it out. Chen, what has been rising in popularity, goes out the window too, along with GamerLegion, removing that Viper.
These are some respect bans from Liquid. Starting off with the respect it's due. They're not the standard bans. These are very GamerLegion bans. Speed loves his Chen. RCY, we all know about his Storm, so giving what's due.
Yeah, something else you have to respect from GamerLegion. I think Speed's Warlock is like something they really like to look towards. It's just very stable. It does give you a good team fight, and they've played it a lot. And it's definitely, I think it's a good thing against like against the slightly lesser experienced teams than yourselves to try to get them out of their comfort zone.
But to counter that though, I feel like Ace looking at a Warlock. Warlock isn't the highest pressuring position 5. Like you Fatal Bonds, you shove the wave into them. Ace might go, you know what, let them have their Warlock. I know I'll be able to free farm on a certain matchup. Kind of invite GamerLegion to go for their comfort, and then maybe there's problems later on in the game when Liquid have, economy on all their cores.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm looking at a hero like Centaur. I think both these teams really, really prioritize it. Fade's played it a lot. Ace obviously is Centaur, big time enjoyer, so.
You think the Centaur over the Underlord?
For early picks, I would say so. I think both will be contested for sure. I definitely agree. But I think Liquid historically has been early picking the Centaur more than they have Underlord.
Well, a couple more bans added for GamerLegion now. Razor, I feel like I'm saying that just every game. SF2, and then Treant.
Which is interesting because this forces Liquid, at least from what I can see, into like a slightly different first pick. They've had some tiny first pick, a Razor, a Shadow Demon. None of those are open, but they do get their hands on another hero who's been banned in, what, like 80% of games?
Yeah, it's being banned almost a shocking amount.
Yeah, so I'm a bit surprised.
I honestly didn't expect the hero to be banned as much as it has been this tournament. Like, the hero is definitely very strong, and you can play it on core roles, you can play it on support, so there's some flex going on, but I kind of respect GamerLegion leaving it. If you're going to test the hero, I think you don't give Liquid this Razor, you don't give him the Shadow Fiend. So leaving Batrider, there's the Speed Warlock you mentioned, but I think I like this contest, but I don't think Warlock makes a great deal of sense necessarily in response to Bat.
Warlock's just there. It then looks towards the later pick. Like, what carry are you picking up to utilize the Warlock's hill to maybe find a threat? And of course, GamerLegion need more information before they do that. With Batrider, we've seen it 3, 4, 5. I think in 3, you just full farm. Buy the auras, 33 style, really obnoxious.
It's not really an Ace hero, is it, on offlane? Like, that's not the one I would like see him play.
Yeah, I'd assume not. The itemization is, but the hero itself, no.
I mean, I would say like a Bat Warlock can be, I think it's a bit like two-sided. Like once Bat has like Blink Force, I think it's very good for a Bat because you can always kind of choose your fight. But if it's not like super fast for the Bat to like kill and so on, then the Warlock team just kind of turns around on the lasso guy being dragged in. But when it comes to the laning stage, I think you can just like skip waves. Also, if you're the Bat, you can like pull it around.
I will say that is maybe the thing that Liquid has going for them is having someone like Tofu move from a position 4 to position 5. As he's very comfortable and confident in playing the Batrider.
Yeah, you can definitely put it on the 5 position. Ace, y'all mentioned it. It's not his bread and butter. I would agree, but I do think Liquid has very, very good bans.
Yeah.
The Abaddon and Weaver, and I'm a little surprised GamerLegion didn't prioritize those on 9 instead of second phase.
Like, especially with the bans as well, like what happens down the line when a hero that we've completely forgotten about so far in the last 2 days, Darkseer, an OG hero, the Liquid hero, now they're returning. What happens? A Tusk gets picked up from Liquid, the Darkseer on the closing phase of the second pick. Like, Warlock can't pressure that. You now have the aura, the initiation. There is a world where Liquid, again, can exploit this Warlock with heroes that other teams just haven't touched at all.
I mean, generally, most of like the beefy aura guys, which is like Ace in a nutshell, like most of his heroes are definitely very good against Warlock. But it at least gives GamerLegion like the easier setup, I think, for them. Like with your safe lane, you can look for like that later, where it's some Warlock Ursa, Warlock Sven, Warlock Insert. Most carries will just be doing fine in that lane.
They take the Tusk themselves.
This is an interesting one to me. Taking your 2 supports back to back like this, so there's a dynamic where you want to see where Bat's going, right? Is he a core or a support? I think that's part of the reason why they do it. But for Liquid then to not show where Batrider is going, they need to pick mid here blind. So there's a weird dynamic of what hero are you going to show, because you have to show something, right? You have 3 picks on Liquid side after this little segment here, so you will be showing a core. GamerLegion wants to respond to that. So there's a lot of like shenanigans that go on here, and a lot of teams don't like first 2ing their supports. That's typically been something throughout Dota history that's not very popular, and so it's interesting they go for it here.
I think it's somewhat powerful though for GamerLegion because of how generic these supports are. Like Warlock can play most lanes with the correct carry, Tusk can play any lane because of your wave pulling, your map play, right? And the information, we've seen multiple clips from Boxy and Saxer throughout the group stage. So they've at least picked 2 of the strongest I can do anything type supports, at least for the laning aspect.
So while Tusk is like a super good hero, I do think he loses some value against Bat, simply because it's one of the few heroes you actually cannot save against. You cannot snowball save against Lasso, so it loses a bit of value to me, but it's overall good with Warlock if you have like the melee support that can do stuff. Liquid have done this once before, I think it showed earlier, like Boxy played 1 post-4 Earthspirit game. I will not say this is good, but they somehow know how to make it work, and it looked good in that game.
It was a win in that game, but I don't know if I would say the Earthspirit 4 looked good. Boxy, Loki kind of was feeding.
He was griefing, huh? That's what you're making it sound like.
Well, I'm just saying.
He didn't say the G word.
I'm just saying, if Space Creator was not a meme, that was what he was doing, you know?
He ended the game 1-4-26, guys. What's happening?
That sounds pretty good. That's where I was starting off.
Like, I think we've just... That's the slander on Boxy's name. Guys, there's not many Earthspirit support players in the wild. If we talk about it like this, they'll retreat back to their game.
I'm allowed to make fun of Earthspirit support players, all right?
Sure. All right, you do you.
This is setting them up for a really good Ember pick on Liquid, if they want it. So this Bat, I think it's most likely off lane.
Yeah,
I don't think
so.
mid Bat is super good. Liquid, their heroes are mega strong early at fighting. They have a ton of magic damage, but there will come a point where you're playing against Pipe, and if you're playing against elusive heroes, where these heroes can fall off. So while I think there's synergy between these Liquid heroes, there's also shortcomings, and I think Queen is a great response there. Like, it's super good against all these heroes. It's good with Tusk, with Warlock. It makes a ton of sense. The only question is the Ember response, or like even the Huskar response on 18, is that too much?
I will say, like, I like the Quap not just for the reasons you mentioned, but there is a world where you can also just play safe lane Quap into the Warlock, with the Warlock against the Bat, I think.
True.
If you get like Giga counterpicked on 18, like you're saying, I don't think that's like a bad way of dealing with it at all.
I mean, at least for me, in regards to GamerLegion's like identity, it is reminiscent of Game 1 against Mouse, where they have these strong laners that want to react. They're not chasing the map, they're just waiting. You make a misplay, we will counter you. Sonic Wave from Queen of Pain, Tusk, Golems from Warlock. Like, they've got all these little tools to kind of invite Liquid and then go, you've made that mistake, you've made that one bad roll, the one bad initiation. So at least GamerLegion, looking at some previous success they've had in this last chance.
I do not like this Wind Ranger.
I was talking about the first 3, not the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, no,
you take it away now,
I know
Quinn.
you are. It doesn't... Like, they want a Pipe hero, and I think they also want another melee hero. Like, they want some tanky guy. And even if they're not comfortable picking their offlaner here, which I feel like they should be to keep the Quap flex alive, like Keza mentioned, against the Batrider, like, I think that would be really nice. Now with this Wind Ranger pick, their carry and mid are locked in, and they need an Aura Boy last, which means Liquid can do something that Keza talked about in the past, which is pre-picking Ursa, so that now their Aura Boys become worse, and they also get 2 bans on them. So it's very strange for me. I think it also pairs badly with Warlock. There's a lot of reasons I think this is bad.
And then maybe go for the Ember, as you mentioned. The GamerLegion, as much as they're kind of inviting the aggression to counterplay, when they do want to go make their own moves, it is a little awkward, right? Tusk and Wind Ranger are your main setup outside of Golem, so your cheap stuns, it's kind of low cooldown, but not big and impactful to stop an Ember Spirit. So yeah, Nisha is going to potentially run wild with an Ember game.
Yeah, and this is a sick Ember game. Like, in terms of like Liquid, also, it's not just a good Ember game against what GamerLegion have. It fits Liquid so well. They want to play fast, they want to play on skirmishing. Same with Bat and Earthspirit. Like, all these heroes love having each other. Like, Jakira has set up from Ember, Earthspirit can roam on the Ember lane, you have Batrider together with Ember, low spells, like low cooldown spells, everything is just nice.
They're banning out Huskar though, so they are respecting GamerLegion, throwing the Queen of Pain to, let's say, the off lane. Wind Ranger then goes carry, then you get a counter, which does open up for, let's say, Tidehunter to enter the last phase for GamerLegion, because Liquid, and I think GamerLegion, they lean on the creativity, right? I think Yamson's been showing some, like the Omni carry or whatever, so of course with scrims, you never know what they're doing behind closed doors, but yeah, leaving some auras available for GamerLegion.
No, I mean, I definitely think that's what you want. I look at this game and I feel like it's one of these games where you're picking an item, not so much as picking a hero. Like, you look at these dudes, you need fat guy who buys pipe number 4. Like, it doesn't matter necessarily which one it is to me.
Yeah.
Like, there's some a bit better than others. Like, you know, you mentioned the Tide. I think Tide's amazing here. But I think Centaur is totally fine too, or any other one of random dudes. So I think you're definitely looking at that if you're GamerLegion. I think it's quite important for your lineup that you have another melee hero that can sort of go in, so it's not just Tusk.
Yeah, like if you can find the bans like on the Ursa, maybe you can end up like last picking some Underlord, like even Darks here if it's not like the best like Dark. Like you can buy Greaves, Pipe, Lotus, like all these items are actually insane in this game against Liquid if you can get there. I mean, I would be a bit surprised if GamerLegion don't ban out the Ursa Warrior that we do talk about very frequently.
It's a hero that's been kind of cropping up in the last phase. We spoke about a couple times, like Sven. Like, is Liquid looking for just the generic carry that can just be a bit more explosive and damage? Like, when you find a hero with that Ember, it's like Ember gives you the information, boom, Mickey come gets the kill. Of course, Kez is the would have been a nice little option. He is somewhat explosive in his damage.
I mean, I do think that's nice. Like when you play offlane bad, you want to drag a guy into like instant death.
Exactly.
So I think when you have like some Ursa, Sven, or Insert, like I don't know what else they're looking for, and then you think a little bit like, what do GamerLegion need? I feel like all these heroes kind of fit.
Oh yeah, of course, the Ursa was not respected in the ban, so that does become available, of course.
Quickly, I do think that there's some skill expression in this mid lane. Like, Queen versus Ember is not some lane that Ember stomps or anything along these lines. And Queen even has the potential to win, depending on how it's played, how the block is, the skill builds. There's a lot of deviation there. So it is a lane that, while Ember is quite good against Queen, it's not ultra black and white, and there's a ton of magic damage on Liquid. So if Queen does get off to a good start, she can become very, very difficult to kill this game with Warlock heals, a potential Glimmer, and just the bondage facet.
It's also just fun in the fact that like Nature's Prophet, a rare one, a return.
The Nature's Prophet goat.
I mean, I was just going to quickly end my point on with the Queen of Pain Ember as well. Like with Tusk going to mid, Warlock just needs 1 TP, soak up a couple Grimoire charges, and then now his game takes over. He's progressing the map, but Nature's Prophet getting thrown into the mix. It is a quick looking map play, right? Prophet TPing in, back finding heroes, Spirit, of course, Boxy. You called him what, like a dog on a leash that runs across the road or something? Like
that is him.
That's
exactly.
Him. That is barking at GamerLegion. Oh, where are you? You know, the entire game. Ember behind him, maybe with a bit more of a meow potentially, but between the two of them, they are going to be just punishing GamerLegion's TPs the entire game.
Let's see, Mr. Fade, what shall it be? Centaur is still in. Like anything that gets on top of Nature's is kind of cool. Underlord, I think, is still fine.
You want auras for sure, but if they don't go aura, then there's like Mars, but I still think, again, I agree, the auras feel good.
Huh.
Hold up.
I mean, it's a good Frog game. It's a really good Frog.
It's a Giga game.
Like, it's the best Licka game I've ever seen. There's like so much stuff to purge.
I mean, Fade's tongue will be dry by the end of this game. He's going to need some water.
Like, he better keep that moist for sure.
No, yeah. Maybe mid-game as well, takes a little sip, because Batrider, thank you very much. Spirit, Magnetite, thank you very much. Liquid Fire, thank you very much. Oh,
James.
Ember, got a root, thank you very much. Mickey, just for the fun of it, why not join the club? Yeah, Fade, he's just going to be going to town in game 1.
There was a little bit of time deciding where this Wind Ranger was going, but it is Yamson picking it up, so overall they're going to put that Queen of Pain and Ember mid to match up against each other. And if you remember a couple days ago, Quinn, you brought out the stat that RCY not on a Spirit hero.
It's an L.
It's no.
Whoa.
I thought it was like
Whoa.
Bro.
What's that, Mr. Heaven? Relax, everybody.
Yeah,
It was just a joke.
Yeah.
It was just a joke between some friends.
So Quinn, what were you saying about anyway?
Joke.
Do you want to run it back?
No, I mean, I think Liquid this is a super Liquid draft to me. It's like mega kill threat. It's we hunt you constantly. We never stop. Go. But I do think if GamerLegion is able to survive the early pressure, if their lanes are good, especially mid, and their safe lane, so the Wind Ranger against that bat lane, then I think there's a world where they can stave off the pressure. They can start licking, and they can get to that mid game and have chances. But I worry when I see Mickey Nature's Prophet, I'm worried.
Yeah, this guy on this hero, like, you don't just necessarily pick this hero against what the enemies have, but that it just fits them. And I think it really does. So I do prefer the Liquid draft this time around. I think we already talked on it. You know, the GamerLegion draft, I think it's a little more like a bit wonky with like the 2 range cores and the Largo in the offlane. I definitely can see it, but this first 10 minutes I think is giga scary.
But I mean, it's so important though, because even though it's scary, what happens if Tusk, Warlock, and Queen of Pain are in the right place at the right time? If they counter that aggression to then buy time for Fade to be the big lager that we wanted to be?
All very good questions, but one more question I'll pose to you guys before we get into this game is if we're describing the Gamer Legion draft with a little bit of a, how would you describe Liquid's draft with a soundbite? Whether it's the dog or the frog, we'll see who comes out on top in this game 1 of a best of 3.
I won't lie, the analysis coming from our panel made me feel a little uncomfortable, and that is something that Gamer Legion probably shares, being uncomfortable in this matchup against Team Liquid because they are currently, over the last 3 months, 0-5 against Team Liquid, Avery.
Oof, that's not the stat you want going into a elimination series. However, like we saw today, Heroic, they turned it around, right? They fixed their issues. So maybe Gamer Legion will also surprise some people watching and turn their record against Liquid around. Though I will say, I think Liquid, I'm not going to say they got screwed in the Neustadel tiebreaker, right? But I think they are stronger than them being in this series shows. I think they were pretty formidable in the group stage. Some of the games were pretty miss, but the games that hit pretty hard.
And bringing back the Nature's Prophet. Do you like this pickup? Mickey is not going to be caught in a first blood scenario, so it's going to be Liquid taking 3 different bounty runes and not giving up first blood, at least not yet. Do you like the Nature's Prophet coming back? Is this a thing?
Yeah, I like it. And whenever Mickey's playing it, I like it. I mean, it just works so well for this team. You always have Nisha on the mid lane to give you that super saw scale anyway, no matter what hero he's on. And the Earth Spirit is a 4 that is going to start out slow, but if the Prophet can help him snowball, get some early kills, then you alleviate that weakness, and then he's just a monster in the mid game. So I do like the pick for a lot of those reasons. We have an aggressive tri-lane. What?
I mean,
these are
surely
still
this is just a temporary thing, right?
I don't know. They do have Tusk. This is them trying to dodge the Bat Rider, but I do not think Largo can exist in this bottom lane. Against Bat, especially with the wave getting blocked and it instantly shot out. I think Fade can just die here straight up, actually, level 1.
Yeah, and we're going to put that to the test here. They roll on him, Fade holding on to the lick for now.
He can't lane though. This is the problem with tri-lanes nowadays is people don't react. They just play the 2-on-1, and the 2-on-1 is always significantly worse than what you take away from the enemy carry. It is also an NP who can kind of zone supports with treants, try and secure pulls, and if he has to go jungle, he can.
Yeah, I mean, they already got off a hard camp pull, and they unblocked their easy camp. So they didn't have access to it at 1 minute, but they might have it access at 2 minutes unless Gamer Legion are going to body block it.
I like the creativity, but they did not execute the setup for this lane switcheroo at all. Also, NP can just TP. He's just going mid.
It's going to do just that. RCY, no levels of Blink. 101 has to level up Blink in order to stay alive here, and does get his bottle delivered, so he's not going to be heavily punished too badly. He will have the water runes taken away from him, but
it's pretty rough for him. It really sways this Ember matchup. I mean, it's smart of RCY to hold the blink point. He doesn't die, but it really hurts him in terms of that resource battle. If I'm Gamer Legion, I'm instantly going on this Prophet, though.
Oh, yeah.
The second I have Tusk level 2.
but can you go on them? He's so far away from level 2 with when you tri-lane like this.
I don't know why
you're going to need another 2
level.
creeps.
Just mega awkward. Maybe it'll work out. Overall, I kind of like they're doing some laning shenanigans at least, because I did not really like how they ended this draft with the Wind Ranger Largo pickups. Just not a... I see the idea, but I think this is a terrible Wind Ranger game. And I think ultimately they need a lot of net worth in this game to overcome the team fight Liquid are proposing, as well as the map pressure.
Oh, Shards leveled up, does not find the block. The easy camp, they're going to have to fight over that. And likely Liquid are still going to get some kind of pull. Oh, actually well controlled by Big Num. He draws full aggro of the creeps.
They're kind of getting lane control up here. Can definitely look for the Mickey kill. And land the shackle. Tofu.
Same time they go for Tofu off the tag team, pop out from the right-hand side, and finally, first blood is delivered for GamerLegion.
All right. You got to keep getting more of that in this lane because, again, your Largo is non-existent unless Boxy abandons this lane. He's kind of looking towards mid. Just full free farm.
Nisha helping out. Right click on Big Num. He gets the water rune. Roll in from Boxy, though. Gets a good kick that hits both of them here, and that's going to be great because the slide has brought them both low. Trying to pick which target they're going to go for. Okay, they take both of them out pretty easily, and they're actually going to deny Nisha. So he can die and go back full resources. Boxy will take the mid lane in the meantime.
I think
being dove out here, he'll be okay, though.
If it was not Nature's Prophet, this would be working a lot better.
Yes.
That has been a big issue in this lane, so.
That was perfect.
Also, I don't know about you, but I am not
that
a fan
far behind Ace. As long as he doesn't die here.
He's really, well, he's very far behind net worth-wise.
Yeah.
XP, he's gotten some XP, but my issue with Largo is I think he needs a lot of net worth as a hero, personally. More and more I've watched him.
Hanging out with Big Num a little bit. Fade can give him the lick, though. Ace's Firefly is going to run out. The TP coming in, though. The roll from Boxy hits a nice two-man silence. And once again, Liquid have 2 kills posed in front of them. They're going to try and collect on both of them. Now maybe even a third as Speed tries to TP in, but a Warlock, frankly, isn't going to do that much. He's trying to get the kill on Mickey off the Fatal Bonds. No luck.
All right, this is spiraling quite fast. You do not want to be TPing into the sacrificial lane. Largo has nothing. This is Brown Boots, level 4 Largo. You cannot fight around this hero into this Bat Rider. He will absolutely trounce you. This laning setup backfired extremely hard. Again, I do not think Largo is the hero to do this with. I don't think you start it 1 and 3. I think you have to start it 2 and 2 and then rotate into the tri lane so you get the equilibrium down here. This Fade just got screwed.
Box is a little blocked out here. No roll. Hoping Nisha can bail him out, but the Sonic Wave will finish him off. Slight chains on Big Num.
Oh, something.
Tofu's got the follow-up with the Blood Grenade. Support for support. And they found the high ground ward, too.
That Power Rune is pretty nasty here. 6-minute amp damage. RCY has to be careful all these trades with the NPTP. It scared him off the rune, actually. So we're already seeing just... You have to keep that in the back of your mind.
Ace low. He's got a lot of resources. Oh, he did not expect that final bit of burst damage. He had 2 Lotus Orbs and a Fairy Fire. Only popped
That's a
one
bad death. That's a really bad death. How does he die down here? Like to Brown Boots, Largo, and Warlock, you know? When he has double Lotus, Fairy Fire, full free farm.
Oh my god, does he actually give up the... No. Mickey, he's gonna help.
Kick that frog.
Yeah. And he actually leveled up his Amphibian Rhapsody at level 6. Probably a situation but having to do with his whole solo. But RCY, nice juke. Gets behind the trees. Nice. Nisha overshoots it with the Remnant and misses out on the kill.
Find Mickey top. Very far away. Maybe you get the shackle.
He's got a snowball to stop it and the shackle to follow it up. Mickey very dead here. Let's see if Nisha can get a return kill. It is Boxy. If he hits the roll in, actually Tofu's here on the other side with slow down on Yamsen. They're just going to run him down. Yamsen hoping for the deny off of the neutrals, but Boxy is the one to claim the last hit.
That's going to be the struggle of the win range of the whole game. If you go into the fight, I don't really know how you get out. There's too many little lockdown spells, too many disables with chains, lasso, ice path, earth spirit roll, silent. Like even sprout can be annoying for this hero because you don't want to buy quelling or anything. He does have one right now, but he will eventually slot it out. It's gonna be tough for Yamsen to get in and out. He pretty much, when he commits, you got to go in with the team. That said, GamerLegion are getting more out of this early game than I thought. Their position actually isn't that bad. They found the NP. Mickey hasn't gotten a lot of CS due to the tri-lane. The Largo's recovering bottom. For some reason, Ace is afraid to lane down here right now.
I mean, probably
not really sure why.
He can't actually kill the Largo, and it's probably more efficient for him to just jungle at this point. Mickey is going to die into the golem drop, though. Sneaky situation. Nisha up here. Chains on 2. Tofu is able to get out of those ice shards and away from the power shot here. Big Num is going to be kicked down. Yamsen circling around the side here will catch up to Tofu and bring him down. And because of the golem, Nisha actually can't stick around to keep this fight going.
Golem super strong this early in the game.
Oh, he's almost dead. RCY is going to chase after him with this haste rune. He's got a sonic wave too. He's trying to get more out of Nisha. Ooh, last second he jumps to his remnant, dodges the sonic wave, and keeps himself alive. Ace trying to get real aggressive here, but he's going to run right into Big Num, and Fade is not afraid of fighting this whatsoever in a 2v1. Ace with his drums trying to get away. Pull back isn't quite enough damage. The ice path lands, and Fade is going to die. What a turn there. Tofu shows up at the perfect time for Ace to get a double kill.
This is why I wanted him on the lane. He's the most farmed hero in this game. He's mega strong.
Oh, got the chains on him. Now the follow-up silence, and RCY dies mid on top of everything else.
Oof. So what could have been him killing Ember turns into losing the Quap. You don't have the Quap in the Sonic Wave for that bottom fight, which means you lose heroes down there. Nisha gets Ember. He gets Urn charges. He's going to finish out his path towards, what's he flying out? His boots. So he's kind of chilling. Gets a shield rune too. He's going to be very tanky on the map right now. That was a big sequence for Liquid. Even get another D-ward around this mid lane. They're just not allowing GamerLegion any vision around this mid lane. You're going to have Wrath of Nature soon. It's been a very slow game for Mickey, but he is the best recovery hero in Dota, probably.
Forcing out the snowball, and with the... Okay. He was supposed to pull Big Num into the ice path, but it doesn't really matter. They've just got the overwhelming advantage, and they continue to get that like little bit of extra gold. I don't think it's hugely impactful, but you do have that Nature's Prophet facet. So every single one of these kills, they're getting extra gold from the bags.
He's going to recover quickly in this game if you keep giving up some of these deaths. And a lot of this action can be instigated from the Bat or Spirit Ember, who just have such easy initiation pathways. So you really have to play disciplined if you're GamerLegion right here. Make a quick smoke. Don't have the best initiation though. You're just running straight into Bat.
Doesn't have Firefly for another 5 seconds. But he does have the extra movement speed. Boots of bearing. Sonic Wave hits on 2. Pull back in. Ace getting over the cliff area, but he's slowed down by the dagger. RCY feeling like he can't keep the chase going here, and Tofu makes a run for it on the left-hand side and TP's away. They get out, and now Yamsen's going to be in some trouble. Roll in, doesn't land, but he gets the silence. And as long as they don't lose sight of Yamsen here, should be a pretty simple kill. Okay, maybe not as simple with the Marsh Mages coming into play here. TP away attempted. Let's see if Nisha gets slight chains in time. He doesn't. No way.
Was he really not in range to chains him at all there?
I have no clue.
I feel like he was trying to save it, you know, like in case he TPs or something, but that just ends up being a mega waste of time.
Yeah, it was.
And this is a very chaotic game. It's just deaths happening. Still, that's a terrible attempt bottom for GamerLegion. They used Golem. Their Tusk is still level 4. They can't connect on this Bat that they use double ult on. It's just too tanky early on. And Ace is so farmed, a product of that laning setup, but he is still ginormous. 120 CS, 4 kills. At that 13-minute mark, he's just going auras.
Fade run down in the mid lane, and mid tower could be taken as well here. Yeah. Creeps are going to finish it off. I think it's also interesting. Ace did opt for the arsonist facet, which we've seen other Bat Riders go for the Firefly one. That does more damage, more movement speed, but costs you a bit of damage as well.
This facet does a lot of damage just as a solo killer and in the fights if you stay alive.
Yeah.
It is extremely oppressive if you get the levels early, which he did here. So he has a lot more threat just finding random heroes in jungle areas, getting like solo burst damage in.
Leading off, Chains, Macropire, Ice Path, tons of damage, but a bit of heal from Fade is good enough. RCY will not die.
Just got to keep playing defensive. Eventually get your Wind Ranger more involved in some of these core pickoffs because they need Yamsen's damage to really threaten the Ember or Bat in this game. That's what it feels like.
Maelstrom done for Mickey. So his farm is about to kick up a bit. If they get some extra kills, running down Fade with the lasso, they've got it 100%. Mickey will claim the last hit on that one as well.
Just 5-man connection under your tier 2. So fast. Classic Liquid gameplay right here. His frog is getting abused, man.
And GamerLegion, you need to try and keep up to the pace that Liquid likes to bring. Otherwise, you're just going to get run over. So they try for it. The smoke through the gate, going after Ace. Big kill if they can get it. Oh, Shackle, it doesn't latch. They jump after him. Throw so many ults. The Golem, the Sonic Wave, the Focus Fire, everything they had. There's not much left for the second part of this fight here. Tofu kind of blocked in, pulled out by Boxy. Nice pull there. Big Number getting a little bit low. Fade trying to get him out. RCY trying to finish off these supports, though. Has another Blink Scream, but the heroes are just too tanky. He's got to get out of here with the Magnetize going out. In fact, the Magnetize is still going to connect. Boxy hitting some good boulders in. Fade, he'll be finished off, but look at all these low health heroes in the back line.
Able to sustain through it better than I thought. Still just not able to match the teamfight presence Liquid's cores are giving them. It just takes so much to bring this Bat down that you don't have anything left for the rest of the fight. So
yeah.
The fact that Ace got over that cliff is what forces those ults out, because it disjointed him from the Tusk tag team with the Wind Ranger going in and removed so much of their damage. Yamsen couldn't finish him off. Otherwise, that could be a really good
be silent. I think he's got the blink, though. He's good.
You need more dispels in this game. That is one big weakness of this Liquid lineup, is they are really bad against dispel. It's the reason the panel is talking about catchy licks so much. But you need more of them in this game at some point. Like some Lotus Orb on somebody, Greaves if you can get it. Glimmer Capes is a soft dispel. You can definitely remove a lot from Liquid's lineup.
Slight change in the roll-in. These supports, it's just too easy for them to operate with an Ember Spirit.
Totally free game for Nisha. There is no threat on him, pretty much. And Ace is starting to solo kill some fools out here.
He is. So you said I've been wanting to ask this for a while. You said you saw the vision with the Wind Ranger, but you didn't really elaborate on that, because I feel like I've heard a lot of the bad things about Wind Ranger here. What was the idea? What was the good ideas for Wind Ranger in this game?
What, you mean in this game?
Yeah.
No, I said I hated it. I didn't see no vision. I don't know where you got that.
I swear to God, you said that at like 5 minutes or something. You were like, you were saying negative things about it, but you said like, I kind of get it.
I don't remember saying that. Maybe I did, but if I did, I'd take it back. I retract that. I never meant to. No, I hated the Wind Ranger pick. I think I said I didn't see the vision with their last two picks in the Wind Ranger and Largo. Because to me, these two heroes don't balance out the draft enough and give them that laning, like the early game presence they needed. They're just gonna try for a smoke here, but again, like these plays are just so hard to land.
Boxy's so good with the Earth Spirit. Snowball to chase him. Tofu making his way down the river. RCY is gonna catch up, and Tofu, best he can hope for. No, he got it. No way. The shards woke up the Boglets, and the Boglets did just enough damage.
I think that's symbolic of how this game has gone.
Boxy's still trying to get out of here, by the way. Deep behind enemy lines. His lane ward gets countered. He rolls up. RCY He connects here. Snowball pull him back into it and stop that TP away. Okay, 2 pickoffs here for Gamer Legion. Takes 5 heroes for a while, but they get there.
Nisha's just casually farming in their base. No problem. I will say the single target scale in this lineup is pretty insane with Tusk, Wind Ranger, Quab. I do not doubt that part. Like, if they ever find an isolated core and they can just throw everything on him, that guy will die. Absolutely no question about that. Even later in this game, this Furion gets diced up by this Wind Ranger pick. So while I do not see the overall vision, I can I can see that individual aspect work out.
Okay, they're
for Yamson.
Little interactions that work for them.
For sure.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
They just need utility in this game, but they're so far behind. The utility is going to be so much slower than what Liquid are bringing to the table. Like, they already have a Grease on Jakiro. They already have Pipe, Boots of Baron on this bat going into Lotus Orb. Mage Slayer for the Ember, by the way.
Yeah.
Very nice Mage Slayer game.
Their damage is just going to fall off a cliff.
100%. I don't know what damage there is other than the Wind Ranger Focus Fire. Like, you're going into a Pipe Mage Slayer. This Mage Slayer hits on everybody and you're fighting Pipe. Largo does nothing. Queen does almost nothing. Try and contest this Roche.
I mean, it's going to be a pretty decent frog stop. RCY goes in. Oh, he caught the last hit on Roshan, but couldn't grab the Aegis. Nisha too quick there, and he's going to roll on out with a big magnetize out from Boxy, causing some chaos. Gamer Legion start backing away. Big Num does actually run down Tofu. He'll get 1 kill out of this situation, and undoubtedly Ace is going to finish him off, as well as the rest of Gamer Legion. Pretty much all going to get run down here. Only the Wind Ranger to survive.
Man, that was so close to being amazing from RCY. That is absolutely the correct play. Your lineup is too good around that Roche pit to give up that objective for free. I am glad they went for that play. I think that was the correct call. Very close to being successful there with Bonds, Sonic Wave, almost stealing Roche, but Nisha's just too good. Too fast on the trigger.
And now it's objectives into objectives. They take the Roshan in the corner of the... Okay, that was a close call. 20 HP left on Nikkei, but they take Tormentor as well.
Hey, you did the math.
I guess so. So close. I can't believe more Gamer Legion didn't just go for it, man. RCY was the only one to really, full commit.
They hesitated a little. I agree. They should have just full sent everything in that.
I feel like the moment Fade gets that Frog Stomp in the pit and they see a low Roshan, like Liquid's committed. They're going to sit in that Frog Stomp. You got to get in there. But understandably, Fade was trying to chill out because he still does not have Aghanim Scepter. His hero
might never have it.
The damage is pretty bad on the hero outside the laning phase until you get Ags. I mean, once you get Ags, you got a really nice power spike, but this Ags has been so delayed, man.
There's no power spike in this game. Tell you that much. But they did throw him to the wolves, so that's what you get. Couldn't even finish off Boxy in the base, just too tanky on his Earth Spirit. They killed the hero too fast, which caused him to roll in. They have too much damage for their own good right now.
I don't think I've ever heard that be a problem before in a Dota game.
Still 2 minutes on this Aegis. I like how Liquid are playing the map. I think this is where Ace shines as a player, when you can kind of play this oppressive from a head Dota. He just takes over so much space, rarely gives up that bad death, plays in the right spot on the map, threatens people, abuses the fact he's super tanky with auras, and just frees up so much space. It builds net worth leads incredibly fast. This is what we saw with Game and Gladiators too. Definitely was working well here because Furion's just going to vacuum your side of the map. So if the Batrider can play up on Gamer Legion's side, take away their camps, then you're just losing 2 or 3K every minute or two.
Radiant are scanning.
And there's not a lot of lineups or teams that are going to be able to overcome that. So it's time for some drastic action here. If you are GamerLegion, you got to get the Frog Ags. You got to get... Well, you got to get the Frog Ags.
Yeah.
That's about all you're going to get. And then you got to do something. When that
there is
expired.
no items incoming for GamerLegion outside of that Ags. Like, Gamson's working on a Dragonlance. That's not a largely impactful item. RCY's trying to go for a Lotus Orb. As you said, great Dispels gain, but...
Yes.
You know, not going to help
your
you on
co-op
the damage
building it,
department.
though? I don't know about that part. I don't know if I want my Queen building Lotus Orb third, but gotta do what you gotta do, I guess. Getting scouted by Treants bottom.
Oh, Yamson, I feel like this is a situation where you just leave your support, bail. Oh, no. I mean, they immediately, they see Yamson, they're like, well, screw this Big Num kill. Let's take the carry out of the equation. And Nisha is hitting tier 3.
Yeah, he does not care. He's got that Aegis refill in 10 seconds.
Go RCY. After him. Yeah, they're going to smoke after him. They have vision on a hero that is low with Aegis about to expire. If they could only get there in time. What the hell is Fade doing back here?
He's trying to buy his Ags, man. There's no way he's getting to his own shop.
Okay, well, we finally have Largo Ags. We'll see if it will magically transform these team fights, though they aren't really any team fights happening. It's just heroes getting picked apart. RCY getting away with the Glimmer Cape. Blinks, teleports. The roll in is going to nail him, though. And RCY will have to rely on Blinks to get back to base, and that's simply not going to happen. Too many stuns here.
Well, this one got out of hand.
It's time to head out there, partner.
Well, and they know to there. I mean, sometimes you just get rolled, dude. I like some of the creative elements
Tip my
they
hat
went.
to your lick when you played a solid game. We'll be heading home now, boys.
No, it's not that bad. Everybody gets stomped every now and then. I think this was. I just think this draft got cooked in those last two picks. And
Yeah, I mean, they also did the aggro tri-lane, which didn't really work out, as you said.
Look, that thing.
They seem committed to a game plan, and then the Nature's Prophet pickup really screwed them.
Either that or they saw NP and kind of like soft panicked and felt they had to go for it. But either way, it did not. This is not the hero to tri-lane against, I think.
Nikkei pulled away, kicked away. Yeah, now that you've got this this pullback on Earthspear, this is gonna be a great boxy hero moving forward. Lost sight of speed. He's body blocking him though. Almost got the kickback.
Get the money bags. Don't want to leave those on the ground.
Oh, nice hit, Boxy.
Damn.
On a moving target. Man leads it. 2 lanes of barracks and GamerLegion.
This one's toasted.
Yeah, you could probably call it any time here. This is a full best of 3. You still got other games to go. But
this one just got off the rails, man. I do like their willingness to try some creative things, even if they backfire. They're not always going to work. You got to execute it better to get the dub, but I at least like that idea.
Big Num. Rapid response to Ace, making the initiation on Fade. Problem is, no matter how good your counter initiation is, 29,000 net worth up on you, it doesn't really matter what spells you cast and when.
Yep. That'll do it. That'll do it right there. That was quite a trouncing. Don't think they really had anything go for them well in that game, if you're GamerLegion. Maybe RCY was kind of playing fine, but just can't finish off these heroes because they're so farmed off the laning phase. And I mean, the lesson there is you do not want to leave a 2-on-1 for that long. You don't want to let it start in that way either. There were a lot of little mistakes in that lane setup that make a huge difference if you're going for a tri-lane like that. You need to be very practiced in these tri-lane setups to execute them at a high level, which is why we don't see a lot of teams do them. It is an NA Classic, but it did not prevail.
Nope, it did not, and that means GamerLegion is just now 1 game away from elimination at Blast Slam.
GamerLegion, unfortunately, not able to find success with a last pick, Largo, a hero that has had a tumultuous history right now in Blast Slam 6, and Liquid really bring the firepower with a fantastic last pick with Mickey's Nature's Prophet. One you'd know very well, wouldn't you, Quinn?
Don't imply anything with that, okay? Yes, I know his Nature's Prophet well, and he owned this game. They all did. And to be honest, I think GamerLegion kind of shot themselves in the foot. When you do this tri-lane crap, there's so much volatility added into the game. And I think against a team like Liquid that really thrives on volatility, that likes running tons of heroes around, you're also against Nature's Prophet, right? They can always bring more numbers to these fights. You're just putting yourself in such a dangerous situation for no good reason.
I mean, when tri-lanes were played like all the time.
As well, sorry to jump in, but it's just like this moment here, it kind of seals the deal. Like when your Ace has got his free time, then you have the Largo, which on paper you'd think is a counter to the back because you can lick off the sticky. He then doesn't lick himself, he licks Ace, and then he dies, and then Ace gets a double. And that to me was like, oof. The whole pick, the whole concept, it's fallen apart.
Yeah, like here they try something cool, but I just want to go back to Quinn's point about like tri-laning against Nature's Prophet. Even when tri-lanes were like the thing 10 years ago, Nature's Prophet, he was like the counter to this type of meta. So I feel like GamerLegion, you know, they tried to go big in this game and it didn't really work out. I respect it. It's also like not that hard, I would say, to switch that up for the second game. But yeah, Liquid, they just look good. I mean, Mick and Nature's Prophet, I don't think much needs to be said. It's a fast meta. Ace got to buy his items. It was very clean.
Yeah, there honestly wasn't much more to it than that, unfortunately. Like, I think GamerLegion, they showed some signs of good-looking stuff. Like, there were some of these skirmishes they actually come on top of, right? It's not just full 100-0. They're losing every fight. I think RCY had some moments where he looked like he was playing comfortably. You know, he was in the zone. He was making some nice moves, but it kind of just isn't enough. And you also, you know, I go back to this Winage or Quap duo they picked there on 16-17. Like, it just doesn't hit. They do make some nice move here where they go up on Mickey top and they open this tower. They're bringing their heroes, they're combining together. I think all this stuff is very nice. It's just Liquid comes in then after and they combine their heroes too. It's just, Liquid's such a classic skirmishing team and you're just handing them exactly what they want.
Yeah, and we haven't really spoke about Boxy's Earthfruit too much, right? But now in competitive Tier 1 games since TI, there's been 10 Earthfruit games, 9 in the mid lane, 1 in the support position. Now it's the second time, Boxy being both of them. They are bringing a hero that no one wants to touch into that support role. So I feel like it is complementing the Embers and the Bats and especially the Nature's Prophet return. Like, it is a scary skirmishing lineup. You need to be ready at every minute of the game or you will get run over.
It's also cool what I saw, just to jump in quickly, because people will look to like steal his Tusk, which is what they did. And they added on his silence that he can pull people again. And you saw it in this clip actually, that when people get sharded off, just pull them out. Easy game.
Yeah.
I didn't really have anything important to add, so if you want to make a longer point, that's fine.
I'm so sorry, Nat, please, back to you.
No, okay, I was just going to say, I think until you reveal the Ember, the Esports is good because we also see it viable in the mid lane, so you do still have to, just in the back of your mind, think about that it might not be put in that support position.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even think about the geomagnetic grip change. That is pretty cute, and I wonder if that's like a
Wow.
What?
It was just because Kezu made a point about it, and then it went to me. I didn't make a point about it, and then you went back to Kezu's point.
Again, yeah, Quinn just doesn't listen to Kezu.
What do you mean?
No,
I was literally complimenting.
No, this time it's a compliment.
Earlier my brain went blank. Okay, I'm not gonna defend that one.
No, the Slarda one was amazing. I had to like look around.
I just realized after I said it, like, what happened to my brain? But no, like the grip.
He's put his hand up. What's up, T?
I actually like the Earthfruit just because the pull. It's actually really cool. Yeah.
I didn't think about that.
I didn't think anyone spoke about that.
That's such a.
That's interesting.
Why did you talk about that?
I don't know. He talked about that. I talked about it.
Detail for me, please, Kezu?
Can you just say it again one more time, just for the people at the back? Okay. Back to you, Nat.
No.
Back to Quinn. What were you saying?
No, I mean, I think overall, Liquid played, I think, much better this game than they have throughout the group stage. I think this is overall a pretty impressive performance. They've done pretty well in the group stage, right? They almost made the top 2. But I think even still, a lot of their games are very close. There were some nail biters in there, some really, really long games that could have gone either way. And so despite their score, they were kind of a middling in my eyes. This game was very classic Liquid dominance, what we think of them in the golden years, where they're just mega stomping the worst teams. And so I think if you're GamerLegion, there's some draft stuff, there's the tri-lane stuff, but also you kind of got thrashed on an individual skill basis. And so this game worries me for next game.
Yeah, especially because Liquid is showing that, I mean, since the roster shuffles on paper, they've always meant to be a dominant, like potential another legacy team. They just haven't hit that same form. So seeing this game go, these players can do what old Liquid did to be able to win the big tournaments. If they can do it this time, what happens if they do it again in the next game? Then they come to Malta, and now they're really showing that this is the Liquid they wanted to be ever since they've added these players. So for GamerLegion, respect what Liquid are doing, and you have to like 180 your draft. It has to be a whole new concept because, yeah, Liquid early game, scary once again.
I think there needs to be a little bit of respect that goes towards Ace as well, because I don't think it was just one. I think it was two, if not three of you guys said, that is not an Ace hero, but he did really well with it throughout this game, and T has his hand raised yet again.
He likes items that Bat buys, so...
Okay, so it's the items, not the heroes.
He played the items,
He played the
My
items.
bad. Okay, I retract it then.
Right.
Don't show him any respect.
No, I mean, he is kind of cooking this game, though. Yeah. And I think he is a player that he likes the style, right? Everybody knows that Ace likes these items. And I think whenever you give him... Like, Bat has changed, right? Bat right now is playing the style where he was 4-0-4 this game. He's farming. Ace is someone who knows a lot about the economy, about how you farm certain camps and a certain pattern. Gold. He does love getting gold, similar to 33 in that way. And so I think on this Bat Rider right now in this meta, I can see how it works very well for him, where he just gets to go and cut these waves and drag them all around, stack things up and get super farmable. Boxy roams. Like, I didn't think of that element of it that much, but I do think that suits them very well because Boxy wants to gank and Ace wants to farm. Yeah. It's a match made in heaven.
Conceptually as well, when you put Ace into a game and then you only put Fade against him, like, to me that also sounds like you're not prepping correctly to beat Liquid, because like Ace is always the guy that wants to scale, be a bit more annoying, bring some life to like the skirmish fight. If he has a free time, that's just going to only make Nisha or Mickey or supports feel better. Like, you have to like make him play on the back foot, make him play for recovery farm, so he can't join everyone else.
Yeah, because you
I'd like to add to his point.
Yeah, very quickly.
Thank you very much.
I think like not only that, because they must have had like a read that Largo would do better in this lane, which it didn't. Then they did the aggro tri lane, which was garbage. So I do feel like that can help you like going into the next game to just be like, okay, you take a breather and like you go next, just do something different. Because look at this net worth. This is minute 20.
Oof.
Brother is below Tofu playing pos 5. So that is obviously not a very good sign. And to go back to like the, you know, whether Ace plays these heroes or not, I will say one of the things about this guy, you don't see this guy in pubs. Like, I don't know what he does. Maybe he's smurfing, maybe he's not. Maybe he's in demo mode all day, like Quinn says, you know, testing, oh, if I Firefly these 7 camps and then TP here with my travels, I can farm those 4. Like, you don't know what this guy is practicing.
You had your Quinn up just before.
That's true.
I wanted to high-five him, but he didn't.
Oh, okay. Then
let's go.
You can go ahead, Steve.
I know where Ace has been because he's been playing bloody unranked like a menace with his Danish stack.
Me too.
And that's just annoying. You know, I'm just chilling there playing some Dota. Yeah, so I'm just playing some casual unranked with my lads, you know. And then I suddenly see Ace in the game playing like Enigma and stuff in unranked. It's like, bro, get a life. Like, what are you doing? At least try a new hero.
He's actively having a life. He's spending time with his friends, playing games.
Okay, is it a 5-stack? Is it 5-stack duo? Like, what? Like, how annoying are we talking?
Nah, it's like it was a full 5-stack. It was a 5-on-5. We basically it was like for like Monday to Friday, we'd have like 7 games in a row, and it was great. We were having like big time grand finals against each other. It was going back and forth. We were like 4-3 one day, 3-4 the next. It was great, but
unranked grand final sounds
like it was legit hype. It was just these Danes just relentlessly queuing it. It's like, God, chill, Ace. And Ace is there like 20-0, having to drag some like Danish body across the game. Like some decrepit old ex-pro. Kind of, you know, it was insane. Ace was insane.
If you know who this person is and you're like suddenly throwing shade at someone.
I don't know the guy's name. Okay. But there's like one guy who's like, and then like also then after that, not only is Ace playing, then CY comes in as well. And he's like, oh, I'm playing my Grimstoke. And it was just unranked was fucking great like a month ago. It was amazing.
I'm gonna snipe you.
It's really
my
no, but like, it's competitive, right? It's yeah. But no, yeah, that's where Ace has been. Maybe if he's not in ranked games, he's just down in unranked, just creating these mini grand finals.
So outside of the mini unranked grand finals, I want to summarize what we've been talking about for Gamerlegion to look towards game number 2 in this best of 3. Don't tri lane. Don't last pick Largo. Don't back-to-back...
Can last pick Largo.
Oh.
Okay. This is why I'm clarifying. Don't pick Wind Ranger and Queen of Pain back-to-back.
Amen.
Sure.
That's it. Nothing more to add on to it?
And lock in a little more, because they were a little locked out. They lost their keys. They're hidden under the bush. They're like rumbling around in the brush, and they did not find their keys. They're still locked out. So we need to lock in. Get inside the house. The deadbolt.
good lanes have early aggression that you can fight Liquid.
Yep.
Maybe build some auras if you can, and be ready for the dog running wild on the map. Just Boxy, and that's it.
The ideas guy gotta just tone down a second. Like basically, whoever on GamerLegion was the one like overcooking,
the ideas
that guy's
guy,
gotta chill. Because like
whoever thought, don't think.
Bro, sometimes that happens, man. Like that clearly was one guy going, okay, against this we need to try and do this, and like they were like, sure, we'll try it, right? But whoever had the idea, just tone it down. You don't need to be that creative, even though we just don't see tri-lanes anymore. Like, and also we don't see solo offlaners like if
for a reason.
Again, for a reason. And
for
like,
a reason.
If they execute on it, sure, I want to see it again. But the way they played it made me kind of go on a cooldown of wanting to see tri-lanes for like 10 more games.
All right, players, lock in. Adias guy, get locked
Clock
out.
out,
All right,
boom.
we don't need you here right now, but we do need a break to get us a little bit closer to game 2.
With 2 new players joining the team, do you feel like you've had to take on more leadership or communication type roles, or are you still just sort of doing your thing?
Good question. Good question. I think with the 2 players, I would imagine because obviously I didn't know how they work in game or outside of the game, so I didn't know what to expect. But I would imagine, because Tofu was like very eager to take like the like leadership role or whatever it was, like the drafting role at least, because we needed that. But I would say I expected him to be more vocal in game. But I think it's like mostly me and Boxy like kind of calling stuff, and it's kind of sometimes random. So I think they are both like doing their thing, and I'm just kind of playing and calling random stuff.
Okay, interesting. And how does it feel having a more farmy offlaner again? Because you know, Ace is obviously more similar to 33 than Bing Bong. So how do you feel about that style of play?
I like it myself, but I think it's not really how we play though. To be honest.
Okay.
So I'm not sure. I don't think we really like adapted to his playstyle or whatever. I think we pick. Yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, I don't know actually.
No, that's fair. And then last question: how do you feel about the laning, the level of laning for mids right now? Do you think it's lower than normal, about how it normally is, or it's higher than usual?
I think it's been high since like for like 3 years now or 4 years. Like every mid is like playing well,
You can get solo killed by kinda everyone now. So definitely high.
Okay, interesting. That's not the answer I expected. I think that's all.
They're all bots. They're all bots. Let's be honest.
There we go. That's what I wanted to hear.
Let's be honest.
Beautiful little insight from Nisha there. That was, of course, recorded before our best of 3 series against GamerLegion kicked off. And whilst he was very diplomatic in talking about the last 3 years of the mid lane status, he did revoke it all and said, they're all bots, specifically talking maybe about the mid laners he came up against in TI finals.
That's right. They cut that part off, but it was said, mostly you, I hate you. But they thought that was too...
It was too mean, so I had to fill it in instead.
Yeah.
At least he redacted from normal phrasing to like, they're all bots phrasing. Which of course is very necessary as a mid laner. You need to be like Quinn.
Egomaniac.
Elaborate on that.
Oh no, don't worry. I'm happy to. No, I
don't want to hear his mouth squeak to that.
Need to be skillful, cocky, all chat a bit, command some people when they make a mistake. Because you never make mistakes.
Right.
It's always the people around you. And that's the aura you gotta give off.
Yeah, because don't forget that Quinn literally, again off stream, did say that he wishes mid lane was like a 6-minute vacuum where no one could go there. He wanted like the 1v1, like that literally screams egomaniac. You know, he just wants to beat one guy in the game.
To be fair, you need it as a mid laner, so you're excused.
Thank you.
We can respect it from both sides, of course, as we should give this draft a little bit of a respect too. While it's still in its early phases of those first phase bans, we're seeing Razor, SF, Tusk being taken out by GamerLegion. And for Liquid, it is still the respect against the Chen, Viper, Batrider, because they don't have first pick, and now considering, I think, contemplating if it will be Storm, which it does end up being.
The Tusk ban to me is, I guess, not the alarming one, but the interesting one, right? The idea that no other team's really banned out against them, but I guess they're kind of investing in the future. They don't want to go back to the hero. They don't want to try and block pick it. They respect Boxy. But we've already seen Boxy play multiple other heroes now to the same level.
I'm curious what they'd go for the Shadow Demon. Yeah, okay. Shadow Demon is really, really good against Tree. You can purge the ulti with the cleanse, and you can also purge the living armor whenever you go on the guy with the ulti. So both of those tools are very nice. Tree is also a hero that kind of wants to defend his areas, keep his towers alive. He's not the best aggressive hero until some of those towers are open. So it gives SD free reign to stack those camps and play for the economy game, which Tree is not the best at invading there early on if you want to do that.
I would also say that ST actually, he lanes pretty well into this hero, like disrupting this guy also, like you can actually just beat him back because this hero relies on like running in, standing his ground and being very annoying. So I do hope that, because we saw something from like Heroic, they used Treant very well earlier today. I hope that GamerLegion are gonna look for something a bit similar, you know, good lanes, throw the living armor on like different heroes around the map, so it's not just SD just always purging the one dude you go on, but that you have like a multitude of guys you can play with.
It also helped that KJ went for Boots Rush on the hero, so then he was like exploring the map, making these moves. He wasn't going for like a pos 5 laning build and then felt like, oh, now I need to go do other things. Like he knew from minute 0, this is what I'm gonna do in the game.
But also, like, to go back to the interview, because I see that Tofu has the crown when it comes to picking. He is still drafting, but
he's
Nisha...
clicking buttons.
Okay, but Nisha thought he would be more vocal in the game, not in the draft.
I think so.
I mean, you have that, right? There's always a player that has really good ideas or something out of game, but once they play, they're just conditioned to be quieter, right? Of course, Quinn, you know Tofu better from playing with him, but...
No, they're both relatively quiet players. Like, they say stuff at specific times, but they're not the kind of player who's going to lead the entire time and keep making calls and be super opinionated. I think they would rather chime in and say stuff when it comes to mind as opposed to leading. And so I would imagine a lot of that comes on to Boxy because he is sort of famously a mic spammer player. And you need one of those, right? Mic spammers are important. You just can't have too many.
So how does that feel then, for example, with Boxy, where playing an Earth Spirit, you're naturally always making moves, you're talking, then it feels like Tofu can kind of ad-lib and feel good. When you put him on a Shadow Demon, he's not crossing the river as much. He's waiting, therefore your communication will be more defensive. You need someone else to kind of step up to be the kind of the early game talker potentially. That's maybe why Liquid hasn't been able to kind of close out some big tournament wins.
No, I think there's definitely something there. Just want to say, Boatman alert. Wee, wee, wee. Don't like that. Okay, it is, I think his best 4 pairing is Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
Because you can actually land the Torrent spell, which does do a lot of damage, especially with Disseminate and all this crap. So it's one of the heroes I think that makes this hero the most permissible is having Shadow Demon. I'm still a hater, but I do think with SD, it's excusable.
Okay, you like, it barely goes over the gap.
Over the cusp of I hate Boatman.
Yeah. I mean, Ace has looked quite good on it. Maybe not in the earlier games here, but just before.
In the other events and qualifiers,
yeah.
Boatman, 4-0, looking great. Slam, he's drowning, but it's okay. He's, I think as soon as I see Kunkka, it's, if the opponent has one support who can't really do damage early on, the 5-on-5s, I'm like, okay, Kunkka's just going to feel better. Like, you've got living armor, but I've got Boat, and I've got X, and I can drag you back, and I can really make sure that I'm locking down the fight. We saw Nothing to Say from the mid lane utilize it really well. Like, they should have won that game, right? But again, Liquid, I can see the same thing. Warlock and Treat, very defensive supports now. It's as if GamerLegion in their heads are like, can we out-skirmish and teamfight Liquid? No. Okay, make sure that we just park ourselves on our side of the map the entire time until our cores are ready. I'm a little worried for it myself.
Yeah, I don't love this currently. I'm kind of looking for GamerLegion to make sure it gets very tied up with the other heroes later down the line.
The Source is okay, but like it's against Shadow Demon, and I don't even think it beats Shadow Demon Kunkka in lane.
Can Kunkka not go to mid though? Nisha just plays some casual Kunkka mid, now Ace gets like a counter.
Yeah, it's possible. I'm not sure what exactly they would want necessarily. Like Ace is not like Enigma. He will not play Enigma.
He did it unranked, by the way. For those who are listening to the
sure.
The finals.
Just like Bat isn't really his hero, you know?
Yeah.
Nah, he will actually not pick Enigma. If he picks Enigma, I don't know.
What are you gonna do?
I'll do something silly. I don't know what.
Can we shave your head?
Eyebrows. Oh, yeah.
No, that's
you went for that.
The eyebrows. The eyebrows
That's
is pretty
too
good.
much.
Guys, they're both a little too high.
Let's be realistic here.
Can we extract all your teeth slowly, painfully, one by one?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank goodness we found a middle
Sorry,
ground.
Is being bored a problem, Quinn?
I didn't say that.
Okay. No worries. Noted.
Just checking for a friend.
No, but I agree with y'all's take on the supports. I think they're both heroes that are very bad at making moves, very, very bad at fighting on the runes. And so you're sort of just sacking all of that to Liquid, saying, yeah, you can have free reign of the runes. You're going to have better skirmishing, pending what they pick on 5. I think that's worrisome. Now you've got Mickey Mouse on the Monkey King, which is... it's Monkey Wyvern.
I like that. Monkey Wyvern. Monkey Wyvern.
Don't embrace.
That's a banger.
Keep going. What are the rest of the lyrics?
No, those are the lyrics. And
I thought it was then going to explain why you liked it, but no, that is...
Oh, no, I mean, Wyvern and Monkey is a classic combo because you have the curse with the ring on top, so you set someone up to put them right in the middle of the ring and they get smacked to death. You got slows to help you get the stacks up, and then also if you ever commit a Monkey, you can heal them. So if they all full commit into the ring, then you heal and then it gets mega turned around. So there's a lot of nice elements to this combo. And they've got some good skirmishing.
Yeah, I mean, with Winter Wyvern, you want to see low magic damage to then be able to utilize the kiting that you have, right? When Ursa, you're always playing on your Enrage or BKB. One Cold Embrace, sure, you can build up stacks, but are you building the stacks whilst under the cover of BKB? Is there then going to be a Winter's Curse then to punish the Ursa whilst you're hitting the Cold Embrace? Like, there's so many little layers to it that disruption, boat buff, it's all this kind of nuisance. So GamerLegion, they do go for a Huskar to just try and change Liquid's ability to kind of out-skirmish the early game.
So, I will go back to what I said a few days ago.
Yeah.
Okay. I played with RCY Huskar, was not pretty. And I will say, he's still getting counterpicked, is he not? Like, Liquid did not lock in their mid-hero.
I mean, you can't beat Huskar in lane, so, like, Nisha will just pick something for the game to survive, because beating Huskar in lane is just impossible.
Yeah, but I have a secondary problem. I hate Huskar with defensive supports. Huskar gives you, like, a lot of freedom to play with him, or people who, like, dodge the lanes, or do random crap, like Warlock Treant.
But in the correct hands, Warlock Tree, even though they're very defensive, they do apply so many buffs that if they're buffing the Huskar,
who gets purged.
Sure.
Sorry.
if again, yeah, wait, there's layers to this.
Okay.
There's another hero, Kezu.
He's onion posting.
I'm trying, brother. Okay, we have to try and cope. Okay,
we're
trying to be PMA. All right. You want to just shit on GamerLegion's draft and make them feel bad right now?
They don't hear me, so it's fine.
Yeah, they do. There's probably a management somewhere in the world
I
listening.
actually clip everything you guys say about them and send it to them in personal DMs.
Yeah, gonna get a tweet later. But anyway, you get the point, right? So here it is, okay? For GamerLegion, I want the supports to put the heals, put the buffs on the Huskar. Huskar wins in lane, assuming he hasn't lost. Go, go, go. Make a mistake, sure, game's over. But like, they can at least buff him up. I want one stun on the last pick to try and find that Shadow Demon, that pesky purge that you were mentioning, not the guy, the mechanic in the game.
I mean, it is good against everything but the Shadow Demon. It's very good against Wyvern, Monkey, and Kunkka. He is going to get his buffs purged, and I agree with what Kezu's saying, in that I think you want one enabler for this hero, because you don't want to end up in these stagnant situations where you can't really kill heroes, and they kind of just farm and dodge you, and get to their eventual Scotties and Shivas and the items that shut this hero down big time. And I also agree that I think RCY, like the kind of Huskar players that only play it on 18 should realistically only be playing it on 24. I think to be an 18 Huskar, you might as well be a first pick Huskar, which means you need to be one of the elite ones, and he is not that. I worry for his ability to actually progress the game. Now we'll see what mid ends up getting picked, but there are definitely some doubts in my mind.
Okay, I have just had a little look. The only time that Huskar on RCY has won was 5 months ago in a North American qualifier where he was against just some random NA team and he went 2-7 on the hero. Other than that, it's all losses. Yeah. They did win on it, but then he's lost against Peri Rejects, Mouse, OG. Again, like a 25% win rate on the hero. So again, it's not his hero, statistically.
And it still might not be.
It still might not be, because Yamsen's now gonna...
I mean...
Wait, hold up. Off lane?
Quap.
Yeah.
Quap 3 versus Monkey Wyvern?
Yeah.
I mean, so what do you feel like Nisha will go here? Are heroes like Lina not that good anymore against Huskar? They still lose?
Lina loses lane to Huskar if Huskar's good.
So then you still play on like semi-dodging? Like you don't play to beat him if Sniper's out?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, the issue is like I'm actually not 100% sure what they'll go for. Okay, this quad pick, like, it's actually really good against Liquid's heroes, and GamerLegion's lineup is super weird. They have practically no team fight. It's very much just individual dudes doing their own thing. At the same time, I think if Queen goes like full skirmish fighter mode, you can mega snowball the game off of like daggers and Vessel and Huskar getting out of control. Like there's something there. I think there's a little bit of sauce to this quad pick. But you do need to kind of be in the element, and because it's not a normal game. It's a hectic, play crazy, play fast, take their towers game. Like you do to them what they did to you. It's like the reverse golden rule.
Yeah, I feel like this is some MVP Phoenix from like TI6 game. This is like no logic, no team fight, but like we win every lane and then we run at you with like different heroes.
I mean, the little layering of like the initiation, like Quap soaking something will make Ursa or Huskar shine. So again, the GamerLegion, to repeat what you guys said, it's like it's the lanes, it's the get yourself to your first set of items, utilize Fade in the early game to then open up RCY or Yamsen to take over at other, critical moments. Because Liquid, it's just well-rounded. You've got Nisha being able to find those pickoffs on heroes through the lean of the shenanigans, multiple saves through Wyvern, Kunkka, and SD. So yeah, Liquid, they have the tried and tested, and GamerLegion have I guess the chaos is the nice way of putting it.
I mean, for me, it's all eyes on RCY, because this lane can be, like, Huskar can stomp Lina. And so I'm looking at him to say, okay, have you done your research? Have you brushed up on your Huskar and gotten better? Because your past results in the hero, not quite good enough. So to me, if this is Malrine Huskar, he wins this lane and he snowballs the game. So I need to see a good performance from RCY, or this hero will fall flat. Eventually, SD gets Ags and ults you, and you die and are worthless.
But at least for RCY, he's been having a pretty good tournament. On some key heroes, he's been popping off on. So if he has done his homework, his current form for Blast 6, it kind of matches what you're asking for.
There's been a lot of talk about the pressure of the game on the Huskar, but is there a contingency at all, Kezu? Is there hope outside of the Huskar for GamerLegion?
I mean, it is there. If he has, if he can make space for the others, I think Fade on this, Quap 3, and then if he can go some Vessel, use, jump around, be super active, help Yamsen, later, get some Aegis, I do think they need the chaos. The mid lane needs to be chill for 5 minutes, and RCY needs to assert dominance. But after that, I need GamerLegion to go ham. Because I think Liquid, if this game is stable, will win it 9 out of 10 times.
That is not the odds I was hoping to hear right at the end, because I would have loved to have more confidence in a game number 3. But if you're a Liquid fan, you're loving what my 3 analysts are saying about the drafts right now and their predictions for game number 2, because this game, that is the only win Liquid need for themselves to book themselves a ticket into Malta. Will they be able to come through with it? Time will tell as we get into game number 2.
Well, not to worry, Nat, because here on the casting team, we will be able to instill some confidence into the Gamer Legion lineup, because unlike the analysts sitting on the panel, Avery has a lot of faith in Gamer Legion and the draft they've cooked up here in this game too.
Wow, really threw me into the street on that one. You know what?
He said midway through the draft, he said, damn, Liquid Blitz got dunked on in this draft, man. It's already over.
I've probably said that many times in my life, but I did not say it about this one. But you know what? Sure, why not? I'll back the NA boys, because I don't think anyone's backing right now, and sometimes you need a little backing. That's all. You need someone to believe in you.
Do you see the vision this time around?
I see the vision. You know what the vision is? The vision is Treant Protector. Where was the discussion on Tree? They gave them Tree, the best hero of the patch, the most broken hero of the patch. Stupid living armor. Yeah, you can purge it, but his spells are busted. Overgrowth on all these right-click cores. What are you gonna do? Treant armor, Huskar. What are you gonna do?
Well, I think RCY is gonna die. So I'm not sure if that denied bounty rune was worth it, as he does go down. But hey, I guess it's a 2-1 bounty rune split.
Treant, Austin, gotta believe in the tree.
Back to the Treant Protector.
They're tri-lane again,
dude. They love the tri-lane,
but this is so much worse now that this is not first blood. Again, I don't mind this early tri-lane. You can even go back to normal lanes now or whatever, which Bignum's gonna do. I like this play. Like Liquid just walk right into the Invis tree, kills them easy. But RCY gave out the first blood and he lost his ward, so it's not as good as it should be. Sad times.
I almost wonder if maybe you should have kept the Treant here for another like 30 seconds to go on Ace, because like killing the Shadow Demon didn't TP out to lane, so now he's gonna have to run out to lane. So they do have this like little window where I wonder if it would be more effective to just zone out the Kunkka rather than join Fade in that bottom lane.
You just don't have Nature's Guys for 30. I think it's a little awkward and too inefficient to go on him. I'm fine with this. I think you get the first blood, even though it's not first blood, and you TP out. You do not want to put Fade in a similar situation to last game where he is just 1v2 sacked, especially on a Queen. Like, that is not the hero to sack into a 1v2, especially when you last pick it and you pick it into the Monkey. It's supposed to be a favorable matchup. You're supposed to exert some pressure. Queen Tree is quite a strong lane. Like, this lane should win against Monkey Wyvern. No, I'm not going to sing the song, but everybody's singing about the song.
You know, I thought about asking you if you would sing the song with me.
No, I don't even bother.
It's so antithetical to Avery's behavior.
Dota is not supposed to be about fun, Austin. It's supposed to be serious in a strategical battle. And who is stronger and more powerful?
Avery once told me that he wanted to make sure that we had respect for the game.
Yes, respect the game, Austin. Especially when NA is playing.
Especially when NA is playing. Well,
the historic region.
The panel did put it out that they felt like Gamer Legion, one of the ideas here was just run over the lanes. Do you think that is going to happen? Do you think that is integral to the idea of their draft here?
I think they should win lanes on paper.
Okay.
I think they have three free farm lanes at worst and 3 winning lanes at best. So, you know, they're in that 75 to 100% lane victory situation. First blood going to Nisha skews mid considerably.
Yeah.
I do not know if RCY is supposed to dominate this lane after Nisha gets first blood. He should still win it, but that is a huge gold injection for Nisha. That's a big boon. But they should definitely win the side lanes here over time. And over the long run, their core setups are quite nice. Ursa will just take it to Kunkka. The Queen can just dagger spam Monkey. You can never really get aggressive in that lane. Wyvern's not a lane winning support either. Wyvern's just a hero that wants to do pulls. Harass the enemy, maybe secure some range creeps, do pulls. And Nisha, I think he will do fine because of first blood, but he should still potentially get out CS, but he has enough early gold that he can go jungle or stack or whatever. Triple victory.
Hey Ray, I think it's time for your daily internet drop. Well, Nisha is doing very well. 16 and 8. And I've seen 8 denies. He's gotten a number of these over RCY. Nisha kind of cooking mid right now. Not really what you want to see if you're Gamer Legion, because in part, RCY's Huskar does not have a particularly inspiring win rate. He's only played in 8 professional matches, and I believe he's only won 2 of those games. So, not a Huskar player, to be clear, but maybe that'll change over time. Yeah.
He's a Huskar player. So that's got to count for something.
Well, everybody's not a Huskar player until they are, you know?
Yeah, that's true. I remember a day Quinn was not a Huskar player.
Yeah. And then he became one of the most filthiest Huskar players.
A lot of people made him do it, though. He didn't originally want to do it, you know? So sometimes you got to force it.
Were you one of those people?
No, I never made him do it.
Really?
You know who made him do it is freaking Peter, man.
Peter would
not Optic Gaming. Probably made him do it. Quinn will probably rebuke that and be like, no, I wanted to do it, but all these kids, they don't remember history, right?
Yeah, sure.
Either way, this laning phase is not going the Huskar's way. He is behind considerably for how this lane should be going. And a Gamer Legion are not dominating these side lanes. It's just an even march here. Even got a Lotus on the Monkey bottom with that, you know, Tofu freeze himself play. So this lane is going a lot worse than I thought it would be for the strength of this Queen of Pain pick.
And forcing Fade to blink back again. Yeah, you're right. They really just have not been able to actually take the fight to Liquid in this bottom lane. Going for it, RCY playing on the high ground here of mid. Is beginning to assert some dominance, though. God damn, Nisha just keeps on slipping in these random denies. Got a flag bearer deny on that one.
He has 13 denies on Lina against Huskar. That's insane. That should not happen.
That's what now?
Dire are scared.
6-minute power rune. Haste rune instantly denied by RCY. Apparently he did not want to risk some sort of disruption into steel haste rune into him having some issues.
Interesting. Also keep in mind there's big stacks being built for this Kunkka right now. Though I guess maybe for Lina, never mind.
It is going to be that urn build up for Fade, but he's still working on it. Not a good sign for the laning phase. Lowest CS of all the cores, 19 and 6 for Fade. Not doing great, but hey, at least Yamson is topping out the charts, 37 and 10.
It feels like he's behind on levels or something.
The question is what are they going to do to rotate to help out this this Huskar?
Well, they can not rotate. That's what they can do.
What, make Huskar rotate for them?
No, you just give him soul XP, let him rumble and put pressure on the side lanes. don't let Liquid collapse to mid. That's kind of your ideal scenario because your supports do not roam to mid. Like, you cannot roam Warlock Tree to mid. It just doesn't work. I guess Tree can kind of do it, but this is a max living armor tree. You can go top. You can keep killing this Kunkka, or you can go bottom and pressure Monkey. Those are your two best plays. They're kind of doing neither. So you're just trying to farm up here. And it's Tofu making the first move against level 5 Ursa.
Disruption, Torrent. Here comes the Monkey King as well. Yamson trying to hop out of here. Mickey hits him with a Boundless Strike. Now going to commit. The supports come in from Big Num. They get a really good Fatal Bonds doing some work. They still lose their Ursa, but they might get the better of this entire engagement as Boxy looks like he's going to be run down. Unfortunately, out of stuns to stop Mickey from TPing back to lane with her rotation through Gate, but a classic Liquid Gate rotation there, but doesn't actually work that well against GamerLegion.
That was extremely classic. I think they expect that to go better with the strength of Monkey King and these kind of moves. But double defensive support, not that easy to make these aggressive plays against. That's a dangerous gate right there, my friend.
Okay, misses the timing there.
Baited him.
They're going back through the gate again. This time actually committing, and Tofu maybe did not expect this many heroes to be coming through the gate. And Mickey is just kind of going, well, I don't know what to do, brother. Maybe I can get the deny. Does indeed get the deny.
What?
One of the downsides of these side lane quaps, you're all focused on the dagger, but even if you do get somebody low, you might not get the kill.
I don't know if he should have gotten that deny. That was well played. They're going to look mid. Golem time for Nisha.
Silenced, Golem dropped, and burning out to Spears and Fatal Bond. Is all of this going to be enough damage? He has a regen going. Some bottle hits. He's going to be fine.
That is a big miss opportunity. They're going to try and kill
the
Huskar
on RCY here?
Well, nice
jump.
He
actually managed to get himself away from that X. Well, I guess screw the Golem, man. Jesus.
I mean, he has regen running still. So this is all free.
Yeah, I guess so.
A really nice rune for Nisha. He continues his mid lane dominance, 60 and 14. Gonna rush Silver Edge too to add another break into this game.
That's a good idea.
It's just not going GamerLegion's way right now. This is not the position you wanted this draft to be in. Still a lot of gameplay to be had, especially with Vessel Queen when that's online. I think Fade's going to be able to bring a lot of skirmish power to this game. It's a pretty good co-op game. But until that it's online, I think you kind of have to take a step back here and just farm up. Don't have that lane dominance to snowball off of like you were looking for.
Nisha had his caffeine this morning, man. 17 denied. Like every single time I look back, he's getting a few more denies over this Huskar.
He put on a ridiculous performance off the first blood here, so prime Nisha, not something anybody wants to play against. He got a lot of stack injection too, so even if he had gotten beaten that mid lane that maybe Liquid were expecting, he had so many stacks to fall back on. He gets power runes. It wouldn't have mattered almost, unless GamerLegion could have aggressively contested him. I'll ask you a question, Austin.
Okay,
how about I ask you a question instead? Do you believe in Winter Wyvern as a hero in this patch?
I believe in the hero. I don't know if it fits the patch or not, to be honest. But I do think that they have buffed this hero. Like level 1 Cold Embrace is bonkers. They buff Splinter Blast. Like it's so much easier to use this ability now that you can base it off of allies and stuff. I don't know. It's just I feel like if only Winter's Curse, Valve didn't make it like an absolute dog shit spell, this hero would be really cooking. Miss the LSA. Won't miss the Laguna Blade or the Boundless Strike or the follow-up nukes that will bring down Fade.
It's not the hero you want going down right now.
No.
It's supposed to be your early game skirmish powerhouse. And he is the one getting ganked. Dying to Winter Wyvern, that just feels bad. Oh, Speed. It's your boy Speed out from the jungle, but no mana for goal.
Well, that was quite the bold entrance there.
That's one of those moves where Liquid don't even understand what's happening, so they just run away.
Yeah.
But in theory, you're just supposed to jump him and he die. But it's such a brazen play. It's like there's no way this guy's alone. No, he's alone.
Yeah, surely the Huskar's about to pop out of the jungle and life break somebody.
GamerLegion are farming the whole map. I mean, you got a free farm Ursa top, closing in on Battle Fury. Your tree was taking mid, so he has overgrowth right now. And the Huskar's level 11. Did recover nicely off the Ancients. So they're going to make the smoke play bottom. All ults available. This is scary for Liquid. They had a very good start to this game, but you're still outmatched in terms of teamfight spell power right now. If you get caught in some bad engagement.
Tofu. Smoke breaks on him. He flies away through the trees. RCY life break. No, not able to get it off. So the smoke move will secure the tower. But again, it feels like GamerLegion are just not quite getting enough out of the first 15 minutes of the game to feel truly content.
Nisha just takes mid. Huskar losing mid tower. That's rough, man. That's not what you wanted.
So wait, what about you? Do you believe in Wyvern? I know you like Wyvern a lot.
Oh, I love this hero.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately,
typically the heroes that you love, you also think are dog shit. So
yeah, that's usually how it goes. I will say this hero is not hot trash right now.
Okay.
It's lukewarm trash.
Isn't that worse?
No. How's that worse? What?
I mean, lukewarm kind of implies that it's been sitting out for a while.
No, it's cool. It's not hot trash. You know, hot trash is bad because you can't throw it out. It's too hot. Okay. Lukewarm, you can at least handle. This hero it's too slow, man. Its cast ranges are too bad. Its move speed is too slow. Its spells are expensive. And it's just hard to make it work. Like, on paper, its spells are fine, but I think in fights, its ult is really difficult to use. I think you can go entire games without landing ults with this hero, especially in competitive, because teams are pretty good at not clumping in the fight. They have ways to deal with it. There's a nice overgrowth. Surprise!
Overgrowth, 2-man silence, 2 quick kills on the supports.
Easy. And this, to me, this almost exemplifies the Wyvern problem.
Oh no, they're gonna go for Roshan, but Roshan's gonna swap sides.
Oh yeah, this is awkward.
They don't have any way to keep Roshan here.
They have to be thinking about it swapping, right?
Yeah, guys, this isn't gonna work. If they like, it was a great gank. They get the observer ward and everything, but unfortunately, the timing plays against them here.
This might be something that Liquid struggles with this game because their 2 supports don't offer a lot of damage on their own. Your Kunkka's not offering a lot either. I think you can get out skirmished quite heavily in these random woods areas if you get flanked around a tower. If your supports ever get jumped first, that teamfight's very difficult. Liquid really want teamfights to develop in a way where it's the Wyvern Shadow Demon behind their Kunkka Monkey. If that ever gets flipped on its head, it's going to be a very one-sided fight. There's not a lot to bail that out. They have their Monkey Deso now, so maybe it's time to get a little more aggressive with the Liquid's cores. It's been a pretty quiet game from them. Just trying to get to their first big item. They're going to smoke through the gate. But who is this even supposed to land on? Yamson has been out of this lane for like a minute plus. Just trying to
explore the back jungle area.
You have no detection though. This is a bizarre play to me. I don't understand what prompted this other than we have Deso, so we just go somewhere. This could backfire really, really hard. Or it could work out amazingly.
Got the stun on Fate, follow up LSA on the 2 of them. Okay, it does work out somehow beautifully for Liquid.
I don't know if that should have worked like that. I think that was a quite dangerous smoke with no detection into tree under tier 1. They had the better scouting with the monkey though. Mickey instincts pay off. Liquid connect with everybody. Get some Deso charges. Big moment in this game. That could have gone either way. Liquid get the better of them.
And look at all this farm he's about to collect bottom lane too.
And there's your Kunkka Ags. So you have your Monkey Deso, you have your Kunkka Ags. Your Lina has full Hurricane Pike. You're online here. If you're Liquid, you're ready to take a fight. I don't know if you want to aggressively go into the Huskar yet, but you can absolutely meet GamerLegion at a Roshan or something of this nature. Take the head-on 5-on-5.
Jumping in on the tankiest hero, but they will kill him. With the silence, unable to get any abilities off, nobody's going to be caught here from GamerLegion. They just get the kill and they back out. They can continue to do this. They can take Roche.
And Treant Shard's up, so these eyes are being placed right now.
Yeah, this is going to make this Roshan area so tough for Liquid to fight into. Tried with the Cold Embrace. Unfortunately, this is going to be both the supports of Liquid getting caught and killed. Boxy, desperate TP away. That is never going to work for you. And Liquid will just have to give up the Roshan. So GamerLegion, big move for that.
These eyes are so oppressive. Liquid are trying to hold their side of the map. They don't want to let Bignum just get fishing around the pit and give up this Aegis for free, but game kind of crumbling for them right now. They can't get a solid team fight going. They're just getting jumped too fast. I like the aggressiveness from GamerLegion. This is exactly how their lineup can just abuse Liquid. Just run at them, get on top of them, spread out in the fight. You have a lot of damage dealers that can operate on their own. You don't need to combine or clump the heroes too much, and this makes it really hard for Liquid to get the turnaround.
They're gonna catch Ace again. Back-to-back Ace deaths.
That's terrible for him, man.
This time around, he gets off his combo, so we will see that Ags in play, but nobody. Liquid is going to want to try to be a part of that. What a kill from Mickey and Nisha, though.
He's trying to TP out, got caught by Strike into LSA. So bad death for Yamson down there. As his team was snowballing, he gives up something big on the other side of the map. And this whole triangle is just going to be eyed now. And this is Treant's territory. Even gets killing the sentry here, so it's really tough to take these spots back from Treant, especially in this kind of game where the enemy has so many solo operational cores, as I'll put it. Like if you're a Wyvern or a Shadow Demon and you want to go D-ward in an area, if you run into anybody outside of GamerLegion, they're just going to solo kill you. So that means you have to bring a lot of numbers here if you're Liquid. And you have to bring detection. So we see him trying to kill some of these eyes. They bought a gem. Yeah, I mean, that's the way to do it. I think Treant just forces you to buy early gem here.
Nisha does not have a whole lot of mana to work with here. Got a refill on the bottle off the power rune, though. But right now, he doesn't even have nearly enough for the full combo. Smoke is instantly going to break. And now, bit of panic. RCY jumps forward. Beautiful silence from him, but his team all backed away when he went in, leaving him isolated here. Good heal. Comes out from the cauterize. Now the jump forward.
Oh, and combo.
Yamson just tearing up the back line. Babe comes in with a sonic wave. Yamson jumps in. Mickey still gets some damage out, surprisingly. When is this guy finally going to die? He dies. He does go down. Big win for GamerLegion. What a quick reaction. RCY, beautiful stuff by him. He's the only one that I think reacted to that team, that smoke break appropriately. He blinks in and gets a nice silence to stop Liquid from getting these spells off initially.
Super nice inner fire. Knocks the monkey off the tree and just puts Mickey in a really awkward position. And Liquid are just all of a sudden trying to bail out this entire engagement instead of taking it how they want. That's a tough smoke into the Aegis anyway. You don't really have a hero that can go in and burst this Huskar. It's a very good Huskar game. We saw it there. Kind of the problem with the Lina in this matchup, your ability to chunk the Huskar, it comes online way later with, you know, Silver Edge plus physical damage or like the pure damage Lagoon or whatever. But until you have options like that, this guy's kind of a beast. The team fights are just all GamerLegion in this game. Kunka's done nothing. He just feels worthless.
Yeah, I do feel like this is a game where Liquid's style actually plays against them. You know, like what's got drafted on the side of GamerLegion works very well against Liquid. Whereas if they were matched up against a Falcons, Tundra-esque team, you know, like I feel like they would not be running into the Huskar, right? They wouldn't be employing that kind of aggression.
I agree. They've given up a lot of this early game trying to make something happen, and Now they're paying some big prices. There's an easy solo pickoff for RCY with the Blink Dagger. Still has Aegis running. I don't know if they should have given this Treant, man. There's a lot about this hero right now that is just oppressive to play against, and the biggest one is the vision game.
Yeah.
Once that starts cooking, you just lose map control so
Both
fast.
immediately get a break, but they had the vision on Big Num and will catch him here, which is very good for them because the Blink Dagger was rapidly approaching for this Treant Protector, making him even more deadly. Full combo on Fate here. LSA into the Torrent, into another boat, and beautiful chain stun. There goes the Quap. Silence in from RCY with an amp damage. They got to kite this guy out. This is spooky, spooky double core territory. Yamsen, he gives up on the chase. He doesn't want to keep going. They'll just let the Warlock die as Mickey and Nisha back away, or at least I thought they were going to. Where's Mickey going? Right, he's out.
Got the Deso charges. He's out of there. Liquid keep their big cores alive. They keep their gem. That's what's important. Not a bad engagement for them.
Wait, did they get back the gem from... Because they lost the gem in the top fight.
Did they?
Yes, 100%. Because it died next to Mickey. So they must have gotten it back from this?
I guess so, yeah. I guess Bignum was carrying it. Pretty risky from him, if that was the case.
Okay, backs out at an appropriate time here. Right as the tree was setting things up with this vision, they'll spot Tofu instead. Tofu, he's gonna get jumped. Backs away a little bit, silence before he can get off anything.
This seems like it's going about how my Wyvern games go, where you just feel useless on the map.
BKB enraged, TP out from Yamsen.
Oh, clutch pike.
Yeah, Nisha playing with fire there, jeez. Here comes the Expo. Fade. He threw out the spells knowing he was going to be in some trouble here. Disruption goes out. Now he's going to try and blink away, but the Boundless Strike is there. RCY jumps in a little bit too late for the silence, and he is going to be completely surrounded here. Big Num comes in too late with the Overgrowth. It will get a kill and some low health heroes. But now Mickey is going to push forward, about to get even more Desolator stacks. 18 bonus damage on his Desolator right now, and he's probably going to find Speed as well. Speed gets a regen rune, but infinite chase potential here from Mickey.
That was a classic bait right there. Just bait him in off of this one hero who gets caught. You get a 4-man wipe. I do not think that fight should go as bad as it does for GamerLegion, considering how strong they are right now. Liquid just outmaneuver them a little bit, and getting a lot of value out of this Lina, creating a big range problem that GamerLegion feel like they have to gap close. It's made a very awkward situation. Also, the fact they have nothing to deal with a classic Kunkka setup is causing them issues. Like, even if they just have Glimmer Cape Force Staff there, if they can just Glimmer Force the Queen, none of that situation matters at all. But because they have nothing to get the Queen out of the chain stun off the X, the second you X somebody, you either have to commit to the fight with everybody or just sacrifice the hero. And it puts their lineup in a very awkward situation. So if they could build something to just bail a hero out of a situation like that, the team fights become a lot easier. But right now, Liquid continuing to abuse it.
Are you saying that is a problem like they should have built it, or are you saying it's a problem because their heroes don't build it?
No, I think they don't have a spell that can do it. You don't have some Oracle Fate's Edict or a Disruption of your own. And then normally you'd want to build it. I don't think they would have it at this point in the game. I guess Speed could have just gone Glimmer Force over Greaves, but...
Yeah, I can't really hate on Greaves. It's like still a save in that regard. And I can't really hate on Big Num, like he went Shard Blink Dagger. That's kind of like what you're supposed to go on.
Yeah, 100%.
So
I don't think they made a mistake in this regard. It's just how the fights are developing, which means if you're going the Tree and Blink and you're going the early BKBs and stuff, when that X happens and Liquid are making that committal for that hero, you basically just jump everybody else in.
Right. That's kind of where RCY has to shine, is he needs to be able to get in there, hit the silence to disrupt the full combo they're trying.
Get in there with an Overgrowth, get in there with the silence, find the Wyvern, find the Lina, get a Bonds Golem in, and you can absolutely abuse Liquid, Clumpy to focus that X hero. So it goes both ways. But you can't let that kind of lingering play happen.
This is the part I really like about Wyvern, by the way. Where you get to Shard and you just go shove waves nonstop. Splinter Blast, Cold Embrace. You just one-shot a whole wave.
It's for sure a way to pick up the farm rate. I also like this Huskar build better than the Heart Huskar, I must say.
Yeah, but RCY is not really a Huskar player, so can you really judge? Oh, fades. Gets caught by the X right before he blinks. And I guess another question is, should the Quap have itemized to deal with the X if his supports aren't going to, you know?
No, I don't think it's his job. He just needs to not get caught.
Foxy, ooh, Golden Brace Disruption, both going out at the same time here. Jump forward from RCY. Oh, got hit by the Winner's Curse. Now this is going to be LSA. This is the kiting that he did not want to have happen here. He'll be fine. He still has BKB and stuff, but unfortunately that jump, Tofu just is too fast for him.
Awkward fight for Liquid, but I guess they come out slightly ahead.
Would have been way ahead if Roshan spawned early. They could have taken it right now, but no such luck.
It's a really strong ward for Liquid right now if they can keep it up here. Big M looking for the D ward. I've seen this before.
Yeah, we've seen this a lot.
How do they keep letting this happen? I don't think Liquid have made any play in this game other than X combo a Queen and then retreat.
Yeah.
And they just keep doing it off cooldown. And it is somehow destroying GamerLegion.
Big Num, good vision behind Liquid here. But they don't feel confident taking a 4 versus 5, understandably.
These quap kills have completely swung this game. I think GamerLegion would be up 9 or 10k probably taking Roche if they didn't get these 3 or 4 quap kills.
Well, yeah, I mean, they already were up like 7k at some point, so.
Such a massive swing in this game, and this will be an Aegis. Plus another item for Nisha, who's closing in on probably BKB here. But maybe with Aegis he opts to go for something more aggressive. I could see just Daedalus if he's feeling spicy. He's got double save behind him. He has no Dispel for Overgrowth though. That's a little annoying. No Dispel for Bonds. You just have to farm now if you're GamerLegion. You had a chance to take this game over in that mid game, but too many blown fights, too many opportunities capitalized on by Liquid. Their single target pickoff. So now they have some free time with this Aegis. Oh, he's thinking about Satanic now. Okay. It's another Dispel.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Liquid banking up to do what I assume is Tormentor and then probably trying to go through the gate. Bignum's gonna get through the gate before them, but he's visible. Uh oh, well, he's dead. Sorry, Bignum.
Oh, nice shard in this game too.
Oh yeah.
Very good cleanse game. That's full Satanic for the Lina. Level 21. Nisha heating up in this game. He's going to be a monster.
And there's the Dispel you wanted.
Yep. I like this more than that BKB because he has Aegis right now. Just not that amazing of a BKB game. And I want to see him become a true 6-slot damage dealing carry. You you got to take some value out of your supporting cast this game. You know, you have SD, Wyvern, Kunkka with double boat. Like, you just, I don't like when teams go too many defensive items when they already have defensive spell capability. You have to bounce it out of it.
Nisha's putting in the damage. 2.5 minutes of Aegis. So they've already taken all the outer tier 2s.
So you gotta go
and he's made the ping. He's made the call for high ground hit here.
It's a dangerous high ground.
Yeah,
all this AoE turnaround.
I mean, also the you're also hitting a tower that can be healed up. If GamerLegion successfully defends, you know, then like maybe you've done all this for nothing. But right now, GamerLegion is not defending at all. RCY really wants to complete his AC, which is so close. He can buy it out now. TP back and buy.
He finished it. So there it is. I mean, time to go if you're gonna go. Your rack's going down.
Just lose a melee Perix before. I mean, now it's Yamsen who's not here farming away, but he doesn't have any item coming in soon.
They're just opting not to take the fight. You cannot give up 2 lanes for 1 Aegis, though.
Yeah, you still have 90 seconds of this Aegis. They're like, the living armor is not going to stall this that effectively.
Smoking the bear, full abyssal. Try and find the backline here. That would be the biggest deal. Find these supports.
Well, you're not finding Boxy. Look at his positioning. High ground ward, blink dagger, ghost scepter. This guy knows his job, which is do not get caught and be available to defensively disrupt and demonic cleanse and purge this Ursa.
They're getting the long flank though. Could surprise Liquid, especially Tofu if he's not careful.
And Tofu's the one who definitely is the easiest grab here, and they're gonna get him before Boxy can get off of Blink Disruption. He does get out the Demonic Purge onto Yamsen. Fade gonna be the target once again of the X, and Boat Shield Rune only protects him for so long here. Overgrowth at the last second, he gets a blink away. Is that gonna be good enough though? Boundless Strike still lands, and Mickey with the shard closes the distance. Up on the high ground, Demonic Purge kills Yamsen. He's slowed down to a crawl, and they just right-click him down. Nisha is cooking on the damage department, and there is no buybacks from any of these heroes from GamerLegion, so Liquid are able to go for a second lane of barracks and a third without an Aegis.
What the hell happened to RCY? Did he ever even go into this fight?
I don't know. I didn't really see him.
I never saw him engage anything. It looked the same as every other fight. They just boat combo the queen and she dies, and then the fight's hard. Nothing happens in that entire duration.
Yeah, Boxy used Demonic Purge on the Ursa, and they killed the Wyvern at the start. It feels like RCY should have had a pretty free opening there, but...
Yeah, for sure. Going with the Huskar, going with the Overgrowth.
Pulled a bunch of heroes out of position here, and then TP's the other side, but they are not going to be able to stop them. He gets the deny. Okay, congrats. Megas at 35.
And he's just
KB goes off, but a lot of damage coming out from Nisha. Demonic Purge. Cauterize keeps him alive, just enough heals. Meanwhile, Fade, looking for a beautiful Sonic Wave, will instead get chain stunned. Has the opportunity to let one go. Not that it would have killed anything.
Well, this game just imploded. I don't think it looked that bad for GamerLegion, but they could not put a solid team fight together.
No, but I mean, up 7K, they absolutely had a game to be played.
Oh, yeah.
And sadly, it just completely fell apart for this squad. Blink forward to RCY, goes after the Winter Wyvern, but the setup's already there. X-Torrent hits 2, combined with the Wukong's command, and that leaves Huskar no support. Focused down by Nisha yet again, and Ancient will go down. Liquid will advance to the playoffs and knock out GamerLegion 2-0.
I feel like we just saw the difference in experience and composure in a very clutch pressure series, where I don't know if Liquid are honestly supposed to win that game, given the game state at a certain point, but they were just very consistent, very cool under the pressure, just playing for their Lina timings, protecting Nisha, very good positioning in the fights. They didn't give easy openings. They just kept finding this queen over and over. They identified the weak spot, just X this guy into the combo, LSA on top. There's no bailout. They either have to fully send and commit to the fight, or we're just isolating and killing a core. And GamerLegion never responded to this play and just kind of went out quietly. A sad exit for them as Liquid gaining some more momentum.
Yeah, unfortunately, this game doesn't really showcase I would say, the strength of GamerLegion. They had a very respectable performance in the group stage. It did not go out bottom 4 as many people may have predicted. And again, I do think they've shown improvements, but sadly, not enough to take on the top dogs of Team Liquid.
Liquid on LAN in Malta. That is what this best of 3 2-0 got for them here. And they had a phenomenal showing, not only game 1, but here in game number 2 as well. Picking up the Lina overall last pick, Quinn, which you had, potential doubts about, but there were also doubts around RCY's Huskar.
Yeah, unfortunately, those doubts came to fruition.
Did win the lane though.
There it is. Yeah. Okay, he got first blooded. Y'all missed that because you went to go get food or something. But he got first
There was
blooded.
4 heroes just hugging him in the mid lane.
Yeah, they did. They gave him a big bear hug, and then he died. And then now Nisha's first blood. Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. GamerLegion, they're heroes. They're very high execution. Yeah. They lack team fight. They lack draft integrity. It's very much we're gonna outskill you. We're gonna outplay you. And let's be frank, they're not good enough to do that against Liquid, to be honest. I think Liquid, higher individual skill players, GamerLegion needed to play off of draft and team fight and strategy, and they got out-strategized and outplayed. This series was not close.
Yeah, unfortunately for GamerLegion, they had their moments, but when the Huskar's dying at the top tier 2, we're going to see multiple clips now where Queen of Pain just steps up, gets comboed, there's an X into, then a LSA into a boat, and then the second boat comes in because of the Aghanim. So yeah, Liquid, they knew exactly what they needed to do. We got to see Mickey, Nature's Prophet, then Monkey King, game 1, game 2, so specialties coming out from Liquid, something that we were hoping more for Liquid coming into the series. So yeah, GamerLegion, unfortunately, just not at the same kind of pacing of Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, they looked pretty good even to the early to mid game. They had a good lead. They were doing more than I expected from them in this game. Judging off draft and what I feel should have happened in this game. But eventually, I think it's just a little harder to execute what they have. They're a little more clunky heroes and slower heroes around the map. And for Liquid, Michael Wu on the Monkey King, I feel he really made this game his own show.
Yeah, Mickey Mouse squeaked on the haters for sure. And I mean, it's just hard. It's hard to play. Huskar is a hero that you really need to know your limits. You need to know the formula and the structure of how a Huskar game works. And it's even more difficult against these elite teams that have experience playing with and against it. So okay, we just dodge this period, or we kill him at this point, he's weak. And if you don't know those periods well yourself on Huskar, then you, the moment you said, where they dive to tier 2, they feed, and then it's kind of kaput after that.
Damn. Kaput. I like that. Yeah. Back to your team.
Back to me. Yeah, Mickey, Desolator, love it. Monkey King, one of the few items that makes the hero feel good. Sorry, Nat, but I guess I'm going to be talking now. Yeah, we will have an interview shortly, but that's okay. I won't say who it is with. Nat, do you have any thoughts about this series? Do you want to raise your hand and then do you get to talk? Is that no? Okay, fair enough.
I think she's out right now. Just
wow,
complete,
she's out.
Complete Jover.
That's okay.
We can talk about it a little bit more because you didn't really have too much belief in the Conquer, Quinn. I just like to bring up every time you go opposite of what eventuates.
Yeah.
So I'm going to bring up another one here. The Conquer, the boat, bro. No, you're a ship hater.
I am. I still am. I still think it's Sussers. They won with it, but to be honest, I think they could have if they picked.
But did it win?
He could have been
it did. I'm not gonna dispute facts. Okay, he did win, but he can still be cheeks.
But who could have done that? Look at it. Yeah, who could have done this? Who could have brought him back?
Name one other hero.
Brought him back.
They brought him back.
He could have been Disruptor offlane.
Oh, that's very good. If you rush the Ags like he did, then you can also just lock him down. You're right. Offlane Disruptor, guys.
You heard it first.
I did want to highlight one key point where Liquid had a really nice play from earlier in the game. They made a double sup rotation, and they ganked the top lane. At the same time, there's a wave going into the bottom tower.
Oh, that's a nasty play.
Yes, and they They protect the wave. They protect the gate. I think we have a clip. Maybe we don't. If we don't, that's
I
okay.
believe we do, and if we don't, maybe they can have it.
Here
Wow,
it is.
go.
They do a nice little
There
gate
it
gank. There's a giant wave pushing under the tower, and they puppy guard the gate and make them miss an entire 2 waves, which you can see Queenipam's net worth way down there if you get a microscope. And it only gets worse after this with a big clutch deny from Michael Wu, like my cohort here, Maurice said earlier. And this moment and several others, Queenipam had a very rough game. It was not hunky-dory.
Couldn't have said it better. Thank you for that.
Amen.
How could offlane Queenipam work? Not so much in this lineup, but in general, because it's been like there sometimes in the meta, not so much in competitive. People like at pubs, but you know, you guys were like, oh, we kind of like what Queenipam brings against Liquid's heroes when it was drafted.
I mean, if he had a little more like other bros to play off, like I think melee guys to go in or give you some stuns, because honestly, it didn't even look that bad. I think just eventually he found himself in the right place, or like the wrong place at the wrong time over and over. He just kept getting X-torrented. But overall, I think like the pick wasn't that bad. I think it's just the problem. The surroundings don't make it look good. Didn't let it shine, you know what I'm saying?
You need Vessel, you need kills, you need Sonic Waves to be good. Back to you, Nat.
Why are you laughing? What was so funny about that?
I think because I have to think sometimes when I speak English,
Make
you know.
it
You're making fun of someone with English as a second
that's
language.
crazy.
You're a piece of shit, Quinn.
Quinn.
It's him.
I'm relaxed, guys. We're good friends.
XQCL.
Check that in, XQCL. Speak! Alone! Say something!
I think I kind of like that uncomfortableness Kez is undergoing right now.
You're good. Okay?
Just a deep breath, okay, Kez?
That was good.
We can go back on
Let's do it
topic.
again.
That was not good.
Was it
Oh,
not?
now he said something. Now it took half a second.
Well, because you didn't get the little pop when you get the 2 hands.
Or
But
you
What
get
do you think about
No.
Boxy in this game?
I think about Boxy. He did his job. He was there. He won't know Earth Spirit, so.
Yeah, he's nothing special. This guy, whatever.
El Bozo.
Little SD here,
Fraud
little
PI
SD
winner,
there.
fake.
Do you guys think
That's his
Liquid
thoughts.
really ramping back up? Because one of your things, actually a lot of you guys had that sentiment. It's like they were doing okay in group stages, but there were losses, there were moments when you're like, this isn't really reminiscent of the old Liquid or the Liquid that they could be. But have they kind of hit that momentum? Where is the point where we go, yeah, they've kind of hit critical mass as Liquid?
I mean, I think these drafts are very much the classical Liquid identity. I like the drafts. I like the direction that they were headed. I do think it's hard to gauge gameplay from this series because, to be honest, they were so much better than GamerLegion that to take away too much from this, I think, is like a bit overstepping. But I do think the drafts were headed in a good direction. And I think as long as they look at these replays and they take stuff from it and they continue to improve and aren't just like, yeah, we own those guys, boom, boom, we're the GOATs. Like, you gotta keep improving because they've been rocky for the past couple months for a reason.
I mean, sometimes you just need that reality check, right? It's like, yeah, this was a great best of 3 for you, but like, grain of salts need to be picked up as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say they were already very good, like in the groups. I know we said like, they had some losses here or there, but I think the way the meta is right now, the stuff that they're picking, and especially now that they bring back like the Monkey King and Tenacious Prophet for Mickey, gives me a lot of confidence. I will agree with Quinn's point that it's like, you can't overly read into the gameplay of this series specifically, but I think if you look at the other games of the group stage, they're definitely on their trajectory up. Oh goddamn, looking at you is making me choke, huh?
Gets to the best of us. T, any final thoughts about Liquid? Because they are now qualified to Malta. We'll be seeing them in a couple of days here at this beautiful Blast Slam studio.
I'm just excited to see them play a best of 5 straight away, right? Like,
true.
After this type of gameplay that we've seen, that they could have easily been first in the group if, of course, the Heroic Mouse series went a different way. So then they're going into Malta to play Falcons in a best of 5. That's pretty exciting entry.
Spoilers, because right now we're just showing everyone what the last few days have been leading up to. Our play-in stages all now concluded along with our best of 3s. We saw Yandex and Falcons qualify yesterday. Today it was Heroic with the upset 2-0 against Tundra. Liquid getting the 2-0 against GamerLegion. Na'Vi and OG, well, they already secured their tickets to Malta from that group stage. They were just a cut above the rest, which now brings us to what T was alluding to, which is our playoffs bracket, our best of 5s, and how we'll have those matchups. So OG and Na'Vi, you guys can see it. They skip all the way straight to the semi-finals, but it is Falcons and Liquid, as well as Yandex and Heroic.
This bracket to me is just already very interesting in the fact that bottom side of the bracket, right?
Oh, they're going to say there's no Tundra.
Of course. You just took two steps ahead. All right, let's just take 2 steps back. All right, look at the bottom side. Na'Vi, Heroic, Yandex. Yandex we've already seen in the finals. They've won a tournament. They got the finals in the last slam. But the thought of Heroic or Na'Vi making the grand finals, no matter what, any of those 3 teams is like, it's very cool storyline. Like the grand finals isn't gonna be a Tundra Falcons, an inevitable, again, it's like actually, no matter what, I'm excited for that grand finals.
I fully agree. I'm very hyped to have something different, a little spice. I think Dota, we said it before, but I think it's very, very true. Dota is more even now than it's ever been. And I think I'm excited to get to see these teams play in a best of 5. A lot of them, we don't see them play in best of 5s too often because they're not making the finals. I think especially, like the OGs and Navis, these teams, I've never seen them in a best of 5 actually. And so seeing them on a big stage against the best teams, I think that's really cool, and I'm excited to see.
Yeah, I think also like the upper part of the bracket, I think the meta is shaping up to be like a lot faster. I'm a little bit scared for Falcons, like going into even their first matchup against Liquid.
Yeah.
And even if they beat them like into OG, I think there's some like homework they have to do to like look at the other games. But yeah, excited for the playoffs for sure.
Well, the playoffs are going to be a little bit away. We are taking a few days breaks before we see all of that best of 5 action. We're going to have a crowd here in Malta, and they're going to be treated, I guess, to what is going to be the opening best of 5 of Falcons and Liquid, followed by HEROIC and Yandex on that Friday. And before we do get caught up in all the commotion that will be happening around, I'm going to ask you guys before we close today, who you think are going to be the 2 teams that make it to the grand finals? Before we see the state, before we 5-check anyone, where you think those 2 teams are going to come from?
I'm going with OG.
Yep. So that's the top half. And then the bottom half is either Navi,
OG
Yandex.
Navi.
Okay, OG Navi.
Yeah, I think so.
Your semifinals.
You're like, yeah. You're like,
They're coming straight in and they're going straight up.
Oh, God. Straight in and up.
That's how it works.
You gonna be on the contrary there, T?
Yeah, I'm leaning between OG or Liquid and then Navi or Heroic. I'm just sort of trying to lock it in. You know what?
While you're looking it in, Quinn, do you know?
I'm going to say...
I just thought maybe
Hold that.
No, whoa. I was
brother.
just giving him the time he needed.
I'm good.
I can't find an angle. Anyway, I think it's going to be
Thanks.
Liquid against Yandex. I think it's going to be my ex-teammate Shuffle.
Okay.
And they're gonna go.
Of course you would think that.
Bias.
You know what?
Bias, Jay.
OG Heroic.
Okay, OG Heroic, OG Navi, Liquid, Yandex. It seems like there really truly is no team that is one cut above the rest. You guys can't decide who's going to make it to the grand final, so our teams are just going to have to fight it out, and best of 5s resuming on Friday here at Blast Slam 6.